Chapter 2161. Fire Spirit? Isn't that one of the things that the craftsman god valued the most? That's the source of life to refine a divine tool. Aotion's eyes were burning with greed. This thing was a real treasure. Moreover, the fire spirit seemed to have fused with the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. It was obvious how terrifying the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade was. It should be able to reach the level of a heavenly divine tool. Fire Spirit. It's the legendary Fire Spirit. Luo Wenhao said in shock. The value of the Fire Spirit was even more tempting than the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. Even though it had fused with the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade, it was still extremely terrifying. Legend has it that the Fire Spirit is the craftsman god's love. Obtaining the Fire Spirit would mean obtaining the inheritance of the craftsman god. Goddess Luo said faintly. However, her words were still filled with love for the Fire Spirit. The flame rose up and swept across the sky. A tongue of fire even spurted out from the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. It was quite terrifying. Countless fire snakes covered the sky and the earth. The surrounding divine tools seemed to be melting. Everyone was trying their best to resist it. However, the Fire Spirit was too terrifying. It triggered the heart fire in their body. The flame of the Fire Spirit was even more overbearing than Jiang Chen's flame. This is not a simple Fire Spirit's flame. It's the strongest flame in the world, karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. He looked extremely solemn. Impossible. Is the Fire Spirit formed by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus? Aotian was shocked and even a little guilty. Because the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was not something that they could control. Moreover, it burned all karmic obstacles. Anyone below the Divine King realm would be turned into ashes in front of it. Who wouldn't be afraid of this kind of flame? Even Jiang Chen had heard that the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was even more powerful than his flame. It was even more terrifying than the 3000 flames dragon seal that he had fused with. Who could compete with this kind of divine fire that was created by the heavens and earth? Although Jiang Chen was arrogant, he wasn't brainless. They had no choice but to temporarily avoid these flames. He definitely couldn't face the enemy head-on. If he faced the enemy head-on, that would be no different from seeking his own death. Even Aotian, Luo Wenhao and the rest were preparing to retreat to the second level of the palace. That's because the karmic fire of the Red Lotus in the Refining God Palace was too terrifying. At this moment, hundreds of experts rushed into the entrance of the second floor. All of them were early void gods. Even Zhang Lingyun was among them. Don't come over. Get out. Jiang Chen glanced at Zhang Lingyun. The latter was slightly taken aback, but he still followed everyone and rushed in. Gagaga, you want to keep the treasure for yourself? We're not to be trifled with this. Help me. No, I cannot die. This is too scary. This is practically hell on earth. Hundreds of experts were either killed or heavily injured. Even Zhang Lingyun was heavily injured. He quickly retreated from the second floor of the palace. However, there were less than 20 experts left. All of them were burned to ashes by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. The Fire Spirit's tongue of flame had taught everyone a deep lesson. It was a bloody experience. As a result, hundreds of experts' lives had been destroyed in an instant. From their point of view, Jiang Chen and the others wanted to keep the divine treasury for themselves. However, when they stepped into the third floor of the palace, it was already too late. The might of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was beyond their imagination. The faces of the 20 people who survived were ashen and all of them were heavily injured. If they weren't the elites among them, it would be hard for them to do anything. They would be left in the Refining God Palace and turned into ashes. Isn't this too terrifying? What kind of flame is this? An early void god expert murmured with an ashen face after surviving the calamity. I thought that this is the place where the divine treasury is gathered. Unfortunately, everyone is dead. There are only 20 of us left. Those people didn't even have the time to react before they were burned to ashes. It's terrifying. The divine treasury is actually a burial ground. Some of them couldn't help but sigh. Their eyes were filled with fear. Hundreds of people died on the spot. Everyone knew how terrifying the Fire Spirit was. Moreover, it was able to kill without leaving a trace. This Refining God Palace really lived up to its name of Refining God. How have you been, Zhang Lingyun? Jiang Chen gave Zhang Lingyun a glance. The latter smiled bitterly and nodded. He had broken through all the demons and monsters, narrowly escaped death and finally entered the divine treasury. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's reminder just now, he would have turned into ashes like the others. That scene was truly shocking and vivid in his mind. I almost died here. Thank you, Brother Jiang Chen. You've saved my life again. Zhang Lingyun was clear that Jiang Chen's strength couldn't be measured with common sense. The 9th-grade Immortal Sovereign was just a cover. He didn't even dare to guess how strong Jiang Chen really was. Jiang Chen and the others had already retreated from the refining god palace. The range of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus seemed to be greatly restricted. On the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade, the fire spirit that looked like a fairy was jumping around. Its aura was also rapidly weakening. The aura of the fire spirit is weakening. It won't be long before we can rush in, Luo Wenhao said in a low voice. Obviously he was determined to get the fire spirit. Brother Jiangchen, if you can help me get the fire spirit, my god Luo clan will definitely repay your kindness. I Luo Wenhao will never forget it. Luo Wenhao's expression was solemn as he looked at Jiang Chen. Right. Jiang Chen looked at Ao Tian with interest. There was no other reason. He just couldn't stand the arrogant Ao Tian. His eyes were on the top of his head. Moreover, he and the Ao clan were already at each other's throats. It would be unwise to offend the god Luo clan at this time. Not to mention that Luo Wenhao had helped him out earlier. Jiang Chen was definitely not an ungrateful person. On the contrary, he would definitely take revenge. A drop of water should be returned with a gushing spring. He understood this principle. The god Luo clan must be a prominent clan in the divine world. Otherwise, how could they have the opportunity to enter this place? It won't take long. As long as the fire spirit's aura weakens, it's completely possible to obtain it. I must get this fire spirit. A fire spirit that can release the karmic fire of the Red Lotus is extremely terrifying. After thousands of years, even this fire spirit might not be able to withstand the corrosion of time. It will eventually decline. Chapter 2162. The aura of the fire spirit seems to be declining rapidly. Long Shisan said in a deep voice. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's still not something we can touch. Zhang Lingyun smiled bitterly as he looked at Long Shisan. He was still a cannon fodder here. After feeling the terrifying strength of Ao Tian, Luo Wenhao and the others, he completely dispelled the thought of competing with them for the fire spirit. It was important to know one's own strength. It was obvious that Zhang Lingyun was not someone who was going to die. He knew that compared to the top experts he was still too weak. There was no doubt about this. Moreover, once the battle was imminent, it would be even more difficult for him to rush forward. The strength of these people far surpassed everyone else. You don't have to be discouraged. Boy, those two people are not from the immortal world. They are from the divine world. Long Shisan patted Zhang Lingyun's shoulder and said. Zhang Lingyun took a deep breath. He was even more impressed in his heart. Right now he did not have any ability to compete. If he could go out with Jiang Chen, he would be satisfied. Greed was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Those people who wanted to compete for the divine treasury without thinking were the best examples. In the end, they would die without a burial place. The aura of the fire spirit has finally subsided? Ling Tianba's eyes flickered. He naturally wanted a share of the spoils, but seeing Ao Tian and Luo Wenhao's eagerness to make a move, he and Bing Chan could only watch from afar. In a battle between true experts, they were still inferior. Even experts like Ling Tianba and Bing Chan have given up on the fight. Right now, Zhang Lingyun's heart was extremely clear. If Ling Tianba and Bing Chan were to fight, they would not have any chance at all. If the two of you can lend me a hand, my Ao clan will definitely remember it. As long as the two of you can help me obtain the fire spirit, I will allow the two of you to enter the Ao clan's dragon pool to cultivate. Perhaps the two of you don't know that even heavenly god powerhouses hope to enter the dragon pool to cultivate. As a member of the dragon clan, I disdain to lie, and I disdain to be calculative with you. Ao Tian's words moved Bing Chan and Ling Tianba. I'm sorry, Jiang Chen. Although you saved my life, I have to take responsibility for my future. I'm afraid I can't fight alongside you in this battle. Ling Tianba looked at Jiang Chen solemnly. Everyone has their own choices. I believe I also understand the principle of, a wise man submits to circumstances. Bing Chan giggled. The two of them stood beside Ao Tian. Good. My AO clan won't treat you unfairly. You two will be depending on you this time. Jiang Chen looked at AO Tian. This guy was not stupid. He was worried that he would be surrounded by everyone, so he first won over Bing Chan and Ling Tianba. Although these two people were not too strong, at least they were enough to deal with Long Shisan and Jiang Chen. It's time for us to act. This fire spirit can't fall into the hands of people with ulterior motives. Luo Wenhao sneered. At this moment, Luo Wenhao and Jiang Chen took the lead to attack. Ao Tian faced Luo Wenhao, while Jiang Chen and Long Shisan were not slow either. However, they were stopped by Ling Tianba and Bing Chan. Ling Tianba, you're really shameless. Now it seems that Jiang Chen saving you is equivalent to saving an ingrate. Long Shisan sneered and said. He was even more disdainful of Ling Tianba. People die for wealth, birds die for food. This is the principle of natural selection. To be strong, one must be fearless. Ling Tianba said proudly. Well said. Today I'll send you to heaven. I'll let you know what a real strong person is. Killing a heartless person like you will make your death worthwhile. Long Shisan pointed his rod at the void and instantly took action. He fought with Ling Tianba. Horrifying attacks, layers upon layers of rod shadows swept across everything, instantly suppressing Ling Tianba. Long Shisan hated ungrateful people the most. Naturally, he would not show any mercy to Ling Tianba. Master Jiang Chen, I'm really helpless. You have to show some mercy. Bing Chan looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. Her posture was elegant and graceful. She turned her head and smiled. However, Jiang Chen was not someone who had never seen a beautiful woman before. Naturally, he would not be seduced by her charm. Even if Goddess Luo was in front of him, he would not be moved at all. After all, his wife was a celestial being. Compared to Bing Chan, she was even better. Being used to eating delicacies, how could he be moved by a pheasant? That was completely impossible. I'm sorry to block my way. No matter if it's a man or a woman, I won't show any mercy. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. Leave it to me. You go and help Luo Wenhao. Goddess Luo stared at Jiang Chen and said faintly. Bing Chan couldn't even be compared to her. Bing Chan always had a hint of flirtatiousness, and Goddess Luo's fairy-like beauty was not something that Bing Chan could match up to. Since Goddess Luo is willing to take action personally, I'll go and meet this Ao Tian. If I can tear off his dragon tendon once, I can do it again. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. Everyone could not help but tremble. This guy's eyes were still as vicious as before. They all knew what Jiang Chen did just now. Even if Bing Chan was extremely charming, she knew that if she fought against Jiang Chen, she would most likely lose. He might not even be a match for him. But now that it was Goddess Luo, the pressure on her was reduced by a lot. Brother Luo, let me give you a hand. Ah. Jiang Chen laughed loudly. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Each step ascended to the sky, pressing against Ao Tian. The explosive Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Each step broke through the void. Even Ao Tian had to use his full strength. Each step was more powerful than the previous one. Azure Dragon goes to sea. Ao Tian struck out a terrifying attack. His palms were like thunder, wreaking havoc in the sky. At this moment, Jiang Chen was actually on par with Ao Tian. Even Luo Wenhao was slightly shocked. This guy is too terrifying. How is this possible? This guy is actually on par with me? Ao Tian was shocked. Just now, Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon's 5 steps was like ascending to the sky in one step. Moreover, Jiang Chen had already seen through his Azure Dragon goes to sea. Although Jiang Chen could not completely suppress him, he was able to avoid his attack. This crazy attack had bought Luo Wenhao enough time. Luo Xian's sword shocks the 9 heavens. Luo Wenhao's sword was like a dancing phoenix. The sword light swept across all directions, pressing against Ao Tian. The latter could not resist it at all. He could only give it his all. Both of them exchanged blows in an instant. Ao Tian could not withstand the sharpness of the sword and was instantly forced to retreat. His face was extremely pale. The 3 figures were constantly intertwining as they rushed towards the fire spirit. At this moment, everyone wanted to obtain the fire spirit. Once they obtained the fire spirit, their combat strength would increase greatly. Moreover, Luo Wenhao and Ao Tian were very clear about how terrifying the fire spirit was. Chapter 2163. Fuck off. You're just a smelly bug. How dare you flaunt in front of me? Luo Wenhao sneered. His 9 revolution sword technique slashed through the void, making it hard for proud heaven to do anything. On the other hand, Zhou Xian, who had mastered the great divination art, had already seen through proud heaven's every move. Before Aotian could make a move, he was already stopped by Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian had seized the initiative step by step. Aotian had completely become the target of the two. He was completely suppressed by Zhou Xian and Luo Wenhao to the point that he had no chance to fight back. Moreover, his aura had also weakened tremendously. "I'll go get the fire spirit. Help me stop him, brother Zhou Xian," Luo Wenhao said. Zhou Xian nodded and went after Proud Heaven. Proud Heaven wanted to stop Luo Wenhao, but there was nothing he could do. "Fuck off, you brat. The fire spirit is mine. No one can get it." Proud Heaven was enraged. His roar was deafening like thunder. The fire spirit was full of spirituality. It soared into the sky with the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade, heading straight for the 4th floor, the fallen god palace. Bang! The heavenly lightning imperial demon blade smashed through the door of the fallen god palace and shot out. Luo Wenhao followed closely behind. At the same time, Zhou Xian and Proud Heaven also came forward. They retreated as they fought and entered the 4th floor of the fallen god palace. Tiles flew everywhere and rubble stood in great numbers. The 4th floor of the palace was filled with an ancient charm, and there were skeletons everywhere. However, these skeletons were golden, glistening with brilliance. Even after millions of years had passed, divine light was still resplendent. There were divine weapons scattered everywhere. The light from the divine weapons seemed to have dimmed. However, these golden skeletons still shone faintly. It made people have the urge to worship them. There were dozens of golden skeletons that shone brightly. Zhou Xian felt that it was quite mystical. These people must have been extremely terrifying when they were alive. However, they all died here in the end. The skeletons are shining brightly. They are at least divine king level. Even after forging the divine bones, they still couldn't escape death. Did the fallen god palace really have fallen god kings? Luo Wenhao's words caused Zhou Xian and Aotian to tremble. Looks like the 4th level seemed calm, but it was actually even more terrifying. The ground was filled with scabbards and sword holes. It looked like a pool of swords. How could this be? Where did the fire spirit go? Luo Wenhao furrowed his brows. Zhou Xian and Aotian also stopped. It seemed that the fire spirit had escaped into it and disappeared. Another bronze throne. Zhou Xian squinted his eyes. There was another bronze throne with different patterns. At this moment, Zhou Xian wanted to keep the bronze throne without hesitation. However, a white jade skeleton and a white jade divine sword caught his attention. Aotian and Luo Wenhao each took one of the items. Zhou Xian looked at the bronze throne and the bronze throne in front of him. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. The white jade sword was taken by Luo Wenhao, and the white jade skeleton was taken by Aotian. Zhou Xian didn't hesitate to keep the bronze throne. The two of them didn't care at all. At this moment, a 39-foot-tall bronze statue of a deity rose from the ground. Its long beard fell to the ground. Its aura was majestic and domineering. Although it was a statue made of bronze, its eyes were vivid as if they could see through all living things. Under the statue there was a huge divine cauldron. It had 3 legs and 2 handles. One side was engraved with mountains and grass, while the other side was engraved with the sun, moon, and stars. It was also bronze in color. It gave people a feeling that it was all-encompassing. It seemed that this divine cauldron could forge anything. This is... Zhou Xian was shocked. This was the only divine weapon in the entire divine treasure that moved him. Myriad Chi Cauldron. Sir. She finally appeared. Ha! Aotian laughed wildly. The passion in his eyes was indescribable. Myriad Chi Cauldron. It's really the Myriad Chi Cauldron. Luo Wenhao didn't hesitate either. The two of them quickly flew towards the Myriad Chi Cauldron. The huge cauldron was shocking. There was even green smoke rising from the cauldron. Myriad Chi Cauldron? Seems that this is the real treasure. Zhou Xian smiled. Although the fire spirit was gone, the value of the Myriad Chi Cauldron seemed to be more tempting than the fire spirit. Because the Myriad Chi Cauldron was majestic and magnificent. Even he was tempted. Zhou Xian didn't want to be outdone. The 3 of them quickly approached the Myriad Chi Cauldron. However, the Myriad Chi Cauldron suddenly shone brightly. The 3 of them were injured by the strong light. The myriad chi cauldron's domineering aura didn't allow others to approach it. What a domineering cauldron, Luo Wenhao said in a low voice. He looked solemn. It seems that the myriad chi cauldron isn't that easy to get. Jiang Chen also looked solemn. If you want to get the myriad chi cauldron, it all depends on luck. How can an ordinary person be qualified to own the myriad chi cauldron? Ao Tian sneered. However, at this moment, a shadow broke through the sky and arrived. The shadow's strength had reached the late void god realm. Another supreme expert? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. However, he found out that the person who came was none other than Moling Dongchen. How could his strength be so powerful? Sure enough, you've hidden a lot of your strength. I can't help it. This time I'm here for the myriad chi cauldron. Moling Dongchen glanced at Jiang Chen and smiled indifferently. His strength was not any weaker than Ao Tian and Luo Wenhao. He might even be stronger than them. Who are you? Ao Tian asked in a deep voice. The situation was getting more and more chaotic. Jiang Chen and Luo Wenhao were in a mess. Jiang Chen didn't seem to know that his teammate was so powerful. It seemed like he was kept in the dark. Mo family Moling Dongchen. The Mo family of the Eastern Divine Region. Ao Tian said in a deep voice. He never thought that other than the God Luo clan, even the people from the Eastern Divine Region would interfere. Furthermore, it was the powerful Mo clan. Compared to the Ao clan, the Mo clan was only stronger and not weaker. Furthermore, in terms of strength, if the Dragon clan was not included, the Ao clan alone would not be a match for the Mo clan. Even the God Luo clan would have to show some respect. This was the power of the Mo family. Therefore, even Ao Tian and Luo Wenhao looked incomparably solemn. The appearance of the Mo family meant that the changes in the divine tomb were no longer a secret. At least the three great families of the divine world had received the news. This is really ironic. Jiang Chen said with a bitter smile. He had protected Moling Dongchen all the way here. It seemed like Moling Dongchen's strength was the most terrifying. I'm sorry, brother Jiang Chen. I must get this myriad chi cauldron. I've lied to you before, please forgive me. However, this is related to the inheritance of the craftsman god. I have to do this. Jiang Chen frowned and said in confusion. Inheritance of the craftsman god? Yes, the inheritance of the craftsman god. I think the other two friends are familiar with it, right? Chapter 2164. The craftsman god was the divine world's supreme artifact refining grandmaster. He died 73 million years ago. However, the craftsman god was arrogant and was unwilling to die. In the end, he set up a divine treasury in the divine tomb. Whoever obtains the fire spirit will obtain the craftsman god's inheritance. Whoever obtains the myriad chi cauldron will be able to refine all living things, even ghosts and gods will weep. In the past, the craftsman god was a true supreme being of the divine world. Although he only had the strength of a mid-god emperor, no one below the god emperor realm was his opponent. He was known as the world's #1 emperor. Even the god emperor had to respect him. After all, he was the best blacksmith in the world. One could imagine how powerful and respected he was. In the end, the craftsman god met with misfortune. However, no one knew the reason behind it. The craftsman god fell, the god emperor lamented, and the god emperor sighed. However, the craftsman god seized the fortune of heaven and earth to forge the divine treasury. Many god emperors wanted to have a glimpse of the craftsman god's glory. Unfortunately, it was impossible for those above the true gods to enter the divine tomb. Not even a god emperor could do it. The laws of the god's tomb governed the supreme experts of the divine realm. The god's tomb was the final resting place of the dead spirits of the divine realm. Under the heavens, everyone is searching for the craftsman god's inheritance. Finally, at this time, the ancestor of my Mo clan deduced the location of the craftsman god's inheritance. That's why we came here. Moling Dongchen said with a smile. Thank you for informing me. However, I really like this myriad chi cauldron. I'm afraid that this battle is unavoidable. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. Even if he did not hear Moling Dongchen's words, he would not give up. How could he not see the miraculousness of this myriad chi cauldron? Ao Tian and Luo Wenhao's eyes were glowing green. One could imagine. Then let's talk with our strength. Ao Tian, Luo Wenhao, what about you two? The myriad chi cauldron belongs to the virtuous. Does your Mo clan really think that our dragon clan is afraid of you? Ao Tian said arrogantly. Dragon Clan? Hee hee, you can't represent the Dragon Clan. You're just a branch that betrayed the Dragon Clan. Oh clan, why would my Mo clan be afraid of you? Moling Dongchen's arrogance soared to the sky. The current him indeed had the capital to be so arrogant. Even Jiangchen did not expect him to have such a terrifying side. Even that little loach is so arrogant. My Luo God clan naturally can't fall behind. Luo Wenhao's ridicule caused Ao Tian's face to turn ashen. But at this moment he knew that the battle could start at any time. Because the Myriad Qi Cauldron was worth fighting for with one's life. If he could obtain the Myriad Qi Cauldron, he might even be able to become the future family head. This Myriad Qi Cauldron is mine. Whoever wants to snatch it from me will have to step over my body. Ao Tian gripped his spear tightly as he battled with Jiang Chen. Then I'll take you on. After killing your little brother, you as his older brother, will still have to accompany him in the netherworld. Jiang Chen said with a smile. That depends on whether you have the strength to do so. An ant like that can't even be mentioned in the same breath as me. Ao Tian's spear shone brightly and spots of cold light surged up. The void was shattered and turned into rays of light, rushing towards Jiang Chen. Great! Jiang Chen shouted in a low voice and charged forward. This battle was unavoidable. Because he also wanted to obtain the Myriad Qi Cauldron. On the other side, Luo Wenhao did not hold back and fought with Moling Dongchen. It was quite intense. Metal clashed and battle qi soared up to the sky. True dragon palm. Jiang Chen's palm covered the sky and pressed down on Ao Tian. Ao Tian quickly retreated. At this moment his strength had increased again and reached the peak void god realm. At this moment, Jiang Chen had used all his skills. The 5 elements combat dragon seal and the slaughter dragon seal could not pose any threat to Ao Tian. Dragon scale protection. Ao Tian roared furiously. His strength had increased without a doubt. As the most important person in the Ao clan and the person who could enter the divine tomb, it was imaginable that he needed great courage and strength to do so. 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen unleashed his ultimate killing technique. However, his strength was too weak. A peak 9th grade Immortal Sovereign versus a peak Void God. There was a difference of 3 minor levels between them. Even if Jiang Chen's talent was heaven-defying, he still found it hard to deal with this. After all, Ao Tian was not an ordinary peak Void God expert. He was the best among the best. 9 Heavens Dragon Roar. Ao Tian let out a furious roar. His terrifying combat strength instantly crushed Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen quickly retreated with a pale face. Obviously, he had suffered a serious injury. Plus, he had not fully recovered from his previous injuries, which made him at a disadvantage right now. Ao Tian's roar was filled with rage. Sure enough, you have some ability. I can only avoid it temporarily. Jiang Chen quickly retreated. At this moment he knew that Ao Tian had the intention to kill him. As a true great clan, Ao Tian's trump card was within Luo Wenhao and Moling Dongchen's expectation. However, Jiang Chen was only a 9th grade immortal sovereign. Go to hell. Heaven and earth roar. Roar? Jiang Chen did not want to be outdone. Under the dragon transformation his strength had increased by 10 times. His strength had reached the middle void god realm. However, under Ao Tian's ferocious attack he still felt a little tired. If Jiang Chen was at his peak he might not be afraid of Ao Tian. However, he was injured now. Your dragon transformation is simply nondescript. You've brought shame to our dragon clan. Ao Tian roared furiously. He was fighting with Jiang Chen with his physical body. Both of them were using the most primitive force. No matter if it was Ao Tian's dragon scale protection or Jiang Chen's dragon transformation, they were both shocking to the eyes. After all, the battle between the two of them was a battle of fists and flesh. There was nothing fancy about it. Ao Tian wanted to use the impact of his body to thoroughly convince Jiang Chen of his loss and shock everyone. To show the dignity of the dragon clan. At this moment, Jiang Chen's great divination art had helped him a lot. Every time Ao Tian attacked, Jiang Chen would be able to predict Ao Tian's moves. It could be said that he was in an invincible position. The battle between the two of them was very bloody. Jiang Chen was dominating. Compared to Ao Tian's dragon scale protection, Jiang Chen was even more ferocious. How is this possible? This guy's strength is too terrifying. His body is even stronger than the dragon clan's. Who is he? This nondescript dragon transformation is truly abominable. Aotian was extremely furious. However, he could not defeat Zhou Xian in such a short period of time. Instead, he had forced himself into a predicament. I don't have the patience to play with you anymore, Aotian said faintly. However, his face turned cold at this moment. Soaring Dragon Technique Heavenly Dragon Strike. Aotian unleashed his most terrifying Heavenly Dragon Strike. Zhou Xian held the Heavenly Dragon Sword and slashed down. The cold light was piercing through the 9 regions and 8 wastelands. However, Zhou Xian was still sent flying by Aotian. To think that you're still alive after taking my Heavenly Dragon Strike. Chapter 2165. On the other side, the battle had also reached its climax. Luo Wenhao was being pushed back by Moling Dongchen. His face looked terrible and he might be defeated at any time. You're not my match. Get lost. The folding fan in Moling Dongchen's hand surged. It was comparable to a divine weapon. It was shining brightly and unstoppable. His white robe was untainted by dust. He flew towards Luo Wenhao with a domineering aura. I won't let go even if I die. Luo Wenhao was also unafraid of death because the myriad chi cauldron was too important. It was the only divine weapon of the craftsman god. It could move mountains and fill the sea. It could smelt everything. Who wouldn't be tempted by such an existence that surpassed the heavenly divine weapon? Would they be jealous? Of course, it was impossible for them to enter the divine tomb with their strength alone. They were here to fight for the myriad chi cauldron with the hopes of their families. Once they succeeded, they would be like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. Their fate would also undergo a qualitative change. Luo Wenhao glanced at Goddess Luo. As long as he could get the myriad chi cauldron, Goddess Luo would definitely become his woman. But now, his strength was far from enough to get Goddess Luo. It's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Why bother? I don't want to kill anyone. Moling Dongchen let out a sigh. Feather fan and silk scarf, vanishing oars. Moling Dongchen held the folding fan in his hand and fanned the wind. It was even more powerful than the divine burying flag in Zhou Qian's hand. As he was too powerful. He was not on the same level as Zhou Qian. The hurricane swept across. Luo Wenhao exerted all his strength to resist the violent waves. But he was still no match for Moling Dongchen. He was blown away by the feather fan and spat out blood. Now it's your turn. Moling Dongchen looked at Aotian. At this moment, Aotian was approaching Zhou Qian. He wanted to take Zhou Qian's life. However, Zhou Qian would not sit still. If he really wanted to escape, no one could catch him. However, if he were to leave just like that, he wouldn't be able to forgive his own heart. In this life, he was destined to move forward with an indomitable will, to challenge the world, to become an invincible supreme expert. Zhou Qian punched out, shaking the heavens and the earth. Proud heaven directly went up to meet it. Zhou Qian was forced back once again and his face turned ashen. And at this moment he was finally going to break through. Once a 9th grade immortal sovereign was crossed, it would be the difference between an immortal and immortal, reaching the heavens with a single step. However, at this moment Moling Dongchen didn't just watch Aotian attack Zhou Qian. Instead he went up to Aotian. Get lost. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Moling Dongchen's eyes flickered with a cold light. He was ready to kill Aotian. The feather fan was extraordinarily sharp. It was like picking leaves and flowers, sweeping across everything. Even though Aotian had the strength of a peak void god, it was still difficult for him to fight against Moling Dongchen. He staggered backwards with a pale face. You shouldn't have tried to kill him. Moling Dongchen glanced at Zhou Qian and shook his head. Thank you. Zhou Qian smiled faintly. There was still blood at the corner of his mouth. You've saved me before. Moling Dongchen remained calm. He launched another attack towards Aotian. After 3 consecutive attacks, Aotian was forced to take a few steps back. He had completely lost the initiative. Although Moling Dongchen was a peak late void god like him, Moling Dongchen was too powerful. Moreover, the feather fan in his hand was a heavenly divine tool. Old ancestor, save me. Aotian's pupils shrank as he saw Moling Dongchen's killing intent. He didn't have any chance to escape. He screamed and his face turned pale. Mo family's boy, you're so mighty. An old and deep voice reverberated in the fallen god palace. You shouldn't have appeared. Moling Dongchen looked at the shadow in front of Aotian and said to Lung Lung. I know. I didn't want to appear either. It's a pity that the myriad chi cauldron is too tempting. The gray-robed elder smiled and shook his head. The appearance of this person made Jiang Chen feel a terrifying pressure. This person's strength could only be described with one word: unfathomable. Are you sure you want to take action? If that's the case, even a hierarch expert might not be able to protect you. Moling Dongchen continued. I'm willing to make such a contribution to the AO clan even if I have to die. People should always leave something behind for themselves in this life. And they should leave something behind for the younger generation. Hee hee. The gray-robed elder smiled and said. What a lunatic. I hope you won't be known by that place. Otherwise, even if you're from the Dragon Clan, you won't have any face. Moling Dongchen sneered. That's not something you need to worry about. I won't take action against you. Get lost. I'm here for the myriad chi cauldron. I won't hesitate even if I have to sacrifice my life. Of course, there's also that kid. He killed the people of my AO family. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. The gray-robed elder looked at Jiang Chen. When their eyes met, Jiang Chen felt an incomparably strong pressure. It was like a huge mountain was pressing down on his head. However, his eyes were fearless. This was the dignity and vigor of an expert. Even if he had to die, he would die standing. What a domineering brat. You can actually remain calm and collected under my gaze. Interesting. But you've killed the people of the AO family. So you still have to die. You can't kill him. Moling Dongchen's face turned gloomy. Whoever stops me shall die. As soon as the gray-robed elder finished his words, the entire fallen god palace became solemn at this moment. You'll have to pay the price for killing me, Jiang Chen said in disdain. Although my strength can only reach the realm of a half-step true god, it's more than enough to kill you. The gray-robed elder turned around and was about to attack Jiang Chen. However, the entire fallen god palace trembled at this moment. Even the myriad chi cauldron was blazing with fire. Apparently the fire spirit was in it. Not good. The fire spirit seems to have some kind of connection with the myriad chi cauldron. The myriad chi cauldron can even melt the body of a divine emperor or a god emperor. Moling Dongchen's expression changed drastically. He was even more shocked than when he saw the gray-robed elder. The fire spirit is wreaking havoc. It's going to combine with the myriad chi cauldron to forge the fourth floor of the refining god palace. Such an overbearing craftsman god. Such a terrifying myriad chi cauldron. The gray-robed elder took a deep breath and his face turned pale. Hurry up. Once the fire spirit forms an encirclement, the myriad chi in the myriad chi cauldron will come out and turn into a sea of fire. It's even more terrifying than the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Moling Dongchen shouted and glanced at Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen also realized that he was in great danger. The refining god palace really lived up to its name. This was the key to refining one's spirit. Luo Wenhao and Ao Tian left the place quickly with a solemn expression. If they were a step slower, they would be devoured by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. I can't stay here for long. Jiang Chen instantly broke through the sky and tried to escape. However, he was stopped by the gray-robed elder. Boy, it's impossible for you to leave. You killed my clansmen. Today I'll bury you in this sea of fire. The gray-robed elder sneered. Old ancestor, hurry up and leave. You go first. I'm leaving. This place can't trap me. The gray-robed elder glanced at Ao Tian. Ao Tian, Moling Dongchen and Luo Wenhao quickly retreated. Jiang Chen's face turned pale. This old bastard wants to kill me here. He's really vicious. Old bastard, are you really going to kill me here? Jiang Chen's words were like pearls and his eyes were cold. Of course. You deserve to die for killing my clansmen. The gray-robed elder glanced at the surrounding fire dragons. They were about to surround him. However, he was able to block the fire dragons alone and completely separated Jiang Chen from here. The surrounding fire dragons were getting fiercer and fiercer. The gray-robed elder did not dare to challenge the power of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Therefore he must leave quickly. It's a worthy death for you to die here. The divine treasury shall accompany you to the grave. After finishing his words, the gray-robed elder turned around and left. He wanted to jump out of the fourth level of the refining god palace. However, he had underestimated the power of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Even he was completely surrounded by it. At this moment, the fourth level of the refining God Palace had become a place to refine one's spirit. The myriad chi rose up and merged with the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. The entire refining God Palace turned into a sea of fire. Oh no. Chapter 2166. Long Shan suddenly turned his head and felt as if his heart was hit hard. Moling Dongchen and the other two escaped from the fourth floor of the refining God Palace in a panic. Even Moling Dongchen, who was wearing a snow-white robe, had lost his usual elegance. His expression was extremely solemn and his eyes were filled with sorrow. Where's Jiangchen? Moling Dongchen, where's Jiangchen? Where's Jiangchen? Long Shan asked in a deep voice. Tell me, where's Jiangchen? Long Shan had a bad premonition. At this moment, the fourth floor of the refining God Palace had completely collapsed. The flames were soaring to the sky. Even they could feel the blazing flames. Is Jiangchen trapped in there? Long Shan said in a deep voice. His expression was extremely ferocious. I don't believe it. Long Shan saw Moling Dongchen keeping quiet and immediately flew towards the fourth floor of the refining God Palace. Moling Dongchen immediately blocked his way. Don't be impulsive, Long Shan. You must stay calm. Moling Dongchen's expression was terrible. However, he had to stop Long Shan. He was already ashamed that he couldn't save Jiangchen. If Long Shan was trapped in there, how could he face Jiangchen? Calm down. How can I calm down? I want to see him if he's alive or his corpse if he's dead. I must find him. Long Shan roared and his eyes were red. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus can burn everything. With the help of the myriad chi cauldron, even a god emperor can be refined. What's the difference between you rushing in and seeking your own death? Moling Dongchen shouted in a deep voice. Long Shan's eyes lit up. In the refining God Palace, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus swept across the heaven and earth. The entire refining God Palace was completely melted. Save me, I can't die. The gray-robed elder's face was extremely ugly. He never imagined that the Red Lotus karmic flames could even incinerate one of his avatars. In the divine world, his original body had also been incinerated by the Red Lotus karmic flames. In other words, if his avatar was destroyed, not only would his body be injured, but he would also be incinerated by the Red Lotus karmic flames. In this world, regardless of whether it was his flesh or soul, everything would be incinerated. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. Jiangchen stared at the gray-robed elder and sneered. However, Jiangchen was completely unharmed in the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. This was because he was surrounded by the Zulong Tower and the gray-robed elder could not see him. Why are you all right? Save me, I can bring you supreme glory. I can let you become a distinguished guest of the Dragon Clan. I beg you, save me. The gray-robed elder knelt in front of Jiangchen. Fear was written all over his old face. His eyes were even dimmed. His body was completely incinerated by the raging fire. The painful wails coming from his body were even more frightening. However, Jiangchen was still unmoved. If I save him, who will save me? He would never be merciful to his enemies. When you wanted to kill me, did you ever think that you would end up like this? Jiangchen sneered and said. Looking at the gray-robed elder being incinerated in fear, his face became extremely solemn. A powerhouse of the divine world had fallen just like that. The entire Ao clan was extremely shocked. That was because the gray-robed old man was merely a clone. However, he had implicated the main body of the Ao clan. He had been incinerated and turned into ashes. His soul had dispersed and his body had perished. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus is too powerful. Even in the Zulong Tower, I can still feel the scorching heat. It's monstrous. Jiangchen couldn't help but say. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus is the most powerful flame in the world, but it still couldn't break through the defense of the Zulong Tower. Although Jiangchen was also being burned, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus could do nothing to him. On the contrary, Jiangchen placed the 12 fire god guards into the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. The 12 fire god guards' strength instantly skyrocketed and all of them reached the peak void god realm. 12 peak void god fire god guards were enough to sweep across the divine tomb. Great. Jiangchen was extremely happy. Although he didn't know when the karmic fire of the Red Lotus would burn, at least the 12 fire god guards had completed their transformation. Now any fire god guard could stop Aotian. With the 12 fire god guards by his side who could do anything to him. What a mystical pagoda. Even the karmic fire of the Red Lotus and the myriad chi cauldron couldn't melt it. A surprised voice was heard. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and looked straight ahead. A middle-aged man in a dark green robe was walking in the air amidst the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. This made Xianxia gasp in astonishment. The middle-aged man's expression was solemn. He had sharp eyes and a dignified appearance. He stared at the Zulong Tower for a while and was extremely shocked. Great. What a great pagoda. It's comparable to the myriad chi cauldron. The middle-aged man suddenly shone with divine light. It was as if he could see through the Zulong Tower. He looked straight at Xianxia and said with a faint smile, "The people in the pagoda are too weak. Ah, little guy, you are a person with great luck. I was going to kill all of you, but it's a pity that you escaped. You can see me." Xianxia took a deep breath and talked to the middle-aged man directly. The gray-robed elder could see him just now on purpose. Moreover, he had been sucked into the myriad chi cauldron. Not even the myriad chi cauldron could refine him. However, this middle-aged man could see through him with just a glance. Moreover, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus did not seem to be able to attack him at all even though it was beside him. Although this pagoda is mystical, it's not difficult for me to see you. You can escape from the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Not simple, not simple. In the past, even the emperor gods didn't dare to fight with my karmic fire of the Red Lotus. The middle-aged man let out a relaxed smile and his eyes became amiable. The craftsman god? Xianxia's heart was in turmoil. Although it was a bold idea, he had to admit that a person with such strength couldn't be an ordinary person. He could see through him in the Zulong Tower and ignore the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Who could achieve such monstrous power? You have good eyes. If it wasn't for this pagoda, you might have been killed by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. You've piqued my interest. Tell me, where did this pagoda come from? It's really the craftsman god. Xianxia's face was solemn. It seemed that he had met the real owner of this divine treasury. It's hard to tell. This pagoda is my secret, my only secret. If you ask me anything else, I will tell you. Xianxia was neither humble nor overbearing as he said faintly. Kid, you're not afraid of me? You're the first one who dares to refuse even my words. In the past, even the emperor gods had to bow down to me. The craftsman god squinted his eyes and said lung lung. Chapter 2167. Xianxia's words instantly enraged the craftsman god. Instantly, Xianxia felt an incomparably terrifying haze enveloping him as though he was suffocating. However, he knew that within the Zulong Tower, the craftsman god would not be able to hurt him. Looks like you're really not afraid of me. The craftsman god smiled bitterly. His monstrous aura receded like the tide. His face revealed a trace of bitterness. I, Xianxia, have never respected the heavens, never feared the gods. I only believe in myself. His words were domineering. At that moment, the craftsman god's eyes glowed with brilliance. What a good, disrespecting the heavens, never feared the gods. Good lad, you're to my liking. Guts, domineering. The path of cultivation is to steal the yin and yang of heaven and earth, to seize the cycle of life and death. What you need to do is to advance courageously, to kill without equal, to disrespect the gods, ghosts, heaven and earth, to be unafraid of powerful overlords. Only then will you have the chance to tread on the path of an overlord. Senior, you're overpraising me. Right now in your eyes I'm just an ant. Xianxia smiled indifferently. Although he was ambitious, it did not mean that he was arrogant. He had long heard about the greatness of the craftsman god from Moling Dongchen. A great man of an era, a peerless legend of the heaven and earth, was worthy of his respect. Daring to love and hate, humble and respectful, overbearing and reasonable. Good lad, I'm liking you more and more. I've been conceited my entire life, but I'm quite accurate in judging people. The craftsman god murmured. I initially wanted to destroy the divine treasury to lure him out. Unfortunately, I failed on the verge of success. Millions of years have passed, and he has successfully walked on the path of an overlord that belongs to him. Hee. The craftsman god smiled miserably, ridiculing himself. What do you mean by that, senior? Jiang Qin seemed to see a trace of sadness and even despair in the craftsman god's eyes. In the end, he was dispirited, hurt, and heartbroken. Actually, I want to groom you to be my successor, but I'm afraid that you will die without a burial. The craftsman god said hesitantly. Craftsman god is humble, please speak your mind. The craftsman god admired and liked Jiang Qin's straightforwardness. However, his heart was aching more and more because of this. Tens of millions of years have passed. Perhaps some things should be sealed away. But I can't accept it, I can't accept it. At this moment, the craftsman god did not look like a peerless expert at all. Instead, he looked like a lonely old man who was injured. His eyes were filled with disappointment. I've been proud and glorious all my life. My forging techniques are unparalleled in the world and everyone knows about them. I once befriended another master artificer. The two of us had similar interests and felt like old friends at first sight. We became sworn brothers and didn't hide anything from each other, exchanging our experiences. However, a man's heart is not content, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. I neglected this point. He originally had a certain goal in mind when he came into contact with me, but one day he actually wanted to kill me. All for the sake of seizing the myriad chi cauldron in my hands. In the end, I was heavily injured by him. Helplessly, I died and completely fell. In the end, I became a strand of remnant soul in the divine tomb. The craftsman god's words were concise. However, from his words, Jiang Qin could feel his sorrow and pain. He was even surrounded by danger. A lifetime of glory was buried in the hands of the person he trusted the most. That kind of sorrow, how painful, how sad. The craftsman god was a little silent. That kind of pain, that kind of hatred, even after tens of millions of years had passed, it was still difficult to diminish. The most unforgettable thing in the ancient times, the most disdainful thing was kinship. The current him, perhaps he has already completed his path of being an overlord. Back then, I already saw his extraordinary talent. However, it's a pity that some people can never be kind. That's why I said that I originally wanted to destroy this divine tomb. However, I met you. You let me see my younger self. Arrogant and proud, unexcelled in the world. Even if the world was prosperous, how could it be peaceful? If you are too rigid, you will break easily. You will live a better life and your aura will become even more majestic. However, don't be too conceited. Otherwise, you'll end up like me, miserable and miserable. A lifetime of glory will become a lifetime of sorrow. Thank you, craftsman god, for your humble teachings. Jiang Qin clasped his hands together and said with a trace of sincerity and humility. I wish to pass this myriad chi cauldron and my forging techniques to you. I only ask that you take revenge for me. However, this path was simply too difficult. In fact, one could lose their life at any time. Asking you, a person who has not even reached the true god realm, to find an expert who might have broken through to the emperor realm to compete with you is too much. The craftsman god shook his head. He felt that his thoughts were a fantasy. The heavens will not disappoint those who work hard. Those who have a will succeed. Jiang Qin said with a stern expression. Well said. I didn't misjudge you. Since that's the case, I will pass you the craftsman god's chart. This is the one and only forging technique in the divine world. Together with the myriad chi cauldron and the karmic fire of the red lotus, it can refine anything and forge a peerless divine weapon. Thank you, master. Jiang Qin said with a stern expression. The word master caused the craftsman god to tremble. He shook his head and said, when you're able to kill him, you can call me master again. This disciple will keep that in mind. Alright, I'll explain to you. Divine weapons are divided into pseudo-divine weapons. Divine weapons, heavenly divine weapons, primordial divine weapons and primordial divine weapons. As for the real peerless weapons, it's this myriad chi cauldron. Let's call it a chaotic sacred weapon. I think this pagoda of yours might also be a peerless weapon. Chaotic sacred weapon. Jiang Qin was shocked. He knew that the Zulong Tower was terrifying, but he did not expect the Zulong Tower to be comparable to a chaotic sacred weapon. This made Jiang Qin extremely excited. But it seems like it's not perfect enough. It can't be called a chaotic sacred weapon yet. The craftsman god's words made Jiang Qin become listless. Senior craftsman god, can you not be so short? You made me happy for nothing. Jiang Qin said with a bitter smile. Ah, you little fella, you're quite interesting. Now I'll teach you the art of forging. Refining weapons was definitely not an easy task, especially when it came to refining real divine weapons. First of all, the materials had to be top-notch divine objects. Get rid of the impurities and extract the essence. Finally, integrate it into the myriad chi cauldron and refine it over and over again. Only then could a real divine weapon be created. Moreover, every divine weapon was priceless. In the divine world, there were not many masters who could forge divine weapons. True blacksmiths were all treated as esteemed guests by the various clans. They were given high positions and boundless cultivation resources. Once one became a blacksmith, he would have hundreds of followers. In the divine world, not every heavenly god expert could own a heavenly god tool. It was already extremely heaven-defying to be able to obtain a divine weapon. Forging a divine weapon was heaven-defying. Every primordial divine weapon would attract a lightning tribulation to the world. Forging a divine weapon was not as simple as people thought. Furthermore, forging a divine weapon requires a strict control over the flames. Jiang Qin listened attentively to the craftsman god's teachings. Although these 5 flames are not as good as the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, they are considered as the real peerless true fire. Jiang Qin extended his hand. The 5 elemental true fire instantly rose from his hand. Chapter 2168. Good lad. I never expected you to have this skill. With these 5 types of true fire, you don't need to use the karmic fire of the Red Lotus anymore. You can only use it to refine an essence divine tool or above. Moreover, you can't use the karmic fire of the Red Lotus before you're strong enough to protect yourself. Once the karmic fire of the Red Lotus appears, it will definitely cause a great commotion. At that time, that person will also appear. I understand, Jiang Qin said. All right. I will teach you how to choose the materials, quench and forge weapons now. The craftsman god continued to explain to Jiang Qin. Don't stop me. I must find Jiang Qin. Long Shisan's eyes flickered as he stared at Moling Dongqin. At this moment, even if a divine king was here, he would not be able to stop him from moving forward. Long Shisan, calm down. If Jiang Qin was here, he would not let you die like this. Luo Wenhao said in a deep voice. Long Shisan, you should know how terrifying that place is. Once you go in, you will definitely die. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus is not something that a human body can withstand. Moling Dongqin tried to dissuade Long Shisan again and again. The two of them did not want him to do anything stupid. Even if I die, I must find him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Because he's my brother. Long Shisan's words made Moling Dongqin and Luo Wenhao silent. The phrase "he's my brother" made everyone at the scene speechless. They felt gratified for Jiang Qin. With such a brother, what more could they ask for? The two of them did not stop Long Shisan anymore because they knew that they could only stop him for a while but not forever. Knowing that there's a tiger in the mountain, he still chose to go there. Knowing that he's going to die, but he still did not turn back. Who would not admire such a brother? I don't know if he's really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. Luo Wenhao murmured. He was speechless because he knew that he couldn't stop Long Shisan. Perhaps this is fate. Goddess Luo whispered. When she looked at the 4th level of the refining god palace, she actually felt a tinge of pity. Jiang Qin was unparalleled in the world, but he was trapped in the refining god palace forever. Long Shisan charged towards the 4th level of the refining god palace without hesitation. At this moment, another black-robed figure appeared beside Ao Tian with a cold expression. Old ancestor has gone. We must get the myriad chi cauldron. We must do this even if we are discovered. This is the only opportunity for our Ao clan to rise. The black-robed elder's words shocked everyone present. Even their ancestor was trapped inside and his strength was close to that of a true god. It seemed that the karmic fire of the Red Lotus could burn everything in its path. Even the ancestor of the Ao family was devoured by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus? Moling Dongqin took a deep breath. He thought that the old ancestor of the Ao clan would be able to escape and the one here was just a clone. He never expected that even a clone could be burned by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Even the original body could not escape. Everyone was terrified of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. This Long Shisan is really a dead end. Even 9 bulls can't pull him back. At this moment, even Ling Tianba, who was defeated by Long Shisan, could not help but sigh. I can only say that he values his brotherhood too much. As long as he doesn't see Jiang Qin's corpse, he will not believe it. Unfortunately, this is the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Even a god emperor is afraid of the true fire of the heavens and earth. Luo Wenhao murmured. Everyone was waiting for the karmic fire of the Red Lotus to extinguish completely. At that moment they would fight for the myriad chi cauldron again. At that time, the myriad chi cauldron and the fire spirit would not have such great power anymore. The refining god palace was indeed a place to refine all true gods. Anyone who entered would be turned into ashes. Jiangchen, you son of Abt, come out. Long Xian roared continuously. The moment he jumped into the fourth level of the refining god palace, he felt a burning sensation. Although the feeling was strong and uncomfortable, he did not refine it. Even Long Xian felt a little strange about it. Damn it. It's not an ordinary flame. Why am I fine? Long Xian mumbled and began to search for Jiang Chen's traces in the refining god palace. He shouted loudly but no one responded. He did not believe it. He did not believe that Jiang Chen would die just like that. If he was dead, he would not see his corpse. As long as he did not see Jiang Chen, he would not give up. Long Xian felt that his heart was filled with anger. Although the karmic fire of the Red Lotus did not burn him, he was in extreme pain. As time passed, all the flames burned him to the point where it was difficult for him to even walk. Cough cough, cough cough. Long Xian searched the entire refining god palace but he could not find Jiang Chen. At this moment the karmic fire of the Red Lotus in his body burst out. The fire was burning his eyes. At this moment Long Xian was in extreme pain. He fell to the ground and rolled around. His eyes were burned by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus and gradually became blurry. His sight gradually lost its brightness. In the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, Long Xian walked with difficulty. He could only feel the stones to cross the river. He could not find any trace of Jiang Chen. My eyes, my eyes. Long Xian roared like thunder as he waved his iron rod. However, the burning of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus became more and more severe. His eyes were completely burned by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. He could not see any light anymore. Long Xian rubbed his eyes. At this moment he felt like he was being burned by the fire. It was so painful that he wanted to die. He felt like he was going to be devoured by the fire. Starting from his eyes, his entire head felt like it was going to explode. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus caused severe damage to Long Xian's body. However, his eyes were the worst. He had become a real blind man. He could not see anything around him. I don't believe it. My eyes. I'm a natural stone monkey. Water and fire cannot harm me. Who can do anything to me? Long Xian pointed his iron rod to the sky. His voice was like a great bell. In an instant, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus in Long Xian's eyes became stronger than before. Long Xian's eyes suddenly opened. At this moment, Long Xian could finally see the things in front of him clearly. However, there was nothing else. There was only fire. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Long Xian ran out of the refining god palace. He was naked and his clothes were burned to ashes. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. There was actually someone who could escape from the karmic fire of the Red Lotus? Long Xian covered his eyes with his hands. All he could see was the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. He actually survived. Chapter 2169. Luo Wenhao murmured as he looked at Long Xian from afar. At this moment his heart was filled with shock because Long Xian's strength was far beyond his imagination. No one had expected that Long Xian could walk out from the refining god palace. Even though he looked miserable, he still survived. It's unbelievable. These two fellas are so unbelievable. Moling Dongchen's face was solemn. Although everyone could not believe the scene in front of them, it was real and real. Draconic Xian was indeed still alive. Although he looked to be in a sorry state, it was undeniable that this fellow was terrifying. Everyone knew how terrifying the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was. Long Xian was the first person in the world to be able to resist the burning of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Since he's Jiang Chen's accomplice, even if he survived, he must die. The black-robed elder's eyes flashed with cold light. His killing intent was revealed. To him, killing Long Xian was his biggest mission. His clansmen were killed by Jiang Chen. He must get revenge. Old ancestor, kill him. This fella is Jiang Chen's accomplice. We must not let him live. Ao Tian's face turned gloomy. He hated Jiang Chen to the core. Along with Jiang Chen's death, this hatred was unleashed on Long Xian. Don't worry. You won't be able to escape from my palm. The black-robed elder said indifferently. He was calm and confident. He didn't need to go all out to deal with an early void god. My eyes. My eyes. Long Xian fell on the ground and rolled on the ground. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. It was his first time experiencing such pain in his life. It was as if his eyes were going to be peeled off. Long Xian covered his eyes tightly. He might die from the pain at any time. He's just trash. Even if he escaped from the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, he's still trash. The black-robed elder went straight towards Long Xian. Using fulgurating shadows, he arrived at Long Xian in an instant. His thunderous palm wind roared and shook the heavens and earth. Even Moling Dongshan couldn't react in time. Moreover, this black-robed elder was much stronger than them. Although this elder was just a shadow, his actual strength was probably at the heavenly god realm or even divine king realm. He must not be underestimated. His strength was infinitely close to that of a true god, but the true god realm was a threshold that he could not surpass. Long Xian's body suddenly shook and a burst of flames burst out from his body. It was the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Although it was not big, it was still quite terrifying. No one dared to face the karmic fire of the Red Lotus directly. What a strange kid. The more it's like this, the more I want to kill you to prevent future troubles. The black-robed elder dashed forward again. But at this moment, Long Xian suddenly raised his head and let out a thunderous roar. Long Xian instantly opened his eyes. Two dazzling flames burst out from his eyes and aimed at the black-robed elder. The black-robed elder let out a miserable shriek and retreated rapidly. His whole body was burned by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. No one had expected that Long Xian would have such a terrifying technique at this moment. With just a divine light, the black-robed elder was surrounded by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus and burned. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. Because at this moment Long Xian's eyes were filled with flames. In his eyes the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was dancing. It was like a pair of eyes that could see through all the evils in the world. That kind of gaze was terrifying. With just a gaze, the black-robed elder lost all his combat strength and was burned by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. No. I can't die. I can't die. I beg you, don't kill me. The black-robed elder's shriek was exactly the same as the old ancestor of the Ao clan. In the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, even a shadow of their will could be burned. Even their real bodies could not escape from the fate of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Who wouldn't be afraid of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus? Long Xian's expression was solemn as he let out a roar. His domineering aura soared through the sky. No one dared to look at his eyes. No one dared to experience the burning of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. The golden light was dazzling. Everywhere that the divine light passed through, nothing could be left alive. Golden fiery eyes. Golden fiery eyes. Long Xian laughed madly. His heart was filled with an incomparably violent will, as if the karmic fire of the Red Lotus had corroded his mind. But at this moment, who dared to speak? A peak void god expert was killed with just a gaze. Long Xian had obtained a great opportunity in the burning fire. This was something that no one else could compare to. Even if someone told them that they might not die after entering the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, who would dare to do it? This was a kind of persistence. It was also a kind of deep love for one's brother. Only Long Xian dared to do it. Hence he was not burned by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Instead he obtained a great opportunity. Golden fiery eyes. The current Long Xian's eyes were like torches. They were more terrifying than any divine weapon. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus spurted out wherever it passed through. You die. I will use your blood to pay tribute to my brother. Dragon Xian roared and took a step forward. His aura was like that of a bull, causing the late void god Aotian to lose his ability to fight. Aotian was stunned and didn't know what to do. Jiang Chen's death has nothing to do with me, Aotian said with a bitter smile. His roar was ear-piercing and extremely sorrowful. However, Long Xian's attack had already reached him. His golden fiery eyes could see through everything. Aotian did not have any chance to fight back and was burned by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling that they were in danger. The two of you must die too. Long Xian's anger could not be stopped. Bing Chan and Ling Tianba had helped Ao Tian before. How could Long Shisan dispel the hatred in his heart? We are innocent. Don't kill us. Long Shisan, let's talk this out. Ling Tianba's countenance changed. After seeing the black-robed elder and Ao Tian's ending, his heart had completely collapsed. This fella's methods were extremely cruel. However, he was too powerful. Luo Wenhao and Moling Dongchen were stunned. At this moment, even if they were to take action, the outcome would not change. Bing Chan's pretty face was extremely pale. A deathly aura had completely shrouded her. Long Shisan was not a kind person. Don't kill me. I'm willing to be your slave. I beg you, Long Shisan. I, Bing Chan, am willing to be your slave. Please let me go. Bing Chan, who was a great beauty, also showed timidity in the face of death. Because the death of Ao Tian and the black-robed elder had shocked her too much. Chapter 2170. When you besieged me in Little Chinzi, did you ever think of letting us go? Long Shisan sneered. Two fiery lights soared up to the sky and swept across Bing Chan and Ling Tianba. The two of them wanted to resist, but it was useless. The power of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was unstoppable. Now only Goddess Luo Wenhao and Moling Dongchen were left. Long Shisan looked at the three of them and turned around, rushing out of the underground god's treasury. His eyes are so scary. I don't want to see this guy again in my life. Although Luo Wenhao was a genius of the god Luo clan, he felt that he was weak in front of Long Shisan. Moreover, he was only an early void god now. How powerful would he be when he grows up? He's really scary. However, I feel that although his eyes have the terrifying golden eyes, fiery eyes, his mind seems to be greatly affected. Moling Dongchen said in a low voice. I hope what you said is reasonable. However, if this guy has the chance to enter the divine world in the future, he will definitely set off a bloodbath. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus and the golden eyes, fiery eyes. No matter which one it is, he will definitely attract the attention of the divine world. Goddess Luo said faintly. Now there were only the three of them left in the divine tomb. Zhang Lingyun was also killed by the black-robed elder. The three of them were greatly shocked. At this moment, it seemed that waiting for the myriad chi cauldron here was not worth mentioning. 20 days had passed and the karmic fire of the Red Lotus in the 4th floor of the refining god palace still showed no signs of extinguishing. The three of them could only choose to run away. Inside the myriad chi cauldron, Jiang Qin was in the ancestral dragon pagoda. He had finally mastered the craftsman god's chart. The current Jiang Qin could easily forge a divine tool, but its grade was not too high. He could only forge a mid-grade divine tool. Even so, a mid-grade divine tool was very attractive to ordinary heavenly gods. Most importantly, the materials needed to forge a god artifact were extremely rare. If one wanted to forge a decent god artifact, the terrifying amount of materials needed was enough to make one speechless. During this period of time, Jiang Qin had been in the ancestral dragon pagoda for more than a year. The flow of time in the ancestral dragon pagoda was much slower now. Therefore, he had enough time to train his skills and the experience of forging a divine tool. The craftsman god was shocked by Jiang Qin's talent. To be able to forge a divine tool in just a year's time, he was practically gifted by the heavens. Kid, I never expected you to be so terrifying. I used 10 years to control the fire, another 10 years to smelt, and the last 10 years to forge a tool. You, on the other hand, could forge a divine tool in just a year's time. You're really monstrous. However, this is also related to your control over the fire. Back then, I did not have the karmic fire spirit of the Red Lotus, such a terrifying supreme flame. The craftsman god said solemnly. He was quite satisfied with this disciple of his. It seemed that if he could grow stronger one day, he might be able to take his revenge. It's all thanks to Senior's teaching. It's a pity that there are no more materials for me to forge now. Otherwise, I'll definitely be able to forge a heavenly divine tool. Jiang Qin said confidently. Do you really think that a heavenly divine tool is easy to forge? Although it won't trigger the 8-direction lightning tribulation, once you forge a heavenly divine tool, it'll be enough to make you suffer. Moreover, remember, a true master of tool forging is able to forge a divine weapon with a soul. The heavenly lightning imperial demon blade has a trace of a tool soul, but it was devoured by the fire spirit. Therefore, the grade of the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade can be considered as the highest grade of heavenly divine tool. However, its materials are not the highest grade. Otherwise, with the fire spirit as the tool soul, it's not impossible for it to reach the peak of primordial divine tool. Supreme grade heavenly divine tool? Sounded very powerful. Then what about my heavenly dragon sword? Jiang Chen took out the heavenly dragon sword. At that moment even the craftsman god was moved. He stared at the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand. Good sword, good sword. It's a pity that the material of the sword is too ordinary. Even after being tempered by the lightning tribulation, it's still hard to reach the peak. This is a dragon soul? Your heavenly dragon sword, the sword soul is a dragon. Such a powerful sword soul, how did you get it? The craftsman god said in shock. If it was someone else, they would have been scared out of their wits. Even the craftsman god, who was used to seeing divine tools in the world, revealed a trace of astonishment. I don't know either. But this heavenly dragon sword has been with me for my entire life. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. It's most likely related to the dragon transformation skill that he was cultivating. His dragon chi spread across 108,000 streams, refining the heavenly dragon sword into a dragon soul. This dragon soul is too domineering. If I can reforge the heavenly dragon sword, I'm afraid this sword will be the strongest sword in the world. Also, this dragon soul seems to have a familiar feeling. The craftsman god murmured. He wanted to say something but stopped. His eyes were filled with radiance. I want to reforge the heavenly dragon sword for you. The craftsman god's words made Jiang Chen stunned. His heart was in ecstasy. The heavenly dragon sword was indeed not any weaker than any divine weapon. But at this moment he finally understood that a peerless divine tool has its own soul. And the sword soul of his heavenly dragon sword was an incomparably terrifying dragon soul. Unfortunately, the body of the heavenly dragon sword was still too weak in the eyes of the craftsman god. Then I'll have to trouble senior craftsman god. Fire spirit, this time I might have to destroy your dwelling. From now on you shall enter the myriad chi cauldron. The craftsman god touched the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade in his hand and said in a low voice. Watch carefully. This time I will reforge all the divine weapons in the entire divine treasury, including the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. Finally, I will reforge the heavenly dragon sword for you. What grade it can reach will depend on your luck. After the craftsman god finished speaking, he held the myriad chi cauldron in his hand. In an instant the myriad chi cauldron became the size of a palm. All the divine weapons in the 4 floors of the palace gathered into the myriad chi cauldron at this moment. All the divine weapons turned into ashes in an instant. The karmic fire of the red lotus burned everything. At this moment, tens of thousands of divine weapons were melted into one. Extract the essence and discard the impurities. This is the most important step in refining the spirit. It's also the most difficult step. The craftsman god said as he held the myriad chi cauldron in his hand and focused on refining the weapon. Chapter 2171. Heavenly Dragon Sword, come. The craftsman god shouted and threw the heavenly dragon sword into the myriad chi cauldron. In an instant, a deafening roar of a dragon was heard. The roar of the dragon was incomparably violent. Even Jiang Chen was a little shocked. Such a huge movement was really terrifying. He felt as if the surroundings were trembling and the entire underground divine treasury seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Countless golden lights constantly gathered on the heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. At this moment he could clearly feel that the heavenly dragon sword was constantly strengthening itself, absorbing the spirits of thousands of divine weapons and treasures and gathering them on its body. At this moment, the heavenly dragon sword was like the ancestor of all weapons, standing proudly in the myriad chi cauldron, majestic and awe-inspiring. As time passed, the heavenly dragon sword was subtly changing. Jiang Chen stared at the heavenly dragon sword, and the joy in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, Jiang Chen did not know that above the 9 heavens in the divine screen, thunders were moving in all directions. The thunders were rolling and shrouding Mount Mithria. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, there was a surge of thunder and lightning. No one knew what was happening in Mount Mithria at this moment. Why would there be such a huge formation? The horrifying thunderclouds within 1,000 miles were all gathered here, forming an uncontrollable change. Everyone in the vicinity of Mount Mithria was incomparably shocked at this moment. Why is there such a huge movement? Is something big going to happen in Mount Mithria? I don't know. Seems like it. Previously in the Divine Tomb there was no such huge change. I guess there must be a great treasure being born. This time I'm finally here. This Mount Meru is really an auspicious place. Auspicious place? You really don't know how many people have died in this place. At that time there were mountains of corpses. Yeah, I still have a lingering fear until now. It's really too scary. It was said that no one who entered Mount Mithria came out alive. There's one, but I don't know where that guy went. He's pretty scary. Everywhere he goes, not even a blade of grass grows. He has a mouth of thunder, a face of evil, and a pair of fiery eyes. Who knows how many people he's forced back with a single shout. More and more people started to gather at the foot of Mount Meru. Yexing Yunwang, Mo Kahan, Lu Dong, Jiang Xinxin, and the others also rushed over. Their group had grown to about 5,000 people, but they were insignificant in the presence of dozens of experts on Mount Meru. So many powerful beings. This is simply too frightening. Seems like there's definitely going to be a great treasure appearing in Mount Meru. Mo Kahan said in a low voice, his face was extremely solemn. Their plan now was to find Jiang Qin, their boss. Boss Jiang Qin arrived before us. He should be here now. However, we don't know how he is doing. Jiang Xinxin said worriedly. During this period of time she had been worried about Jiang Qin. Are you looking for Jiang Qin? Someone looked at Jiang Xinxin and the others and asked. Yeah. Do you know where young Master Jiang Qin went? Jiang Xinxin looked at the person in front of her and asked nervously. Not long ago he entered Mount Meru. Now we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yeah. I heard that none of those who entered Mount Meru came out alive. It's the same for Tianlan Peak and Tianzhu Peak. No one was spared. I heard that it was such a tragic scene. Who knows how many people died. Even those early Void God Realm experts did not dare to step into that place. Jiang Xinxin staggered after hearing that. Her face was filled with sorrow. Could it be that young Master Jiang Qin really died in Mount Meru? He couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe that Jiang Qin would die so easily. This must not be true. Jiang Xinxin kept shaking her head. I don't believe it either. Boss Jiang Qin's skills are heaven-defying. Even though he's only a 9th grade immortal sovereign, he was able to defeat Void God experts. He won't fall so easily. Yexing Yunwang said faintly. Do you think we want to believe this? Young Master Jiang Qin saved our lives. 40,000 9th grade immortal sovereigns died. If it wasn't for him, the 60,000 9th grade immortal sovereigns and Void God experts that were here would have been killed. That's the life and death of 100,000 people. Young Master Jiang Qin has saved our lives by himself. We're willing to sacrifice our lives for him. Yeah. If young Master Jiang Qin is still alive, we'll definitely recommend him to be our boss. Countless people agreed with him. But the most important question now was whether Jiang Qin was dead or not. No one knew. None of those who entered the divine treasury had come out alive until now. Jiang Xinxin's expression was extremely solemn. It was hard to determine whether Jiang Qin was dead or alive. How could she be at ease? No one knows the result until the last moment. Now that Mount Meru is still here, we have reason to believe that Boss Jiang Qin is still here. Moreover, the situation in Mount Meru is changing. Looks like there's going to be a great treasure appearing. Now that there's nearly 300,000 cultivators gathered here, I'm afraid something big is going to happen. Lu Dong's face was also solemn. They knew about Jiang Qin's strength. Whether Jiang Qin could come out from Mount Meru depended on his luck. This Mount Meru seems to be surrounded by thunderclouds. Don't tell me a peerless heavenly lightning is going to strike? If that's the case, we'll have to avoid it. Mo Kahan said in a deep voice. No one knew what would happen to Mount Meru. The thunderclouds were rolling and the aura was monstrous. However, no one dared to step into the divine treasury. On the western road, a terrifying divine soul army was coming, covering the sun and the sky. On the southern road it was also dark. The divine soul of a divine emperor expert led the divine souls from all directions to gather at Mount Meru. This is awesome. Hundreds of thousands of human blood. I can't wait anymore. The divine emperor expert Gung Juimu laughed wildly. His eyes were filled with a piercingly cold divine light. His strength was already unparalleled. At least in the divine tomb, there were very few people who could rival him. Don't be happy too early. We, the 12 polar evils, want a share of the loot. Another divine soul expert who had reached the late void god realm, Xinyu, who sneered. The 12 of them were all peak hierarch realm experts when they were alive. Even Gongyang Juimu might not dare to fight against them. Chapter 2172. 12 Extreme Evils, the Overlord of the Central Region. Gongyang Juimu will not be stupid enough to make things difficult for my brothers. Let's use our own abilities and take what we need. How about it? I don't think anyone here can fight against us. Gongyang Juimu said with a smile. A hint of coldness could be seen at the corner of his mouth. In the divine tomb there was almost no one who could reach the late void god realm. To be able to reach the middle void god realm, one must have great abilities and heaven-defying luck to be able to fight against a group of heroes alone. Alright, it's a deal. I hope that Brother Gongyang will not make things difficult for us at that time. Xinyu, who looked at Gongyang Juimu. Although he was not Gongyang Juimu's opponent, with the help of his 12 brothers, they would definitely be able to fight against Gongyang Juimu. Moreover, both of them had 50,000 divine soul experts each. This time they were going to wipe out all the human experts in Mount Meru and kill them all. Such a crazy side. Looks like we're going to start a massacre again. I can't help but sigh. Ba. I used to believe in that old man Buddha. Good. Gongyang Juimu sneered. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. He turned into a ray of light and flew towards Mount Meru. On the other hand, Xinyu, who also waved his hand and brought a dozen of his brothers towards Mount Meru at full speed. In the refining god palace, the ancestor of all weapons, the heavenly dragon sword had finally gathered the essence of all weapons and was forged by the craftsman god. The new heavenly dragon sword was filled with boundless dragon chi and great momentum. With a single swing of the sword, thousands of swords were broken. Such a domineering heavenly dragon sword. Xianxia said with a wild laugh. Looking at the heavenly dragon sword in the craftsman god's hand, he was extremely excited. The current grade of the heavenly dragon sword was something that even he did not dare to guess. However, looking at the situation, it seemed to be more powerful than the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. More importantly, he could feel the existence of the sword's spirit. The sword's spirit had been refined by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. However, even the Red Lotus hellfire could not do anything to the dragon soul. If the Sky Dragon Sword's subjective consciousness was not controlled by Xianxia, the dragon soul would definitely fight back after being tempered by the Red Lotus hellfire. However, in the cauldron of myriad chi, the Sky Dragon Sword seemed to have become listless. At least the cauldron of myriad chi was quite terrifying. Is it done? Xianxia murmured. One last step, spirit tempering, sharpening. The craftsman god said in an incomparably solemn tone. He raised his head and cast a glance at the entire Mount Meru. Perhaps, the entire Mount Meru would be annihilated under this divine weapon lightning tribulation. Spirit tempering? Unsheathing? Xianxia was puzzled. Spirit tempering is to use the power of the soul to temper it so that it will have more spirituality. Your Sky Dragon Sword already has a sword soul, so it doesn't need much spirit tempering. However, in order to improve it, I still have to do this. As for sharpening, it also needs the soul as a guide. Your Sky Dragon Sword has not been sharpened yet. I can only help you this much now. I hope that this Sky Dragon Sword will be able to bring you to the next level. Senior. Xianxia suddenly had a bad premonition. One side of the lotus pond, one side of the smoke, half a lifetime of misty rain, half a lifetime of fate. Myriad swords return to origin, take pity on me, destroy the heavens with my death chi. The craftsman god's incomparably domineering voice pierced through the heavens, completely enveloping the Sky Dragon Sword. The craftsman god's figure also became fainter and fainter. At this moment, Xianxia finally understood that the craftsman god wanted to use his own soul as the price to sharpen his Sky Dragon Sword, spirit tempering. Senior, why do you have to do this? How do you expect me to stand between the heavens and earth? Xianxia said with a bitter smile. However, at this moment, the 9-layered lightning tribulation above the heavens had already begun to pour down. However, all of these were blocked by the craftsman god. Remember every word I said. That person is called Shangguan Hongyan. Do not provoke that guy before reaching the hierarch realm. The Sky Dragon Sword has completed its spirit tempering and sharpening. It has already reached the peak of the primal origin treasure tool realm. This is the last divine tool that I can leave for you. Little fella, I have high hopes for you. If there comes a day when you cannot complete this mission, do not go against others head-on. Life is precious. Hatred is just a fleeting cloud. Now that it is about to disappear, I am free of Shangguan Hongyan. He. I will never forget Senior's kindness. Honorable Master, please accept my defeat. Jiang Qin knelt down heavily. Not only did the craftsman god save his life, but he also taught him everything. I only have you as my successor in this life. There is also Shangguan Hongyan, who is my sworn brother. I hope you can understand that living well is more important than hatred. The craftsman god's words were filled with kindness and kindness. I've long since grown tired of living here, being neither human nor ghost. This myriad chi cauldron and the fire spirit are yours from now on. Do not fall into the hands of evil people. I believe that you can do it. I am satisfied with my life. After the craftsman god finished speaking, he turned into a ray of light and intertwined with the heavenly dragon sword's dragon soul. In the end, he entered the heavenly dragon sword. At that moment, the light dispersed. Beyond the 9 heavens, the lightning tribulation had already descended. The entire Mount Meru was also collapsing layer by layer. Jiang Chen's eyes were slightly cold as he remembered every single word of the craftsman god. Shangguan Hongyan, I will definitely make you pay with your blood. Jiang Chen extended his hand and the sky dragon sword appeared in his hand. His domineering aura was like a rainbow as he wanted to compete with the heavens. At this moment, a fiery red figure appeared on the myriad chi cauldron. She was dressed in red, slim and graceful. With the red robe on her body, she was as charming as a fairy and as cold as a mountain. The 3,000 flying waterfall hung down to her waist. Her cold eyes stared at Jiang Chen. Her eyes were filled with killing intent and coldness. It was as if she had a blood feud with Jiang Chen. The appearance of the red-clothed lady made Jiang Chen's body tremble. This lady was so familiar yet strange at the same time. Her eyes were terrifying. Moreover, he could feel that this lady's strength was not something that he could fight against. Jiang Chen looked at the red-clothed lady in shock. Father died because of you. The lady's red lips opened slightly. Her voice was like a silver bell, but there was no trace of emotion. You are the fire spirit of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus? Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk. He was a little surprised. He did not expect the red spirit to be a lady. Her beauty was unparalleled. Compared to Goddess Luo, she was even more captivating. However, her arrogance and coldness made it hard for Jiang Chen to accept it. But most importantly, she called the craftsman god father. I really want to kill you, Red Lotus said in a deep voice as she stared straight at Jiang Chen. But you did not make a move. This means that you understand that it's impossible to defeat Shangguan Hongyan by yourself. In the future, I will definitely kill him to avenge Master. Chapter 2173. By the way, there's one thing I don't understand. What's that bronze throne? Jiang Chen looked at Red Lotus. It's something that you don't deserve to know. Red Lotus Ling Ling said. It's something that even I can't melt. You'll understand when your strength reaches a certain realm. I will seal myself in the myriad chi cauldron. Unless you reach the hierarch realm, I will not appear. By then, I hope you'll keep your promise and kill that heaven-defying thief Shangguan Hongyan with me. After that, the fire spirit turned into a flame and went into the myriad chi cauldron. At that moment, a scarlet flame red lotus mark appeared on the myriad chi cauldron. I never expected the fire spirit to be a woman. Moreover, she can turn into a human form. Master said that I can use the karmic fire of the red lotus. Seems like I can only pray for myself. Jiang Chen touched his nose and said. The terrifying strength that Red Lotus displayed just now was unpredictable. However, she did not take action immediately, which meant that she could tell the good from the bad. Moreover, Red Lotus was right about one thing. The craftsman god did die because of him and disappeared from the world. It made him feel guilty. Master, I will not let you down. Don't worry. Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He hoped that one day he could kill Shangguan Hongyan with his own hands and take revenge for the craftsman god. Jiang Chen didn't know that Mount Meru had completely collapsed at this moment. The 9 tribulation heavenly lightning had completely flattened the entire Mount Meru. Rocks were rolling down from the sky and the earth was cracking. 3 figures instantly flew out. They were Moling Dongchen, Goddess Luo and Luo Wenhao. The 3 of them were covered in dust and their faces were extremely ugly. During this period of time they were trapped in the divine treasury. Initially they thought that it would be easy for them to return. However, they never expected that they would be trapped for dozens of days. If the 9 tribulation heavenly lightning did not destroy Mount Meru, it would not be easy for the 3 of them to get out of the maze. It's the 9 tribulation heavenly lightning? Xinyu, who looked at Mount Meru in shock and murmured. As expected of the number 1 god of craftsmanship in the world. A centipede dies but doesn't fall down. He can actually forge a primal origin treasure at this time. It's really terrifying. A solemn expression appeared on his face. The craftsman god, who is known to be invincible below the god-emperor realm, is indeed peerless in his generation. Xinyu, who admired the craftsman god from the bottom of his heart. Even if it were divine emperors, there was still a difference in strength between divine emperors. The craftsman god was the strongest divine emperor. His refining technique had shocked the world. Even divine emperors were willing to befriend him. But no matter how powerful he has still turned into a pile of dirt in the end. Isn't he still neither human nor ghost? Haha, this time as long as I take down 200,000 human cultivators, I will be able to reincarnate and regain my godly position. If he could obtain a peerless divine artifact from the craftsman god and use it as his samsara's life treasure, it would be a wonderful thing for him. Likewise, I also need 200,000. Xinyu, who glanced at Ganyu Juimu and said, "Then let's see who can snatch more? I can't wait anymore." Ganyu Juimu shrugged his shoulders and said. He was like a sharp arrow piercing through the sky. The whole Mount Meru was still in turmoil. The 9 tribulation heavenly lightning had struck down on the world. Tens of thousands of people were killed by the shockwaves and lightning strikes. One could not even bear to look at it. Lowly humans, your doomsday is coming soon. Ganyu Juimu said faintly. 50,000 divine souls instantly rushed into the crowd. 2 to 300,000 ninth-grade immortal sovereigns were scared out of their wits. Whoosh! A yellow shadow jumped onto Goddess Luo's shoulder. It turned out to be a very cute pug with bright and beautiful fur. It squatted on her shoulder and licked her neck. Goddess Luo was shocked. She hugged the pug in her arms and even showed a doting look. What a cute puppy. The pug kept rubbing against Goddess Luo's chest. Even if she was an ice goddess, she couldn't help but be amused by the pug at this moment. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. After surviving a calamity, she finally escaped from the calamity. You're really a lucky dog. I wonder who brought you into the divine tomb. Goddess Luo murmured and patted the pug's head. The pug fell into Goddess Luo's arms and stared at Goddess Luo lecherously with its pair of small eyes. This is definitely a lecherous dog. Luo Wenhao's face turned gloomy. At this moment he wished he could turn into a dog in Goddess Luo's arms. Even a dog could not be compared to this. This made Luo Wenhao's heart ache. Woof woof. Woof woof. The chubby yellow pug bit at Luo Wenhao twice, as if it was rebuking Luo Wenhao's slander. Why are you so calculative with a dog? Moling Dongchen looked at Luo Wenhao, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Even an idiot could see that he was deeply in love with Goddess Luo, but she might not bite him. Now that a dog had the upper hand, it made Luo Wenhao even more furious. This damn dog was still showing off its prowess in front of him. Since you don't have a master now, follow me from now on. Goddess Luo stroked the pug affectionately. The pug was in her arms, wagging its little tail and rubbing against her chest fiercely. Luo Wenhao was so angry that he wanted to skin this pug and eat its meat. This guy still had an intoxicated expression on his face. He was really a winner in his life. Compared to him, Luo Wenhao felt that he was living in a grievance. Look, that's a black mass. Is that the Divine Soul Army? Moling Dongchen's countenance changed and said in a deep voice. The 3 of them had just escaped from danger, but they had never expected that they would fall into a trap again. This Divine Soul Army was obviously in good order. An army of 100,000 divine souls was quite powerful. It was not a problem for them to fight against 5 9th-grade immortal sovereigns. The 200,000 human cultivators were now in a passive situation. No one could stop them from killing and harvesting like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Are we going to take action? Luo Wenhao looked at Moling Dongchen. It's too cruel. I think if I run away now, I will be condemned for the rest of my life. Moling Dongchen obviously did not want to leave. Alright, I'll follow you. Let's see who can kill more divine souls. Although I'm not the savior of the world, I can't run away this time. Luo Wenhao laughed and said. Chapter 2174. At this moment the entire Mount Meru had become a living hell. More than 300,000 human cultivators were forced into a dead end by the divine souls. In the blink of an eye, more than 40 to 50,000 human powerhouses had their lives harvested by these people. Life at this moment seemed insignificant and fragile. To everyone who entered the divine world this was a test. Only less than 1 out of 10 could enter the divine world. Mount Meru has collapsed. It has been razed to the ground by the heavenly lightning. There are so many divine souls here. I'm afraid we're in danger. Xian said in a deep voice. His expression changed. They couldn't find Boss Xianxia. At this moment they were in despair. Everyone said that Boss Xianxia might have fallen. If one person said it they wouldn't believe it. If 2, 3 or 10 people said it they still wouldn't believe it. But when tens of thousands of people said it, they had no choice but to believe it. We must leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise these divine souls will devour us. This group of terrifying fellows is too powerful. Ordinary 9th grade immortal sovereigns will be as easy as the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves in their hands. They won't even have the strength to fight back. Lu Dong's expression was solemn. If they didn't leave now they might be annihilated. The current Mount Meru was in a mess. I'm not leaving. If you want to leave then leave. If he's alive I want to see him. If he's dead I want to see his corpse. I must see Master Jiang Chen's corpse. Otherwise I will not leave. Jiang Xinxin said solemnly. At this moment no one would have thought that she would be so determined. She firmly believed that Master Jiang Chen was still alive. Now I'm afraid we can't leave even if we want to. There are so many divine souls here. I'm afraid everyone here can't leave. Yesheng Yunwang said with a cold look on his face. Even he was a little moved at this moment. Then what are we waiting for? Fight. Even if we die we'll drag a few of them down with us. Moreover we might not lose. Xian laughed and said. He looked calm. At this moment the most important and rare thing to do was to disregard life and death. Xian is right. Even if young Master Jiang Chen is no longer here, we can't disgrace him. The Sword God Alliance will not let a coward live. Kill him. Lu Dong took the lead and charged into the crowd, killing until the sky turned dark. Nearly 300,000 terrifying human cultivators rose up to fight back. Each of them knew that if they didn't fight desperately at this time, no one would survive. Because they had been bullied by these divine souls the moment they entered the tomb of the god of sin. Countless people and companions had died in the hands of these divine souls. They were the life-reaping hooks of human experts. Moling Dongchen and Luo Wenhao took the lead and swept everything in their way. Both of their strength had reached the late void god realm. Moling Dongchen was even stronger than them. His robe was as white as snow and he was holding a feather fan. He was invincible. More than 10 divine souls were crushed by him in just a short moment. Luo Wenhao and Goddess Luo did not want to be outdone. With their cooperation they were not any weaker than Moling Dongchen. Thousands of divine souls were completely destroyed by them and their souls were scattered into nothingness. Not bad. To think that there's such an expert here. He doesn't seem to be from this world. Geng Zhimu smiled. He saw Moling Dongchen and immediately recognized that he was from the Mo family of the divine world. As a divine emperor expert, Geng Zhimu was once a supreme expert in the divine world. However, he had fallen to such a state. He had to collect the essence, chi and spirit of millions of human experts in order to reincarnate and return to his position as a god. Young man, you're quite strong. Are you from the Mo family? Geng Zhimu said with a smile. Who are you? I didn't expect you to know that I'm from the Mo family. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice as he looked at Gongyang Zhimu. Gongyang Zhimu was able to know his strength and background just by looking at his skills. This man was very terrifying. He might be a super powerful expert when he was alive. Who am I? He. Who's your master? Geng Zhimu said with a smile. Mo Fong. Mo Fong? This fellow actually became the Mo clan's clan head? Things remain the same but people have changed. In the past when I was still in the divine world, Mo Fong was just a junior in the Mo family. However, he was still considered as an outstanding young man. I've been to your Mo family once. However, we parted on bad terms. Geng Zhimu shook his head and sighed. You are? Moling Dongchen's pupils shrunk. This guy seemed to be a peerless evil spirit from many years ago. Geng Zhimu. Never heard of you. Moling Dongchen said faintly. Geng Jimu's face slightly stiffened and the corner of his mouth became colder. I didn't expect you to be such an arrogant guy. Then just die here. No matter what you came here for, the tomb of the god of sin is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Geng Jimu gritted his teeth and stared at Moling Dongchen. He wanted to see Moling Dongchen's shocked expression. He was also an overlord in the divine world. However, Moling Dongchen was not shocked at all. Instead, Moling Dongchen looked at him with disdain. Even if you're a peerless divine emperor when you were alive, you're just a divine soul now. I'm afraid it's not that easy to kill me. Moling Dongchen sneered. It seems like you're not worried about your current situation. Alright, I'll let you know that the divine world and the divine tomb are two completely different places. You're here for the inheritance of the craftsman god. You're destined to die here. I think you've seen the mightiness of the craftsman god. So it's a worthy death. You're lucky to be able to escape from the underground divine treasure. It's a pity that you've met me. Geng Jimu held his long sword and pointed it at Moling Dongchen. His expression became colder and colder. The battle was about to start. All right. Let me see how powerful the peerless evil spirit from millions of years ago is. Moling Dongchen held his folding fan and did not retreat. Instead, he moved closer to Geng Jimu. Both of them were opposing each other. None of them took a step back. Terrifying thunderbolts flashed from Geng Jimu's long sword. This is my heavenly divine tool, Thundersword. Now let me baptize you with thunderbolts. You'll pay for your arrogance. Geng Jimu seemed to have sentenced Moling Dongchen to death. Even so, it's already a broken heavenly divine tool. Just like your soul, no matter how glorious you were when you were alive, you're still a centipede. I'm going to kill you. Chapter 2175. Facing Moling Dongchen's mockery, Geng Jimu's face turned gloomy. How mighty was he in the past? Even the Mo family's patriarch would not dare to be arrogant in front of him. But now he was just a remnant soul. Naturally, it was hard for him to improve his strength. This made Geng Jimu feel like a tiger being bullied by a dog. As for Geng Jimu, he had had enough of the feeling of being trapped in hell. He couldn't wait to get out and be reborn. Therefore, he had to kill more people and make more people bow down to him. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Moling Dongchen and Geng Jimu were like needles against each other. The smell of gunpowder was strong. Two figures instantly turned into two streams of light, piercing the sky and intertwining with each other. The streams of light rotated rapidly and their momentum was overbearing. The two of them kept colliding with each other. The terrifying power even made the surrounding people's faces turn pale as they were almost affected by the impact. Countless divine soul experts and 9th-grade immortal sovereigns had noticed this scene. The battle between Moling Dongchen and Geng Jimu had escalated to the highest stage. As soon as they took action, the area within 100 miles was filled with fire and thunder. It was terrifying. Moling Dongchen's feather fan and silk scarf were shooting out wind blades that were moving across the sky and earth. Geng Jimu slashed down with his sword. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The thunder sword was extremely terrifying. Even though it was not as powerful as before, it was still a heavenly divine tool. Moling Dongchen's strength was not ordinary. However, he seemed insignificant in front of Geng Jimu, because Geng Jimu was close to becoming a true god. Most importantly, Geng Jimu's experience was incomparable to Moling Dongchen. Geng Jimu was a famous feudal lord in the past. Moling Dongchen knew how terrifying this guy was. So he could only retreat while fighting. Otherwise, he would definitely lose if he fought with Geng Jimu till the end. From the looks of it, the two of you are also from the god world. Xinyu Hu glanced at the two of them and said with a smile. At this moment, Luo Wenhao and Goddess Luo were surrounded by Xinyu Hu and the others. The three of them were the strongest among them. As long as these three people from the divine world were dealt with, the group of 9th-grade immortal sovereigns and those self-proclaimed geniuses who had broken through to the void god realm would not be able to escape. So what? A mere ultimate god soul wants to kill us? You really overestimate yourself. Luo Wenhao sneered. He knew that those fellows in the divine tomb were just pretending to be powerful. No matter how powerful they were in the past, they were just souls now. Even if they were at the hierarch realm, they might not be able to gain the upper hand against him. Luo Wenhao was also a young genius of the Luo god clan. You sure talk big. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? You actually dare to strut around here? Why don't you take a look at where you are? Xinyu Hu smiled indifferently as if he had already seen Luo Wenhao and Goddess Luo as turtles in a jar. I don't believe that you dare to attack the people of the Luo God clan. Luo Wenhao said proudly. As a member of the Luo God clan, he was born with a prideful bloodline. The Luo God clan was an ancient clan that stood above the divine beasts. They even had a God Emperor expert. Even in the entire divine world, the Luo God clan was famous. You're from the Luo God clan? Xinyu Hu squinted his eyes. If you're afraid, then get lost. Do you think that anyone can enter the divine tomb? If it wasn't for my clan's old ancestor who opened the passage for us to enter the divine tomb, this place would have been turned into a burial ground by you guys. A bunch of lowly divine souls. You're already dead. Do you still want to act like a tyrant here? Woof 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 woof. The little pug on Goddess Luo's shoulder barked twice as if it was agreeing with Xinyu Hu. Even a pug knows that you guys are not good people. Do you still want to fight with us? Good good good. You've really opened my eyes. God Luo God clan, you're actually from the Luo God clan. Xinyu Hu laughed coldly. Goddess Luo's expression changed slightly. He seemed to have felt something. God Luo God clan? What a coincidence. Xinyu Hu's brother Xinyu Long sneered. The 12 of them were filled with coldness. They looked at Goddess Luo and Luo Wenhao as if they wanted to eat them alive. Why, are you afraid? Luo Wenhao said indifferently. If it's another ancient clan, perhaps we wouldn't dare to offend them. Because those old guys do have some tricks up their sleeves. They even managed to enter the divine tomb. You can only blame yourselves for being from the Luo God clan. Could it be that you're Xinyu Hu? The 12 Zodiac Guardian God. Goddess Luo's expression changed drastically. At this moment even Luo Wenhao felt a little shocked. Isn't it a little too late to know this now? You guys came to us on your own accord. The 12 of us did not look for you guys on our own accord. Xinyu Long glanced at Xinyu Hu and then at each other. Both of them felt extremely indignant. If it was an ordinary hierarch expert, perhaps Goddess Luo and Luo Wenhao would not care. However, the other party was the 12 Zodiac Guardian God, and the Xinyu clan was also a famous clan in the divine world. Although the 12 brothers were only at the late hierarch realm, they managed to kill a mid-divine emperor expert when they joined forces. In the end, the God Luo clan's great expert took action and killed the 12 of them. However, because of this, the Xinyu clan was unable to recover and they hated the God Luo clan to the core. All of these were recorded in the ancient books of the God Luo clan. It could be considered as an earth-shattering event. These 12 people then appeared in Goddess Luo's mind. When these 12 hierarch experts joined forces, they were invincible. They were also powerful experts in the past. Now that they appeared in front of Goddess Luo and Luo Wenhao, how could they not be shocked? I'm afraid this is going to be a tough battle. If we really can't win, you leave first. Don't worry about me. Luo Wenhao was still a man and whispered to Goddess Luo who was beside him. If you want to leave, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Weren't you guys very arrogant just now? The 12 of us will start with the 2 of you. God Luo clan's people will be killed without mercy. Xinyu Hu's eyes suddenly narrowed as he roared. The 11 brothers behind him had all turned violent at this moment. The enmity between them and the Luo God clan was absolutely irreconcilable. Therefore, at this moment the brothers of the Xinyu clan were even more eager to give it a try. The 12 Zodiac Guardian God of the past, today's battle to the death. There's no way to avoid it. We can only fight. Chapter 2176. Alright, I'll fight till the end. Luo Wenhao took the lead, followed by Goddess Luo. Both of their strengths were not to be underestimated. The 12 Zodiac Guardian Gods might not be able to defeat them quickly. Luo Wenhao gave his all. He wanted to prove himself in this battle, especially not to let the woman he loved suffer any harm, even if she did not like him. Luo Wenhao pressed forward step by step, fighting against the 6 experts alone. Both of them were not hierarch experts after all. Their strength was at most around the late Void God realm. They might not be able to suppress Luo Wenhao completely. Xinyu Hu and Xinyu Long were the strongest. They took the lead and broke through the enemy's ranks. Luo Wenhao's strength had disappeared at this moment. He was forced into a difficult situation. On the other side, Goddess Luo was also showing signs of defeat. Her sleeves were long and sleeves were dancing, freezing 1,000 miles. dancing the universe, filling the air with mist. Each of her moves was natural. Even though she was in a disadvantageous position, she was still graceful, cold and charming, like a fairy from the 9 heavens, untainted by dust. Luo Wenhao was forced to the point where he had no strength to fight back. He was continuously injured, but there was nothing he could do. The 12 zodiac guardian gods really lived up to their name. Luo Wenhao had already used all his trump cards, striking out terrifying seals one after another, but it was useless. Luo Hua Yi Ren from the water side. Goddess Luo's red lips opened slightly. Facing the encirclement of 6 people, even if she was very strong, she could not turn the situation around. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of 9th-grade immortal sovereigns, a quarter of them had already died, leaving less than 200,000 of them. In this divine tomb, life was like grass. No one would care if they died. They wouldn't even have a divine spark. Once they died, everything would be over. I'm not willing. I've cultivated for more than 37,000 years. I didn't expect to die in this godforsaken place without even seeing the gate of the divine world. I hate it. Some people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They were unwilling to be crushed and killed by their divine souls. They didn't even have the chance to enter the god world. They didn't even know where the gate to the god world was. Fuck, a group of things that should have died long ago. Why am I trapped here? Bullshit tomb of the god of sin. I hate the unfairness of heaven. Is this the reincarnation of the way of heaven? Some people pointed at the sky and cursed, hating the heavens for being unfair and the impermanence of the heavenly Tao. I don't want to die. Even if I die, I want to die a glorious death. What's the point of being killed by a soul in the tomb of the god of ghosts? Who can tell me? Even if I have to fight a god, I will die without regrets. Everyone's heart was filled with resentment and unwillingness. However, they couldn't change anything. There were still so many people dying miserably. Moreover, the number was still rising. To them, this was like a battle between cornered beasts. They could only fight to the death. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to escape. Many void god experts were crushed. The terror of a divine soul expert was far beyond what they could resist. Indeed, after cultivating for millions of years, they couldn't even see the gate to the god world. They were going to die in the hands of a group of divine souls. Who could forgive them? Resentment filled the entire Mount Meru. Wails of ghosts and howls of wolves lingered in the air. That scene was extremely tragic and unreasonable. Death and killing had completely become the main theme of the tomb of the god of sin. No one could stay out of it. At this moment, Moling Dongshan was beaten to the point that he had no strength to fight back. Although he was unforgiving with his words, there was still a gap between his strength and Moling Dongshan's. After being injured continuously, he was now like an arrow at the end of its flight. You're still too young. Get lost. Moling Dongshan was pushed back with a slash of his sword. Moling Dongshan spurted out a mouthful of blood. He looked quite embarrassed. Goddess Luo and Luo Wenhao didn't look good either. The strength of the 12 zodiac guardians was unquestionable. The position of a hierarch divine soul was unshakable. Luo Wenhao was forced to retreat step by step. He was forced to a dead end. Xinyu who continued to attack heavily, sending Luo Wenhao flying away. Luo Wenhao crashed into an ancient tree and was completely broken. On the other hand, Goddess Luo was not in a good situation either. She was forced into a difficult situation by the 6 of them. Even though she was a goddess, she had become weaker. Her pretty face was covered with frost. No one could stay out of this battle. Otherwise, they would be the first to be at the bottom. A little girl wants to compete with us? You're overestimating yourself. Xinyu Long stood up with great strength. Each of his attacks was fatal. Goddess Luo was overwhelmed. Woof woof. Woof woof. 2 dog barks were heard. Xinyu Long's shoulder was bitten by the pug. He was in so much pain that he grimaced in pain. It was a kind of pain that came from the depth of his soul. Moreover, he was bitten by a dog. It was too shameful. Stupid dog. Get lost. Xian Yulong struck his palm on the pug's body. The pug spun around and fell into Goddess Luo's arms. Little guy, thank you so much. Goddess Luo looked at the pug lovingly. Her eyes were filled with guilt because she no longer had the ability to protect it. What a strange pug. How could it block my attack and not die? Xin Yulong looked at the pug in Goddess Luo's arms. The pug actually spoke human language. He stared at Xin Yulong fiercely and clenched his teeth. Goddess Luo was even more shocked. She did not expect this guy to be so magical. He looked so cute, but he was so violent. Moreover, he even cursed. Goddess Luo did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was the complete opposite of his cute and petite appearance. Damn it. You dare to scold me? So what? I'll bite you. Bite me if you're not happy. I can tell you're a coward. The pug laid in Goddess Luo's arms and kept rubbing against her chest. He looked at Xin Yulong with disdain. At this moment, even Goddess Luo felt a little shy. She felt that this dog was a man and was rubbing against her chest. He felt really awkward. Come at me if you dare. Come at me. Let's see if Master Dog won't bite you to death. The moment the pug opened his mouth, he immediately turned into a naughty Master Dog. Even Goddess Luo was not used to it. Why don't you go down? Goddess Luo said softly. No. It's comfortable here. The pug said with a face of enjoyment. Perverted dog. Luo Wenhao clenched his teeth. However, he could not do anything. Damn it. Who are you calling a perverted dog? Have you ever seen my tall and mighty side? If the pug was not De Huang, who else could it be? Because no dog was more shameless than him. As if he felt the coldness in Goddess Luo's eyes, De Huang jumped down. The pug wagged its tail and circled around Goddess Luo. Goddess Luo, you're so beautiful. I like you. Chapter 2177. Goddess Luo's expression became serious, but she did not know whether to laugh or cry. She liked this pug very much, but she did not expect him to have such a human-like side. It was unbelievable. You damn dog, do you think we don't exist? Xin Yu, who squinted his eyes and looked at De Huang dog. Lung Ling said. Motherfucker. Why are you rushing me? Are you rushing to reincarnate? De Huang said unhappily. In fact, these guys were really rushing to reincarnate. Only by reincarnating could they regain their position as gods. Otherwise, they would be stuck in endless darkness here. Master Dog will play with you guys today. Don't worry, I will protect you. Xiao Luo, with me here no one can bully you. De Huang said like an old man. Goddess Luo shuddered when she heard the word Xiao Luo. No one had ever called her that since she was young. This pug was cute and hateful at the same time. Especially when he was so small. Wasn't he seeking his own death by standing in front of her? It's really fresh these days. Even dogs are so domineering. They're starting to show off their prowess. It's just the right time for us to loosen up our muscles and bones today. Xin Yulong laughed. I have never eaten dog meat before. But this time I want to try it. Xin Yugo muttered. His eyes were cold. He did not plan to let De Huang go. Since you guys are so arrogant, come at me together. De Huang suddenly turned into a big yellow dog. At this moment, Goddess Luo looked at him silently. No one knew what she was thinking. I alone am enough to deal with you. Xin Yugo said faintly. Alone? Hee. De Huang smiled without saying a word. You're dead. Xin Yugo took a step forward. His aura was so powerful that ordinary middle void god experts would definitely be sent flying. Such aura was quite terrifying. De Huang did not say anything and rammed his head into Xin Yugo. The terrifying and barbaric collision turned Xin Yugo into a dead dog. He died from the collision. Silence. The whole place was dead silent. Facing a late void god Xin Yugo, De Huang just rammed his head to death? Turned into ashes. Xin Yu, who didn't even have the chance to rescue him before he vanished into thin air. So weak. So weak. Big Huang laughed maniacally and wagged his big tail with a disdainful expression. This time even Luo Wenhao, who was full of disdain towards Big Yellow, was shocked. A late void god divine soul expert was killed with a single strike. Isn't this too ridiculous? But Xin Yugo's soul had truly dissipated. This was an indisputable fact. Although Goddess Luo could see that Big Huang was a little mystical, Big Huang's means still shocked her. Such power was simply incomparably ferocious. There's something strange about this guy. Let's attack together and kill him first. Xin Yu, who said in a deep voice. The 10 brothers behind him also had a solemn expression. They didn't expect that this De Huang dog would actually kill their brothers with a single hit. This kind of power was simply terrifying. I didn't expect this dog to have such abilities. But in the end it's just a dog. Luo Wenhao felt a little awkward because De Huang was always in Goddess Luo's arms. How could he not be angry? This guy came out of nowhere and directly jumped into Goddess Luo's arms. Goddess Luo didn't seem to have any resistance. Are you trying to say that you're worse than a dog? Goddess Luo said indifferently. Luo Wenhao wanted to cry but had no tears. He couldn't even speak. This indeed made him a little speechless. Let's attack together. This Lord Dog can deal with you all so I can play with my little sister. De Huang chuckled. Goddess Luo's face turned red. How could she make life difficult for a dog? But when she thought of him rubbing against her arms just now, Goddess Luo felt a little complicated. Her tender and fair face showed an absent-minded look. Be careful, Goddess Luo said in a low voice. Goldie directly charged to the front and engaged in battle with Xinyu Hu and the other 10. The 11 of them were having a dog fight in Mount Meru. Xinyu Hu and Xinyu Long were the strongest among them. They took the lead and didn't plan to give De Huang any chance. They were determined to kill him. Not bad. Your strength is not bad. Have a taste of Lord Dog's brutal charge first. Hee. De Huang sneered and quickly rushed forward. He didn't panic even when he was surrounded by so many people. However, Xinyu Long and Xinyu Hu were already prepared. After all, they were once hierarch experts and had rich experience. De Huang couldn't be compared with them. The two of them knew that De Huang's toughest part was his head. At this moment they did the opposite and attacked his butt. They would definitely get an unexpected result. Die, stupid dog. Xinyu Hu hit De Huang's head with his palm. De Huang roared and took a step back. Behind him, Xinyu Long and his 4 brothers also rushed forward and attacked the back of De Huang's body. Want to sneak attack me? No way. De Huang sneered. At this moment, De Huang used all his strength and his body shook. Puff, puff, puff. 3 consecutive farts resounded like thunder. Xinyu Long's expression changed instantly. 2 of his brothers were blown away by Big Huang's 3 farts. They were in a sorry state. Moreover, a stench rose up to the sky. Even Goddess Luo and Luo Wenhao, who were far away, could not help but feel nauseous. These 3 farts were really too smelly. Shit. It can't be. Why is it so stinky? I can't take it anymore. Blarg. Luo Wenhao vomited. Goddess Luo covered her mouth and nose and frowned. However, she was laughing in her heart. This dog is too bad. Even the 2 of them were feeling so uncomfortable, let alone those guys who bore the brunt of it. They were probably starting to doubt their lives from the shock, weren't they? Motherfucker, how can there be such a stinky fart in this world? Xian Yulong was completely driven mad. This guy was too despicable. Second brother, your body is full of dog shit. Xinyu Niu said in a low voice. His face was pale. He covered his mouth and nose and quickly retreated. Even his strength was suppressed by this stinky fart. Xinyu Long looked down. It was true. His body, feet and legs were all covered with dog shit. He was on the verge of going crazy. His anger soared to the sky. Damn dog, if I don't kill you, I'm not a human. One could imagine how furious Xinyu Long was. Even now he didn't dare to breathe. Within a radius of 10 miles the stench was overwhelming. This was Big Yellow's peerless fart, enough to strike fear into people's hearts. However, this was the first time they tried it. Master Dog's fart smells good, right? De Huang wagged his tail. His dog face was full of pride. Xinyu Long and the others rolled their eyes. Even Xinyu, who quickly retreated away from De Huang. These 3 farts were unparalleled. No one dared to get close to them. If this dog is not killed, the heavens will not tolerate it. Xinyu Long's anger was undoubtedly the greatest because he was the first to bear the brunt of those 3 farts. He was a dignified hierarch expert when he was alive. Even if he had died thousands of years ago, his past glory was still inviolable to him. Now he was like a tiger that fell to the plains. He was really bullied by a dog. This was intolerable. Chapter 2178. Xinyu Long's thunderous roar was deafening. The entire Mount Meru could hear his roar. The expression of the fart remained unchanged. He furrowed his brows. The stench was so strong that even he could smell it. The might of the stinky fart of that damn dog was not to be underestimated. Could even affect the mind of others. Come and kill this master dog. I'm waiting. I can't wait anymore. De Huang dog wagged his tail, showing off his prowess. Xinyu Hu, Xinyu Long and the others were enraged. Kill this dog. We must not let him leave this place alive. Xinyu Long rushed to the front. He hated De Huang to the core. A dog-killing battle had begun. De Huang dog's head was extremely hard. He kept ramming towards Xin Yu and the others. However, there were too many of them. Moreover, all of them had reached the late void god realm. The divine soul of a hierarch expert was not to be underestimated. Soul-crunching echo. De Huang roared. His voice could be heard from 100 li away. Xin Yu and the others were shocked. At this moment, other than Xin Yulong and Xin Yu, everyone else was injured by the soul-crunching echo. Especially the divine soul. Even Xin Yu and Xin Yulong could not help but retreat quickly. Their expressions slightly changed. What a cunning bastard. Where are you running to? Xin Yu chased after him. This time, De Huang had nowhere to run. He followed Xin Yu and his brothers and started a crazy dogfighting battle. 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands. Although De Huang's strength had reached the middle void god realm, he could even fight against a late void god. However, he was not able to fight against so many people. As time passed, he was gradually suppressed by Xin Yu and Xin Yulong. Motherfucker. It hurts. Hit Master Dog's head if you have the guts. Don't use these dirty tricks. Big Yellow was extremely dissatisfied and muttered. At this moment he could only run away. Goddess Luo was shocked to see De Huang running away in panic. All of you scram. De Huang roared and charged forward, directly smashing into Xin Yulong. However, he was pushed back by Xin Yulong's attack. Damn it, it hurts. De Huang roared. The battle has just begun. Damn dog, today is your doom. Xin Yu also took advantage of the situation to greet him. Taking advantage of your weakness, he naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. De Huang howled as he was once again blasted flying by Xin Yu and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The dog's head drooped, looking listless. Even its fur seemed to have turned gray. Die. Damn dog, I want to avenge my dead brothers. You can be the sacrifice. Xin Yu and Xin Yulong charged forward at the same time, instantly increasing the pressure on De Huang. Not good. Goddess Luo rushed over at this moment and carried Big Yellow in her arms, dodging Xin Yu's attack by a hair's breadth. However, she was still hit by Xin Yulong's palm. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Her pretty face was deathly pale. Xianxia, you bastard. If you were by my side, would Master Dog be bullied? I don't believe it. I don't believe that you will die here so easily. De Huang's roar was terrifying. It's useless even if you shout yourself hoarse. Today no one can save you. Xin Yu sneered. Goddess Luo carried De Huang, 1 person and 1 dog. At this moment, there was a hint of sadness in their eyes. You're not qualified to sacrifice my brothers. Today all of you here must die. A cold yell echoed 500 kilometers away. Big Yellow was taken aback and it shouted, Big Yellow, I'm going to kill you. Ah, Master Dog knew that you wouldn't die so easily. This voice? Could it be Xianxia? Luo Wenhao's body trembled and his face was filled with joy. Could it be that Xianxia is still alive? That's impossible, right? He was devoured by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, and that Long Shan couldn't find him even after searching the entire refining god palace. How could he escape from this calamity? It's him. Who else could it be other than him? Ah. De Huang laughed and said, We're saved, goddess. De Huang lied on Goddess Luo's body and said, You stinky dog, get off me. Goddess Luo curled her lips and said. Her face was red. You know Xianxia? That's right, that's my best friend. Master Dog's human pet. Big Yellow barked and beamed with joy. Damn dog, who's your human pet? We haven't met for so long and you're still so shameless. Xianxia scolded with a smile. At this moment Xianxia stood proudly in the void, standing in front of De Huang. Cough cough. Goddess is here. Can you give me some face? Little Chinziha. De Huang dog stood beside Goddess Luo looking majestic. Even though he was injured, he still refused to be in a disadvantageous position. Really, I can't believe you're still alive. Goddess Luo and Luo Wenhao looked at Xianxia in shock. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune. Brother Jiang, how have you been? Luo Wenhao smiled indifferently. Yeah. Xianxia looked at De Huang dog. This guy is following behind Goddess Luo. Could it be that he has fallen for her? Why are you still standing there? Those people want to kill me and make dog meat for them. You must avenge me. De Huang showed an expression of a fox exploiting the tiger's might. However, Luo Wenhao and Goddess Luo were a little worried. Although Jiang Chen's strength was not ordinary, he was still a 9th-grade immortal sovereign. He had not broken through until now. So, it was still difficult for him to fight against these 12 zodiac guardians. At this moment, Moling Dongchen also noticed the appearance of Jiang Chen. He was also beaten back by Guang Juimu, and his condition was worrying. Brother Jiang Chen. Moling Dongchen retreated while fighting. He also came to this side. Now they were all spent. Only Jiang Chen was standing proudly in the sky. 9th-grade immortal sovereign. However, he was only a 9th-grade immortal sovereign. A 9th-grade immortal sovereign wants to stop us? What a fool's dream. It's just a matter of one more person dying or one less. Xinyu Hu said disdainfully. Jiang Chen's appearance did not cause any ripples in his heart. You're being looked down upon, little Chenzi. Master Dog is already a middle void god. You're too weak. De Huang Dog said mockingly. However, he believed that his brother would definitely be able to turn the situation around. I am now. But I might not be able to in a while. Jiang Chen said with a smile. If he wanted to break through, he would have done so already. However, he had been suppressing the majestic energy in his body, causing his dragon marks to erupt. Next time his dragon marks would definitely grow like a blowout. He just wanted to lay a good foundation so that his foundation would be more reliable than others. There were differences in strength among 9th-grade immortal sovereigns. It was even more so for void gods. Once Jiang Chen truly entered the void god realm, it would not be difficult for him to fight against these late void god divine souls. Boasting shamelessly. You're really in cahoots. You're just like this De Huang Dog. You're also good at boasting. But in the end you're still defeated by us. Hehe. You're just overestimating yourself. Xin Yulong was full of disdain towards Jiang Chen, a 9th-grade immortal sovereign. Only De Huang Dog was full of confidence towards Jiang Chen. Can Jiang Chen really stop them? Goddess Luo looked at De Huang Dog beside her and said in a low voice. Others might not be able to, but he can definitely do it. Because his name is Jiang Chen. Chapter 2179. Looks like you trust him a lot. Goddess Luo said. That's for sure. He's my brother. Back in the immortal world we were invincible. No one could defeat us. Only Jiang Chen could barely fight me to a draw, said Jiang Chen with a smile. De Huang Dog patted his chest and said. Then why didn't you defeat these divine souls? Goddess Luo looked at De Huang Dog with interest. Little Luo, you're going to kill the conversation if you keep talking like this. De Huang Dog was obviously embarrassed. You're not going to stoop down to the same level as a dog. Jiang Chen couldn't help but snort at Xian Yulong. Hey little Chenzi, what do you mean? If you want to fight, then fight. What do you mean stoop down to the same level as a dog? This master dog feels uncomfortable listening to you. De Huang Dog said with extreme dissatisfaction. Wait till I get rid of you first, then I'll deal with that dog. He pulled my leg, not even his poop and fart. This kind of animal shouldn't live in this world. Xian Yulong harumphed coldly and rushed towards Jiang Chen. His momentum was powerful and imposing. 5 elements combat dragon seal. Jiang Chen struck out a seal. Both of them were evenly matched, no one could gain the upper hand. Moreover, Jiang Chen's aura was still rising. A 9th-grade immortal sovereign wasn't that easy to defeat. Not bad. You have some skills. No wonder you dare to show off. But that's all there is to it. Why would I need a butcher's knife to kill you? Xian Yulong attacked again. His terrifying sword aura shook the heavens and earth. His invincible stance forced Jiang Chen to go all out. The strength of a 9th-grade immortal sovereign is still too weak. Jiang Chen smiled and murmured. In that case, let's make a breakthrough here. I want to see who can stop me. As soon as Jiang Chen finished his words, Xin Yulong continued to rush towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was unleashed and the sword qi was 800 meters long, causing the surroundings to tremble. The heavenly dragon sword's draconic aura rippled and thousands of swords were broken. The sword in Xin Yulong's hand was directly broken and he was pushed back more than 10 li. His entire body was injured by the sword qi and even his divine soul shadow became dimmer. Such a domineering sword. Xin Yu Hu sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, the other person who was deeply shocked was Gong Yang Juimu. Such a powerful sword was simply a peerless divine weapon. It was even more terrifying than a heavenly divine tool. It was at least a primordial divine tool. Could this be the masterpiece of the craftsman god? He looked at Jiang Chen unhurriedly. I want this sword. If you hand it over now, I might be able to take your life. Do you really think that you're the king of heaven? You want my sword? Why don't you open your dog eyes and see if you're qualified to use my sword? Jiang Chen struck out his sword and soared into the sky. The light of the sword turned into a rainbow and swept across the dark void like a thunderbolt. Wherever the light of the sword passed, the void became dark. Gongyang Jimu used both of his hands to block the attack, but he was forced back 7 steps by the sword light. His expression became solemn. 9th grade Immortal Sovereign. Is he really only a 9th grade Immortal Sovereign? Gongyang Jimu thought in his heart. Even he was pushed back by Yi Shiwen. It must be the sword in his hand. Such a terrifying sword light, such a strange divine sword. This sword, I'm definitely taking it. Gongyang Jimu's eyes lit up. No one was clearer than him about the value of this sword. It was priceless. Moreover, this was definitely the masterpiece of the craftsman god. The lightning tribulation must have been triggered by this sword. The mightiness of the sword shone brightly. It was soul-stirring. Jiang Chen's appearance had completely shocked everyone. Although Goddess Luo and Moling Dongshan did not know how Jiang Chen survived and how he came out, they knew that this guy must have experienced a lot of things. His heavenly dragon sword wasn't this powerful before. De Huang Dog was the most shocked. The current heavenly dragon sword made his heart palpitate. In other words, this heavenly dragon sword was like a peerless divine weapon. The sword aura and sword light gave people a feeling of invincibility. Indeed, the previous heavenly dragon sword wasn't this powerful. He could fight against a late void god as a 9th grade immortal sovereign. It's mostly because of this sword. Goddess Luo nodded and said. In the distance, Yexing Yunwang, Jiang Xinxin, and the others were also fighting a group of enemies. When facing the divine souls, they could at least protect themselves and not be slaughtered by the divine souls. It's him. It's him. He's still alive. Jiang Xinxin looked at Jiang Chen's direction. That sword strike had shocked the world and everyone was shocked. It's really Boss Jiang Chen. Ah, I knew it. Boss won't fall so easily. What a terrifying sword. I think I'll be killed in a second. Mo Kihan laughed and said. Everyone seemed to have found their backbone and began to fight with all their strength. In the eyes of the Sword God Alliance, Jiang Chen was an omnipotent god. Boss has returned. We must not embarrass him. Lu Dong said in a deep voice. He swept across the sky and killed another divine soul. His spear pierced through the void with unparalleled might. However, compared to Jiang Chen, it was like comparing the stars to the moon. Lu Dong is right. Boss Jiang Chen has returned. I'm afraid the day of our victory is not far away. Yexing Yunwang raised his sword and stood proudly. He had killed quite a number of divine souls. Some of the void god experts could already fight against these divine souls. Everyone worked together and started to fight against the divine souls. Although there were many who fell, there were still some who persevered. Only by surviving would there be hope. Jiang Chen's 2 attacks had shocked a lot of people. In order to make sure that everything was going well, even Gongyang Jimu looked at Xinyu who. Let's attack together. Brother Xinyu, kill this monster and we'll make arrangements. What do you think? Exactly. No matter how strong he is, we must kill him in the cradle. In this tomb of the god of sin, there has never been anyone who could suppress us. Xinyu who was also unconvinced. However, they were still afraid of the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand. Even Xinyu who did not dare to say that he could defeat Jiang Chen. That's great. Let's get rid of these guys first. It's not too late to reward them later. Guang Zhimu said with a laugh. However, at this moment the thunderclouds in the sky had already gathered. Moreover, all of them were gathering towards Jiang Chen. The thunderclouds were rolling in all directions. Everyone stared at the scene because the thunderclouds were too terrifying and too dense. It was as if the sky was going to collapse. Moreover, the distance between them and the thunderclouds was less than 100 meters. Could it be that this guy is going to break through his tribulation at this time? Guang Jimu frowned and said. Isn't that courting death? If we don't take action now, when will we? Chapter 2180. Is Jiang Chen really not afraid of these people secretly attacking him? Isn't it a little too daring for him to break through at this moment? Luo Wenhao was in disbelief. He even started to worry for Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was their last hope. Moreover, when he attacked just now, he could already feel how terrifying Zhou Xian was. The heavenly dragon sword seemed to be even more terrifying than the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade that he saw in the refining god palace. Zhou Xian never does things that he's not confident in. De Huang said faintly as he looked at Zhou Xian calmly. He was the only one who wasn't worried about Zhou Xian. Zhou Qian's chi sank into his dantian as he sat in the void with his eyes closed. He was calm and composed. At this moment he finally released the desolation energy in his body and it started to gush out continuously. His strength had also risen by a lot at this moment. At this moment the dragon marks in his body started to gather. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 100,000, 200,000. This time Zhou Xian finally understood what it meant to be well prepared. 4 million dragon marks spread out in his body and gathered in his 8 extraordinary meridians. The number of dragon marks had reached an unprecedented number. Seeing that Zhou Qian's aura was rising continuously, Gongyang Juimu and Xinyu who looked at each other and were ready to make a move. They must not let Zhou Xian break through smoothly. If that happened, the threat they would face would be even greater. Let's attack together. We must not hold back. However, at this moment the thunderclouds in the sky had already formed. A clap of thunder pierced through the sky, and both Xinyu Hu and Gongyang Juimu came to a halt at this moment. Gongyang Juimu and Xinyu Hu were stunned. How could this be? Xinyu Hu's eyes were filled with shock. This is the dawn sky golden lightning. Isn't this the heavenly lightning that can only descend when a heavenly god breaks through? The dawn sky golden lightning was extremely terrifying. It was impossible for void gods and true gods to use it. One must reach the heavenly god realm and condense the divine spark to complete the transformation. At that time the dawn sky golden lightning would appear. Zhou Xian was only a 9th grade immortal sovereign now. Could he really break through? Under this dawn sky golden lightning, I'm afraid we'll all be turned to ashes. Could it be that the heavens are helping them? Xinyu Hu gritted his teeth. Right now they were just souls. They didn't dare to advance recklessly against such a powerful lightning tribulation. Moreover, this wasn't an ordinary lightning tribulation, it was the dawn sky golden lightning. Wasn't this a little too terrifying? Don't forget that he's only a 9th grade immortal sovereign. We might not be able to withstand the dawn sky golden lightning, but can he? His words reminded Xinyu Hu of something. That's right. We can't take it, and he definitely can't take it either. That guy deserves to die for being unjust. Xinyu Hu and Ganyu Juimu became quiet at this moment. They crossed their arms as if they were waiting to watch a good show. Dawn sky golden lightning. How could this happen? This is a lightning tribulation that only heavenly god realm experts would use. Zhou Xian is definitely going to die. Moling Dongchen said worriedly. Although he's using his trump card, the dawn sky golden lightning is much more terrifying than an ordinary lightning tribulation. Many peak true god experts would be killed by this lightning tribulation. Luo Wenhao said in a low voice. At this moment, Zhou Xian had already landed in the center of the lightning tribulation. Thunder clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Everything was trembling. This lightning tribulation should be able to kill these 100,000 divine souls. These divine souls are much stronger than the lowest grade divine souls. This time I'm afraid these people will know who's the real overlord. You've been acting like a tyrant for so many years. Later I'll let you know that you shouldn't exist in this divine tomb. Zhou Xian murmured confidently. However, the terrifying lightning tribulation above his head was really scary. However, with the Zulong Tower in his hand, Zhou Xian was not worried at all. Absorbing the power of the lightning tribulation could make him more stable. His strength would definitely improve at this moment. Although the 9th grade immortal sovereign realm was only a step away from the void god realm, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Zhou Xian knew that this step was not easy. That's why he did not step into the void god realm. Instead he suppressed the dragon marks and aura in his body. At this moment it was completely unleashed. Zhou Xian felt that this lightning tribulation was not simple. Moreover, it was filled with ruthlessness. It might not be an ordinary lightning tribulation. However, at this moment he unleashed all his techniques and did not care about the lightning tribulation at all. However, these divine souls were destined to suffer at this moment. Everyone stop struggling. I'll send you to the safe zone. Otherwise you'll be killed by these divine souls. I'm the Alliance Master of the Sword God Alliance, Zhou Xian. I've once saved 50,000 fellow immortals under the Tianzhu Peak. Zhou Qian's voice reverberated throughout Mount Meru. Everyone was stunned. However, the people of the Sword God Alliance immediately gave up struggling and were sucked into the Zulong Tower by Zhou Qian. Out of the 50,000 ninth-grade immortal sovereigns, only 30,000 were left. Out of the 300,000 ninth-grade immortal sovereigns, only less than 170,000 were left. The remaining people were extremely shocked. However, when they saw so many of them being sucked away by Zhou Qian's teleportation, they could not help but gasp. Motherfucker. I don't care anymore. We're going to die anyway. Let's fight. The Sword God Alliance doesn't seem to be a bunch of thieves. Whether we can survive or not, it all depends on this guy. I won't hand my fate to others. I'd rather die than leave. I want to fight to the end with these divine souls. That's right. I Zhang Tianxua am a formidable person. I will never allow myself to become someone's lackey. Even if I die in battle, I will never give up. Never. Some were happy, some were worried. Some believed and some were worried. Not everyone believed in Zhou Qian, because his appearance was still a mystery to most of them. Who would believe in someone they're not familiar with? Even though these ninth-grade immortal sovereigns were facing a life-and-death crisis, there were still some who were strong and proud. They persisted in their pursuit and dreams. Even if they had to fight to the end, they still refused to believe in others. Zhou Qian sucked all the ninth-grade immortal sovereigns who had given up resisting into the Zulong Tower. However, in the end, there were still 13,000 people who refused to enter Zhou Qian's Zulong Tower. I can only help you till here. The rest depends on your luck. How many of you can survive? Good luck to you. Chapter 2181. Seeing that the people around them had all disappeared, the remaining 10,000 people felt a great sense of danger. That's because the 100,000 spirits were all rushing towards them. As time went by, the number of spirits that they had to deal with would naturally increase. How could this be? There are more than 100,000 people here, but they all disappeared into thin air? Could it be this guy's doing? Not only those divine souls were panicking, even Xinyu who was panicking. Looks like this guy has more than one treasure on him. Even Xinyu who did not know that Zhou Qian must have a spatial treasure. A spatial ring that could store items was not common. However, a spatial treasure that could store a living person must be at least an origin divine tool. Even in the divine world, only a powerful hierarch would be able to obtain one. It was already extremely difficult to obtain one. Zhou Qian looked at Xinyu Hu and Xinyu Hu and Xinyu Hu. Even the craftsman god had only created 5 spatial treasures in his life. One could imagine how precious these spatial treasures were. Look, the lightning retribution is finally coming. That's right. This guy can't even protect himself. Do you think he can save us? What a fool's dream. Some people always like to think that they are infallible. Even if I die, I will live with dignity and dignity. Those who were not taken into the Zulong Tower by Zhou Qian snorted at Zhou Qian. In their eyes, Zhou Qian was just like them, destined to die here. It was just a matter of time. Those guys actually believed that he could save their lives and turn the tide. It was really ridiculous. More and more, Gongyang Jimu felt that Zhou Qian must die because he had too many secrets. This lightning retribution seems a little strange. Xinyu Hu said in a low voice, but he did not know what was wrong. Zhou Qian looked at the thunderclouds in the sky. It was as if there was a pair of eyes looking at him in the lightning retribution. No matter who you are, you can't stop me. Zhou Qian said coldly, his eyes looking at the thunderclouds in the void. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Rumble. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and struck the top of Zhou Qian's head. Zhou Qian was fearless as a golden pagoda shadow appeared above his head. Terrifying lightning energy spread out, turning everything within a 100-mile radius into ashes. Not good, this guy wants to kill our people. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Only then did he realize that there were already thousands of divine souls that were struck by the lightning and turned into ashes. 100,000 divine souls were extremely shocked. Xinyu Hu also took a glance at Gongjuimu. He was also extremely astonished. Thousands of divine souls were destroyed in an instant. Under the lightning strike, there was no living being that could survive. Of course, it wasn't just the godly souls that suffered. There were also those arrogant people who didn't want to give their lives to Zhou Qian. 2,000 people instantly turned to dust. At this moment they finally realized how terrifying the dawn sky golden lightning was. Save us. Save us, Xianxia. We know our mistakes. Lord Xianxia, please save us. We don't want to die. You lunatic. You're here undergoing the lightning retribution, but you put us in danger. You'll die a horrible death, Xianxia. You're a bastard, Xianxia. I hate you. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Xianxia's expression was calm and unmoving. There was no fluctuation in his heart at all. The most difficult thing to understand was the human heart. The human heart was unfathomable. He understood this a long time ago. Not everyone could have a scale in their heart to weigh right and wrong. In the eyes of those people, they were the rulers of their world. They were omnipotent. They were the center of the world. Xianxia saved them. They felt that Xianxia had ulterior motives. Xianxia was undergoing the lightning retribution here and wanted to kill the divine souls. They didn't trust anyone and pushed all the blame to Xianxia. Such people were destined to die a horrible death. Perhaps this was the punishment from the heavens. Black and white, unable to distinguish right from wrong. Xianxia sneered. Some people didn't deserve sympathy even in death. Xianxia clenched his hand. The divine burying flag stirred the wind and clouds. Even the lightning seemed to be moving with the wind under Xianxia's control. It's the divine burying flag. Gongyang Juimu gritted his teeth. Just what was this guy made of? These peerless treasures were like cabbages in the market. Wasn't this too ridiculous? After thinking about it, there was only one conclusion. This fella must have obtained all the inheritances of the craftsman god. Otherwise, how could he have so many peerless divine tools? Divine burying flag. This fella has quite a lot of treasures. Kill him and all the treasures will be ours. Huh. Xinyuhu laughed. I don't believe that he can withstand the power of the dawn sky golden lightning. From the start, Gongyang Juimu didn't make a move. Because even he didn't dare to take the dawn sky golden lightning head-on. All divine souls, retreat from Mount Meru's range. Gongyang Juimu didn't want his subordinates to die here. Third brother, bring everyone out of Mount Meru. Otherwise, no one will be able to survive the dawn sky golden lightning. Xinyuhu glanced at the brothers beside him and shouted in a low voice. However, at this moment, the divine burying flag in Xianxia's hand became more and more terrifying. The entire Mount Meru seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. That kind of terror made no one dare to invade it. It was as if it was the only supreme existence in the heavens and earth. Standing proudly in the void above all living beings, controlling life and death. Xianxia's aura reached the heavens and he was not afraid of the lightning tribulation. This scene made Moling Dongchen's heart tremble slightly. This fella is too terrifying. It's too late to think of leaving now. Xianxia smiled indifferently. The second lightning tribulation descended. Xianxia waved the divine burying flag and welcomed the lightning tribulation towards Mount Meru. Another 20,000 divine souls were annihilated. Divine sparks were everywhere. Thousands of ninth-grade immortal sovereigns could not escape from this lightning tribulation. The screams were deafening and the screams of agony lingered in the air. Xinyuhu and Gongyang Juimu's countenance changed drastically. Their accumulation of countless years of divine souls was destroyed just like that. Xianxia's aura was like a rainbow. He did not feel any pressure facing the dawn sky golden lightning at all. It was as if he was mocking the lightning tribulation. Holding the flag in his hand, he was so terrifying. A ninth-grade immortal sovereign that could shake the heavens. Undeniably, even Gongyang Juimu was extremely shocked. He did not expect this fella to be so powerful. Obtaining the inheritance of the craftsman god was indeed extraordinary. If this fella could enter the divine world, his future would be limitless. However, Gongyang Juimu would not give him such a chance. Although you're very strong and monstrous, you're destined to die in this divine tomb. No one has ever escaped from my palm. After all, you've obtained the inheritance of the craftsman god. Even if you can enter the divine world, you won't be able to live for long. Why not let me take advantage of you today? Chapter 2182. Xianxia held the divine burying flag in his hand, sweeping everything in his way. Hundreds of thousands of divine souls trembled at this moment. Because the dawn sky golden lightning was too terrifying. Thousands of divine souls turned into ashes in an instant. And this time the power of the lightning was even fiercer. The sound of the lightning rumbled as if it was going to split the heavens and earth apart, sending chills down everyone's spine. No. I can't die, I can't die. I've already died once, I still want to be a god again. A peak Divine King expert said in fear. Because even the divine souls of Divine King realm did not have the ability to resist. Facing such a terrifying lightning tribulation, they could only sigh. How could this be? This madman, to think that the lightning tribulation would descend at this moment. Isn't he afraid that he would be killed by the lightning tribulation? Divine Emperor, save us. This is too terrifying. If the lightning tribulation descends, we might not even have our bones left. No, we can't resist this lightning tribulation. Countless divine souls started to flee in all directions. But Xianxia was already prepared to resist the lightning tribulation, letting the lightning tribulation descend and kill hundreds of thousands of divine souls. This was his plan. But he did not expect that there were still many ninth-grade immortal sovereigns who were unwilling to leave. They chose to stay here and defend their position. They would rather die than to leave. They refused to believe in Xianxia. All of you go to hell. What can 100,000 divine souls do to me? Xianxia laughed loudly. The lightning also descended. The terrifying power of the lightning was like a sea of lightning, descending on Mount Meru within a radius of a few hundred li. All the divine souls could not escape from this fate. At this moment, even Gongyang Juimu Xinyu Hu and the others could only retreat quickly. They did not dare to put themselves in the sea of lightning. The lightning chains that were flickering with tears were like a ferocious beast in the heavens and earth. When they descended, a series of screams were heard, deafening and tragic. Xianxia, you'll die a horrible death. You're a madman. Why do you want to kill us? We have no enmity with you. We won't let you go even if we become ghosts. Xianxia, you're a bastard. Xianxia, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable. Countless ninth-grade immortal sovereigns roared in anger. They vented all their anger on Xianxia. In their eyes, it was Xianxia who wanted to kill them. Xianxia was the culprit who killed them. However, they had completely forgotten that Xianxia had wanted to save them, but they were completely unmoved. They only wanted to complete the redemption themselves and would rather die than surrender. However, at this time they thought of Xianxia. Some were looking for his life, some were looking for him for help. However, Xianxia was not omnipotent. At this time, the lightning tribulation had already descended. Within 100 li radius, there was a sea of lightning. No one could save them. In the Zulong Tower, those ninth-grade immortal sovereigns who were sucked into the lightning tribulation by Xianxia all took a deep breath. No one could survive such a terrifying sea of lightning. They were glad that they did not die. Because Xianxia was here, they did not need to worry at all. In the Zulong Tower, they could clearly see the terrifying sea of lightning outside, as if it was descending upon them. However, the sea of lightning could not hurt them at all. Xianxia held the big flag in his hand, waving the heaven and earth. In the sea of lightning he stood proudly, absorbing the power of lightning. The dragon marks on his body grew more and more like a golden statue of the god of war. There was not a shred of pity in Xianxia's eyes. These people weren't worthy of sympathy. He had thought of helping them, but in the end he was rejected. He couldn't bear to see so many people from different immortal worlds being killed before they even had the chance to enter the god world. However, some people were arrogant and conceited. It was inevitable that they would do something like that. It was impossible for Xianxia to change everyone's opinion. Initially he only wanted to kill 100,000 divine souls, but the rest of them were killed. He had no choice but to show no mercy to them. He wasn't the savior of the world. Under such circumstances he had already done his best. Xianxia had a clear conscience, he had a clear conscience. At this moment he looked down upon everyone with disdain. This was his destiny. This was their fate. More and more people felt the frailty of life amidst the wailing. Tens of thousands of divine souls and ninth-grade immortal sovereigns were completely turned into ashes in the sea of lightning. Xianxia kept the divine burying flag and pointed his sword towards the void, welcoming the last heavenly lightning. Xianxia's expression was incomparably solemn. At this time the 100,000 divine souls on Mount Meru had all turned into ashes. Divine sparks were scattered all over Mount Meru. Those ninth-grade immortal sovereigns who did not listen to his advice had also turned into a wisp of green smoke. Xianxia did not feel any guilt. This was what they asked for and they only had themselves to blame. He had done his best. Those people in the Zulong Tower were all grateful to him. Xianxia is too powerful. A peak 9th grade immortal sovereign could fight against a void god. It's a miracle. I'm glad that I was not arrogant and conceited back then. Perhaps this is fate. Jiang Chen saved us, but he also killed those who did not know what's good for them. Jiang Xinxin took a step forward and stood in front of those people. She said faintly, "These people were not killed by young Master Jiang Chen. They were struck to death by the heavenly lightning because they could not see the situation clearly. They can only blame themselves for being blind." No one could refute Jiang Xinxin because what she said was true. All gone. All the divine souls were killed by that bastard Jiang Chen. Killing 100,000 divine souls. He's a peerless madman. Xin Yu murmured. The efforts of the brothers for so many years were all destroyed and wasted. This made Xin Yu feel a great sense of defeat. In the past, no one could go against them in the divine tomb. Even Gong Juimu was not willing to provoke them. Gong Juimu smiled bitterly. He hated Jiang Chen to the core. "I'll fight you to the death." So many divine souls were destroyed. No one would serve him anymore. His plan to return to the god position might be delayed for another 1,000 or even 10,000 years. "Now we can't go in," Gong Juimu murmured. The dawn sky golden lightning was the last heavenly lightning tribulation. It would be filled with violent lightning energy. Jiang Chen would not be able to endure it. "Little bastard, let's see how long you can last." Chapter 2183. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt a terrifying energy gathering in the lightning tribulation above his head. 100,000 divine sparks began to condense and were absorbed by the Zulong Tower. This time the divine sparks were not ordinary heavenly god realm divine sparks. Most of the divine sparks were divine king realm divine sparks. There were even hundreds of hierarch divine sparks. To Jiang Chen this was a great fortune. The Zulong Tower would definitely open again, and it would not only open one floor. 100,000 divine sparks were gradually absorbed by the ancestral dragon pagoda. Jiang Chen's dantian was completely condensed. Even he himself did not expect that the energy of countless divine sparks would seep out from the ancestral dragon pagoda and flow into his body. Did something happen to this kid again? De Huang Dog walked back and forth with a solemn expression. The scene in the sky had shocked the world. No one dared to go against it. Even the divine soul of a divine emperor, Gong Juimu, could only stay there and not make any rash moves. Could it be? No, this is impossible. I have never seen anyone condense a divine spark when he just broke through to the void god realm. Xin Yu said with a solemn expression. His eyes were filled with disbelief. A void god's divine spark could be condensed to such a deep level. How terrifying would that person's divine spark be? Moreover, it wasn't like there wasn't such a person in the past. In the past, a great emperor had accomplished such a feat. That person was truly gifted by the heavens, unparalleled in the world. Gong Juimu did not believe that Jiang Chen could walk on the path of that terrifying great emperor. No one could be compared to the dreadfulness of that great emperor. Why do I feel that my dantian is so hot? This energy is being transmitted to me by the Zulong Tower? Jiang Chen felt that the aura of the Zulong Tower was rising continuously. At the same time, an unknown energy was gathering in his body. Legend has it that only the most talented experts are able to form a god upon reaching transcendent mortal realm. Moling Dongshan looked at Jiang Chen and murmured. He could also feel the power of divine spark. It was an inexplicable pressure. Those who are below the heavenly god realm cannot be considered as gods. Before condensing their godhood, they cannot be considered as true gods. In fact, even after death, it is impossible for their souls to exist forever. Goddess Luo nodded and said, "It looks like little Chenzi is about to condense his godhead?" De Huang said in a deep voice. "I am also a genius, so why didn't I condense divine deity?" De Huang seemed to be very dissatisfied. He glanced at Goddess Luo and the others. Goddess Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This De Huang dog was too interesting and shameless. "You're just a stupid dog. What right do you have to condense godhood?" Luo Wenhao glared at De Huang dog and said, "Humph, Master Dog is the #1 demon sovereign in the world. You're not even qualified to carry my shoes. Fight me if you're not satisfied. Let me beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground." De Huang said righteously and arrogantly, "You damned dog." Luo Wenhao was so angry that he felt uncomfortable. He really wanted to fight with this dog. However, he knew that this guy was not easy to deal with. He was afraid that he might not be able to kill this dog. You're really useless, Luo Wenhao. Why are you picking a fight with a dog? Do you think it's worth it? Moling Dongchen couldn't stand it anymore. This Luo Wenhao did not have the demeanor of a disciple from a big clan. God Luo clan was a famous clan in the divine world that had been passed down for thousands of years. Look, the golden light on Jiang Chen's body is getting brighter and brighter. Goddess Luo said in a low voice. This guy is simply an invincible monster. A 9th-grade immortal sovereign that could fight against the dawn sky golden lightning. He's still thinking of condensing his godhood at this moment. He's crazy. He's crazy. Luo Wenhao boasted that he was one of the most talented youths in the God Luo clan. However, he felt a little inferior in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen focused his eyes and looked at his dantian. A purple golden light began to gather in his body. At this moment, 3 floors of the Zulong Tower were opened. The 77th floor, 78th floor, 79th floor, all of them were opened. Am I really going to condense my godhood? Jiang Chen rubbed his nose and smiled faintly. It seemed like the Zulong Tower had absorbed hundreds of thousands of divine souls. This was the power of the godhood that the Zulong Tower had given to him. Moreover, it was purple-golden in color. Once the godhood was formed, perhaps his strength would go up another level. The dragon marks were growing rapidly. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the last heavenly lightning tribulation. It was like an ancient ferocious dragon that would pour down at any time and give him the most terrifying blow. Godhood complete. Jiang Chen roared in rage. Millions of purple golden light gathered in his dantian. The light converged and the dust settled. A purple golden diamond-shaped godhood was lying quietly in Jiang Chen's dantian. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt that his strength had undergone a tremendous change. The purple golden light shone brightly and illuminated thousands of miles away, as if it was going to light up the entire divine tomb. This is the purple golden godhood? Rumor has it that the purple golden godhood is the bearing of a great emperor. Not bad. It's really the purple golden godhood. This fella actually condensed the purple golden godhood in the void god realm. This is too unbelievable. Geng Juimu and Xinyu, whose countenance became solemn. At this moment it was too terrifying. Jiang Chen's talent was unparalleled. Such a technique was heaven-defying. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll have to be wary of him. Xinyu, who gritted his teeth and said. That's not necessarily true. The last heavenly lightning tribulation will only allow him to truly step into the early void god realm. The difference between immortal and immortal is not something that can be crossed easily. Don't forget that this is the dawn sky golden lightning. Even we have to avoid it. Geng Juimu still believed that it was impossible for Jiang Chen to escape from the dawn sky golden lightning. Let's hope so. If he really broke through the dawn sky golden lightning and stepped into the early void god realm, it'll be even more difficult for us to deal with him. After all, the 9th grade immortal sovereign just now made us feel pressured. Xinyu, who was also quite solemn. He knew how terrifying this fellow was. Moreover, his strength was shocking when he was still alive. He was also astute. Naturally, he knew Jiang Chen very well. Geng Juimu and Xinyu, who would not make such a low-level mistake. After all, Jiang Chen's prestige was enough to threaten them. Moreover, Jiang Chen had obtained the inheritance of the craftsman god. This was the most attractive point. The last bolt of lightning seemed to have passed through thousands of years and landed on Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen did not move at all. Although his body was also severely injured by the lightning, this feeling was incomparably carefree. It was as if Jiang Chen was placed in the 9 heavens Jasper Lake. However, at this moment Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head. Within the thunderclouds, a golden lightning directly entered his dantian and lingered on the purple golden divine spark. At this moment Jiang Chen felt something strange. This golden lightning seemed to be wreaking havoc in his body. How could this be? Jiang Chen thought in his heart. Pooh. Chapter 2184. As expected. This fella's strength is still too weak. A void god dares to resist the dawn sky golden lightning. Does he really think that this lightning tribulation is so simple? Gundrimu laughed. His expression was extremely cold. Now he just needs to wait for Jiang Chen to die. Then all of Jiang Chen's inheritances will become his. At that time those cultivators will have nowhere to hide. The heavens are helping me. The heavens are helping me. Xinyu, who felt the same. Jiang Chen had destroyed his brother's soul. He wished he could eat Jiang Chen alive. How could this be? Little Chinzi, don't drop the ball. Learn from Master Dog. The heavenly lightning tribulation will be over after a nap. Big Yellow looked worried and said in a deep voice. Damn dog. You're too good at bluffing. The lightning tribulation will be over after a nap? Luo Wenhao had goosebumps. Even if you're bluffing, you shouldn't bluff like this. You should at least have a bottom line, right? This is too fucked up. I can't be bothered with you. De Huang harumphed coldly. He was still looking at Jiang Chen, who was in the sea of lightning. Now no one dared to take a step forward. Within 100 li radius, lightning was everywhere. That kind of terror was not something that void gods like them could resist. Could this be the lightning source of the dawn sky golden lightning? Jiang Chen felt the baptism of the lightning and became worried. Because a strand of the lightning source of the dawn sky golden lightning had entered his body and lingered on the purple gold divine spark. That mysterious feeling made Jiang Chen know that the lightning source was not something to be trifled with. Compared to the dawn sky golden lightning's sea of lightning, it was much scarier. Because no matter how many lightning there were, they were all released by the lightning source. Jiang Chen's 5 viscera and 6 bowels were destroyed by the source of the lightning. Am I going to fail miserably this time? At this moment he suddenly thought of the myriad chi cauldron. His master had said that the myriad chi cauldron was a chaos saint tool that was obtained after the creation of the heavens and earth. It must be able to suppress all living things. Let's see if your lightning source can suppress it. Get lost. In his dantian, Jiang Chen operated the myriad chi cauldron and suppressed the purple golden divine spark. At this moment the lightning source that was wreaking havoc finally calmed down. While this was happening, the myriad chi cauldron emitted from the myriad chi cauldron and spread to every part of Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen felt unprecedentedly comfortable. That feeling was like surviving a disaster. At this moment his body was recovering rapidly. The myriad chi cauldron was the most powerful thing in the world. It gathered the myriad chi cauldron and it was the thing that created the world. Under the nourishment of the myriad chi cauldron, Jiang Chen's body gradually recovered to its peak. His strength was also relatively strong. Only Jiang Chen knew the benefits of the myriad chi cauldron. It could help him recover from his serious injuries and increase the strength of his body. It could even regenerate his flesh and blood. It was unparalleled. The dawn sky golden lightning source is really suppressed by the myriad chi cauldron. A smile hung at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. The thunderclouds gradually retreated. The dawn sky golden lightning source was completely suppressed by the myriad chi cauldron. A strand of golden lightning source lingered on the purple golden divine spark. At this moment the lightning source was extremely tame. Jiang Chen could even control the lightning. Imagine a great war erupting and a bolt of lightning descending. How terrifying would that be? It might even be more terrifying than the 5 elemental true fire. That's amazing. Jiang Chen's eyes were getting brighter. The myriad chi cauldron was suppressing the lightning. It was too powerful. Now Jiang Chen finally knew how terrifying the myriad chi cauldron that his master had left for him was. Not only could it be used to refine equipment, but it was also a peerless saint equipment. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. 100,000 divine sparks were all absorbed by the Zulong Tower. Moreover, the 81st level was directly opened. This was something that Jiang Chen had not expected at all. Time had changed once every 100 years. Most importantly, he could feel that the Zulong Tower had undergone a qualitative change. Unfortunately, he could not find the exact location. On the 81st level of the Zulong Tower, an old sigh was heard. Finally, he's awake. No one could hear this sigh, not even Jiang Chen. In the east, in a tomb, an old man walked out of the thatched house with a walking stick. His hollow eyes seemed to have a glimmer of light at this moment. However, it was only for a moment. The old man raised his head and looked at the sky. He wanted to say something but stopped. Behind him was the resting place of the primeval legion of gods. More than 10 tombs started to shake as if the sky was going to collapse. Did you guys feel it too? The old man murmured in a low voice. Perhaps some of the ancient gods have already returned, Yang Qi said. The old man held a tattered yellow flag in front of the divine tomb. The flag was fluttering even though there was no wind. Even the self-proclaimed top expert of the divine tomb, Geng Juimu, did not dare to step into this place. Because in the ancient Eastern divine tomb, there were miracles that they could not reach. It was said that there were 4 divine emperor divine souls that had entered this eastern divine tomb and never came out again. Their souls were scattered and they became slaves for eternity. The first tombstone in this divine tomb was engraved with the words, Headless Monarch, Xing Tian's tomb. Zhang Chen looked at Geng Jimu, Xin Hu and the others. His strength had increased once again. This time Jiang Chen had become a true void god expert. Jiang Chen waved his hand. More than 100,000 people in the Zulong Tower were thrown out. The entire Mount Meru was filled with the aura of death. In the morning and evening, everything was in a stalemate. There were even some flames burning on the ancient trees. Jiang Chen is too powerful. This time I'm completely convinced. We're both from the immortal world, but he has such heaven-defying means. Looks like we're really not as good as him. Who's right? An expert is destined to stand at the top. Those who died can't blame anyone else. 100,000 divine souls were destroyed. How satisfying. But those 9th-grade immortal sovereigns and void gods can only blame themselves for being too conceited. Yeah, a wise man submits to circumstances. They thought too highly of themselves. They deserved to die. Countless people could not help but worship Jiang Chen. Those who died could only blame themselves. Jiang Chen had given them a chance, but they did not know how to cherish it. This was the saddest part. Chapter 2185. This guy is really talented. Even the dawn sky golden lightning can't do anything to him. Xin Yu said in a deep voice. Even so, we still have to kill him. Only by killing him can we change the current situation completely. The inheritance of the craftsman god must not be left in their hands. Obviously, at this moment, Gongyang Juimu had already made up his mind. If they failed, they might be consigned to eternal damnation. However, did they have any other choice now? Absolutely not. They and Jiang Chen were irreconcilable enemies. There was no such thing as taking a step back. Motherfucker. I knew that little Chenzi wouldn't fall so easily. Look, this guy is even more arrogant now. He's completely suitable to be Master Dog's human pet now. Am I right, goddess? De Huang rubbed against Goddess Luo's jade-like legs. Goddess Luo did not know whether to laugh or cry. Luo Wenhao was so angry that he wanted to cry but had no tears. This bastard De Huang dog was really too hateful. Not to mention that he was daring in his lust. Goddess Luo did not even care about it. But thinking about it, who would care about a dog? Jiang Chen's strength has become stronger, Moling Dongchen said with a solemn expression. Moling Dongchen said with a solemn expression. Although Jiang Chen's strength was strong, the ones standing in front of him were the Xinyu brothers and the Xinyu brothers. They were one of the overlords in the divine tomb. In the past, there had never been such a terrifying scene in the divine tomb. It was the first time in millions of years that an immortal cultivator was suppressing a divine soul expert. Now we can finally fight, right? Jiang Chen looked at Gongyang Juimu and the others. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. 100,000 divine souls were annihilated in an instant. Why would he be afraid of them? Your death is here, Jiang Chen. If you surrender now, you might be able to leave your body intact. Xin Yu sneered. You really talk too much. You will definitely be the fastest to die. Jiang Chen looked at Xin Yu in disdain. The current him had broken through to the early void god realm. He was even more terrifying than before. Jiang Chen was not afraid of facing a late void god. 100,000 divine souls, 1 million heroic spirits, all for my use. Slaughter Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen roared furiously and gathered 100,000 souls. His Slaughter Dragon Seal's power had reached a new level, becoming even more terrifying. The aura of death spread across the entire divine tomb, causing Mount Meru to tremble. As soon as the Slaughter Dragon Seal was unleashed, Gongyang Juimu took a few steps back and did not dare to attack forcefully. As for Xin Yu and the other brothers, they didn't believe it at all. They charged forward and unleashed the might of the Slaughter Dragon Seal, slaughtering the heavens and earth. When the Dragon Seal landed on the ground, it shocked everyone. The gigantic black shadow directly enveloped the 11 Xinyu brothers. Heartless forgetting sword, unstoppable between the heavens and earth. Xin Yu slashed his sword towards the sky. However, Jiang Chen's Slaughter Dragon Seal forced the 11 brothers to retreat. Their divine souls were getting weaker and weaker. No, this is impossible. How can he be so powerful? He's just an early void god. Xin Yu's eyes were filled with disbelief. A single slaughter dragon seal had forced them to retreat, leaving them with no strength to fight back. This was too shocking. No one could stay out of it, not even Gongyang Juimu. This fella is too heaven-defying, right? Gongyang Juimu murmured. His heart couldn't help but feel solemn. This battle will surely set off a storm in the divine tomb. What do you think, little bastard? If you're not convinced, then let my human pet little Chenzi fight with you. If you can defeat him, then you're qualified to fight with me. The Huang dog barked at Luo Wenhao. Luo Wenhao took a deep breath. Jiang Chen's mightiness was simply unstoppable. All of you must die. The tomb of the god of sin was originally a peaceful place for divine souls. But because of you who are neither human nor ghost, it has become such a foul atmosphere. Today I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven and make all of you disappear. Jiang Chen stood up proudly, breaking through the dark clouds. He held the heavenly dragon sword and pointed it at Xin Hu and his brothers. Jiang Chen's sword aura was wild, shocking people's souls. Golden light flowed, dragons and phoenixes danced. There seemed to be an incomparably fierce golden dragon in the heavenly dragon sword that was about to break free. No one can escape from here. If you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed. Even if you're just a soul, then I'll purify you completely. Jiang Chen looked down on the crowd. He stepped on the void and used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, completely suppressing Xin Hu and his brothers. I don't believe that you can do anything to me. Xin Hu roared and faced Jiang Chen. Countless afterimages intertwined with Jiang Chen. The heavenly dragon sword was sharp and the sword radiance was hundreds of zhang long, illuminating the void. Under Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon's 5 steps, 5 of Xin Hu's brothers died. Even Xin Long couldn't escape from this fate. Now there were only 6 brothers left. Xin Hu stared at Jiang Chen angrily. Jiang Chen's mightiness was too terrifying. He couldn't resist it at all. Jiang Chen, I won't rest until one of us is dead. I'll kill you, Arg. Xin Hu was extremely mad. For so many years he and his brothers had been relying on each other through life and death. Now all 6 of them were completely destroyed by Jiang Chen. If they had the chance, they could perhaps kill enough 9th-grade immortal sovereigns and absorb enough essence, qi and soul to reincarnate and regain their divine position. But now it seemed like it was useless. Since some of their brothers had already died, they couldn't go back anymore. Gongyang Dream, you bastard. What are you waiting for if you don't take action now? If I die, do you think you can live alone? Do you think Jiang Chen will let you go? Xin Hu gritted his teeth. He had reached the point where he had to fight with his life on the line. Gongyang Dream nodded. He knew that he couldn't absolve himself from the blame. This was their last chance. Alright. Gongyang Dream quickly took action. A terrifying thunderous force was unleashed, pressing towards Jiang Chen. As a divine emperor, divine soul, Gongyang Dream's strength was naturally incomparably powerful. As soon as Gongyang Dream took action, the 7 of them joined hands and barely managed to resist Jiang Chen's attack. However, Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword became even more ferocious. Thousands of swords were broken and lost their splendor. Except for Xin Hu, the other 5 brothers took out 1 sword each. No one could stop Jiang Chen. No one could stop his footsteps. Whoever dares to block my path, I'll kill the god. Whoever dares to block my path, Jiang Chen will not have a good ending. This is your final destination. Go to hell. Jiang Chen stood proudly. Now only Xin Hu and Gongyang Dream were left. Chapter 2186. This guy is too powerful. Luo Wenhao could not help but say. His eyes were filled with fear. Even with his strength, it was still difficult for him to fight against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's power was unstoppable now. I'm afraid that he can already compete with the younger generation of our Mo clan. He's invincible when he's only an early void god. He's invincible under the true god realm. It really makes us feel ashamed. Moling Dongchen said with a bitter smile. That's right. It seems like even the people of the divine world can't be careless. Jiang Chen might not be the only one in the immortal world. Luo Wenhao continued. But such a person is destined to be extraordinary. If he can grow up, he will definitely make a name for himself in the divine world. Moling Dongchen firmly believed that as long as Jiang Chen did not die young, he would definitely be a beautiful person in the divine world in the future. But at the same time he was worried because Jiang Chen was too dazzling. Compared to some of the talented youths in the divine world, Jiang Chen would definitely make people jealous. But in the end, those who did not make people jealous were mediocre. A talented person like Jiang Chen was destined to be the center of attention no matter where he went. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, stepping on the void and traversing across the heavens and earth, chasing after Xin Yuhu and Gongyang Jimu. I don't even need to take action against these two trash. Little Chenzi can deal with them. The only pity is that you guys might not be able to see my brilliant and handsome side. This is the saddest part. De Huang Dog said proudly. Moling Dongchen smiled but did not say anything. This guy is too funny. But he could feel that this De Huang Dog's strength was definitely not weaker than his. Although De Huang Dog always scolded and laughed, he was very intelligent. His relationship with Jiang Chen was not ordinary at first glance. Will you die if you stop being arrogant? Luo Wenhao looked dissatisfied. He had always wanted to stew this lecherous dog. You want to woo my goddess with your pathetic appearance? Wasn't that a fool's dream? Che, with this grandpa dog in front of you, even if it's a Q number, it's not your turn. You still have the face to stand here? Lord Dog's fart stinks. Do you want to eat another one? De Huang's expression was one of action. He wagged his tail and looked like he was the number 2 in the world. Damn it, I'm so unlucky to meet such a shameless dog. Luo Wenhao cursed in a low voice, but he did not dare to continue to compete with De Huang, because if this guy really farted he would definitely be seriously injured and his spirit would probably be destroyed. The two of them might not be able to hold on much longer. Goddess Luo murmured. At this moment Jiang Chen was unstoppable. He soared into the sky using the 9 phantom wolves and teleported. With a slash of his sword, Xin Yuhu was turned into ashes. Golden light shone everywhere, illuminating the entire Mount Meru. In the end, Xin Yuhu did not even let out a scream. In the end, Gung Juimu also slowly retreated. His eyes were finally filled with fear. Let me go, Jiang Chen. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to escape from here. Once I die, someone will find you. At that time, no one in the divine tomb will be able to save you. Gung Juimu said fiercely. He was already at a disadvantage if he wanted to fight with his life on the line. Therefore, Gung Juimu had no choice but to do so. This was his last chance. Do you think that I will let you go? Isn't that just looking for trouble for yourself? I have always been kind to my friends. But to my enemies I would rather kill 1,000 wrongly than let one go. Do you think that there's a need for you to live? You're neither human nor ghost. The divine tomb was supposed to be your home. But you've plundered and killed those who had gone through untold hardships, hoping to enter the divine world one day. You've turned all their hopes into despair. Don't you deserve to die? I don't know how much blood your hands have been stained with. It's not too much to kill you 10 times over. Jiang Chen stared at Gung Juimu coldly. He hated him to the bone. He was not a saint, he had also killed countless people. But at the very least there must be a bottom line. These divine souls killed anyone they saw. For millions of years, they had killed countless 9th-grade immortal sovereigns in order to regain their position as gods. Those who had gone through untold hardships and exhausted their entire life's potential to become immortal sovereigns. They thought that entering the divine world would bring them a different scene. They thought that they would be able to step into a higher-level battlefield. But they had never thought that they would be buried in the divine tomb. They did not even know where the gate of the divine world opened. How miserable and sorrowful was this? I haven't killed many people. I really haven't killed many people. Gung Juimu said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneer and snort disdainfully. I didn't kill them, but they died because of me. If you think that you deserve to die, then you deserve to die. Jiang Chen's killing intent had been triggered. He would never hold back. Then give it a try. Let's see if you can kill me. I won't rest until one of us is dead. A cold glint flashed in his eyes and the corner of his mouth showed a trace of coldness. He was already dead now. Therefore he would definitely fight crazily. Even if he died, he would never let Jiang Chen have a good time. Jiang Chen. Prince Jiang Chen, please be careful. Jiang Xinxin said in a low voice. She kept mumbling something while looking at Jiang Chen in the sky. Her mind was racing. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to Boss Jiang Chen. After killing 100,000 divine souls and breaking through, the current young master Jiang Chen is no longer the same as before. He can't be compared to the past. Lu Dong said with a smile. He was full of confidence in Jiang Chen. Lu Dong knew that he might not be able to fight against Jiang Chen even if they were both at the early Void God realm. The heavenly dragon sword in his hand became even more terrifying. When the sword moved, Lu Dong could feel his body trembling. That sword was like a great killing weapon in the heavens and earth. You no longer have a chance. Jiang Qin sneered and pointed his sword at Guang Juimu. Guang Juimu was fighting with his life on the line. He was not willing to be destroyed by Jiang Qin just like that. He wanted to regain his divine position. This time, if it wasn't because of Jiang Qin's interference, he would have completed his transformation. Regaining his position as a god was just around the corner. However, Jiang Qin had destroyed all of his dreams and millions of years of effort. Everything vanished in an instant. Kill without mercy. Jiang Qin executed the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Each of his steps shook the sky and shattered the void. At this moment, Gong Juimu's figure could no longer hide as he trembled. Chapter 2187. However, it was too late. Jiang Qin was wielding the heavenly dragon sword above the void. The sword aura was terrifying. Gong Juimu was unable to withstand the sharpness of the sword. One could imagine how terrifying Jiang Qin was. When the 9 swords fell, the divine soul was destroyed. Gong Juimu's eyes stared at Jiang Qin. However, he still fell in the end, completely vanishing into thin air. The entire Mount Meru was in silence. Hundreds of thousands of human cultivators were watching this scene. The man who looked down upon the heavens was holding a sword, like a peerless war god, standing proudly. The cold wind blew past, not stirring up any dust, not falling into the mundane world. We're saved. We're saved. It's all thanks to friend Jiang Qin said. Yeah. Otherwise we would have become divine souls. If we die, even our divine souls might not be left behind. Brother Jiang Qin will follow you. At least in the divine tomb you're our boss. Brother Jiang Qin is invincible. We worship you as our king. Countless people cheered after the silence, shaking the entire Mount Meru. Jiang Qin's heart was as calm as still water. He did not feel any emotion. Because saving these people was his wish. He just could not bear to see the world being in trouble. Everyone has their own bottom line. Even at this moment, facing hundreds of thousands of 9th-grade immortal sovereigns and void gods, he did not even frown, nor did he feel any emotion. His goal, his wish, was to move forward, to soar into the sky and stand at the peak of the divine world. That was Jiang Qin's lifelong glory. He was born to be a man above all others. Killing Gong Juimu seemed to have caused everyone to cheer wildly. Jiang Qin reached out his hand. A divine spark of a divine emperor quietly fell into Jiang Qin's hand, along with 12 peak hierarch divine sparks. At this moment, the Zulong Tower was clearly emitting a strong desire to devour the godheads. You can refine this god emperor's godhead on your own. It will be greatly beneficial to your godhead as it can completely stabilize your godhead. As for the other 12 peak ultimate god divine sparks, you can refine them into 12 fire spirits. They will become upgraded puppets as your level increases. Fire God Guard. Jiang Qin was slightly shocked. He never thought that Hong Lian, who hated him to the core, would actually take the initiative to talk to him. That's right. The Fire God Guards were refined by my father and I added a strand of my origin flame into them. At their strongest, the 12 Fire God Guards could reach the peak of God King realm. However, due to the corrosion of time, their power had been constantly weakened. Even their artifact spirits had gradually disappeared. If you could integrate the divine spark into them, the 12 Fire Divine Guards would definitely be able to regain their former glory. The strength of their bodies was comparable to an essence divine artifact. For the current you, it would definitely be a great killing weapon. Hong Lian's words made Jiang Qin's mind spin. If the 12 Fire God Guards were to be embedded into the peak ultimate God divine sparks, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Moreover, the Fire God Guards' artifact spirits had already disappeared. Now that they had integrated the divine spark, there would definitely be another earth-shattering change. It's really amazing. As expected of the craftsman god. Jiang Qin said from the bottom of his heart. Who would dare to imagine a peak divine king puppet? How powerful would it be? Moreover, it was not just a divine soul but a true divine king from the divine world. Jiang Qin dared not imagine it at all. Amazing my ass. These 12 Fire God Guards were used to guard the entrance. Hong Lian sneered and said. Then her voice disappeared without a trace. Jiang Qin touched his nose and could not help but smile. It was really embarrassing. However, The current him was definitely far from the craftsman god in terms of foresight and knowledge. There was no doubt about it. Therefore Jiang Qin did not think too much about it. He knew that Hong Lian was trying to improve his strength. She was doing it out of kindness, but it made others feel that she was doing something bad. It's just because of this woman's cold nature, right? Thinking about it, it shouldn't be. Shouldn't the karmic fire of the Red Lotus be passionate like fire? If even a gatekeeper was so powerful, then it went without saying how terrifying the craftsman god was. He was known as the strongest person below the god emperor realm. What kind of honor was that? Jiang Qin refined the 12 divine sparks and integrated them into the 12 fire god guards' bodies. As expected, their strength was still at the peak void god realm. However, their terrifying eyes had become sharper and sharper. Jiang Qin left a trace of his soul imprint on the 12 fire god guards. They could appear and disappear at any time with just a thought. Finally, Jiang Qin refined Gongyang Jimu's divine emperor divine spark. Although the increase in his strength was only a few hundred dragon marks, his divine spark had become more solid and stable. He had completely stabilized his cultivation at the early void god realm. The 4 million dragon marks in Jiang Qin's body were intertwining with each other. His strength was boundless and could move mountains and fill up seas. As long as he could condense 5 million dragon marks, he would be able to break through to the mid-void god realm. Little Qinzi, good job. You've made me proud. The Huang dog wagged his tail and walked towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin looked at the dog's arrogant expression and did not know whether to laugh or cry. You damn dog, get lost. Jiang Qin kicked the Huang dog away. The Huang turned around beautifully and turned back into a pug, jumping into Goddess Luo's arms. The current Goddess Luo did not have the same feeling as before. This pug was cute, but whenever she thought of how this De Huang dog might be lecherous before, she would get angry. Big Yellow looked at Jiang Qin as if he was a good brother. He was beaming with joy and his eyes were glittering with golden light. How could Jiang Qin not know that this dog was in heat of love? Obviously he had fallen in love with Goddess Luo. Jiang Qin could not bear to look at this scene. This time it's all thanks to you, brother Jiang Qin. Luo Wenhao ignored the shameless and disgusting De Huang dog and looked at Jiang Qin. He said sincerely with admiration in his eyes. Yeah. If it wasn't for you, we might have died here. Even if we are from the divine world, I'm afraid there's no way out. Moling Dongshan said with a smile. There was a trace of relief at the corner of his mouth. These souls should have died in the first place. They are already dead and this is only their resting place. However, they want to be reborn and the price they have to pay is to kill countless immortal cultivators. The heavenly Tao is reincarnation, it's just karma. Jiang Qin said. By the way, Brother Imo, do you know where my brother Xianxia is? Jiang Qin looked extremely solemn as he looked at Moling Dongshan. Damn it. Is that damned monkey with you? Little Qinzi. De Huang dog also pricked up his ears. You couldn't come out from the refining god palace. Brother Xianxia went into the refining god palace, ignoring everyone's obstruction. He was burned by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. What? Chapter 2188. Listen to me. Brother Xianxia was not refined by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Even we were shocked. We did not expect him to benefit from the misfortune. He obtained the golden eyes, fiery eyes, and killed Ling Tianba, Bing Chan, Ao Tian, and the elders of the Ao family. He broke through Mount Meru and disappeared. After Moling Dongshan finished his words, Jiang Qin let out a sigh of relief. He thought that Xianxia was really refined by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Now it seemed that the monkey was really lucky. That's good. Jiang Qin nodded, feeling relieved. This meant that Dragon Xian wasn't dead, it was just that his whereabouts were unknown. Next we will enter the Yuhua boundary between the divine world and the divine tomb. Once we step out of the Yuhua boundary we will be in the divine world. Luo Wenhao said. There is more than one divine soul in the divine tomb. Although he is one of the best, the number of heavenly gods, divine kings and peerless experts that have died in the past thousands of years is not just limited to millions of them. We must pass through the Yuhua boundary as soon as possible to enter the divine world. This place is hell on earth. No one is willing to enter it. If it wasn't for the experts of our family who opened the space tunnel and forced us into the divine tomb, we would rather die than enter this place. Brother Luo is right. No one is willing to become a real divine soul. Moreover, our strength has not reached the heavenly god realm. Even if we die, we will only vanish. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. Let's leave quickly to avoid unnecessary trouble. As soon as Luo Wenhao finished his words, a bald monk appeared in the air. He looked solemn and extremely depressed. Ba. May I know if anyone knows Jiang Chen from the 9-region immortal world? The bald monk put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. I am Jiang Chen. Who are you? Jiang Chen looked at the bald monk and had a bad feeling about this. This poor monk's dharma name is Shuobud. I went to a devil domain in the northwest with a junior brother. Fortunately, I received the teachings of a senior from a Buddhist sect. He gave a lecture for 30 days benefiting us for the rest of our lives. However, just as the senior was about to ascend to heaven and return to immortality, an incomparably terrifying peerless fiend god appeared. This guy scattered a total of 17 of us. 15 of us died on the spot and the only ones who survived were me and junior brother Tyrant. He said that as long as you can find Jiang Chen, you will definitely be saved. Shuobud said solemnly. You mean Tyrant? Where's he now? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Tyrant had also entered the divine tomb. This was something he had never expected. He didn't come in with the 3 of them. Could it be that there was another way to enter the divine tomb? However, now was not the time to think about such things. He needed to find Tyrant as soon as possible. Who captured the monk? De Huang also squinted his eyes. Even the monk had entered the divine tomb. Seemed like it was getting more and more interesting. However, the only thing they could do now was to save Tyrant. That extremely powerful divine soul could suppress me completely. If it wasn't for Tyrant using all his strength, I guess I wouldn't be able to escape from death. However, he was captured by that powerful divine soul. However, that divine soul didn't seem to threaten his life because he wanted the things on Tyrant. Shuobud continued. In other words, the monk should be fine for the time being, right? Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Master Shuobud. Let's not waste any more time. De Huang, let's go. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. De Huang jumped down from Goddess Luo's embrace reluctantly. However, at this moment De Huang knew what was more important. Hence he would not hesitate at all. Jiang Chen, although we are not as powerful as you, we should be able to help. We will go with you. Moling Dongchen said. Yeah, more people means more strength. You're our savior. Luo Wenhao was not to be outdone. Brother Jiang Chen, we pledge our lives to follow you. Their voices resounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Even though he was a person who was not easily moved by emotions, his heart still palpitated a little. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your kindness. However, this time we're going to save my brother. The situation is urgent. Moreover, all of you can enter the divine world. There's no need to take this risk with me. I can't let all of you follow me and take the risk with me. Otherwise, I, Jiang Chen, will not be able to bear it. All right, everyone, let's meet again in the divine world. Jiang Chen glanced at De Huang Dog and followed Master Shuobud. They were ready to depart any time. Let the few of us go with you. Moling Dongchen insisted. In the end, Moling Dongchen, Goddess Luo, Luo Wenhao, Jiang Xingxin, Yexing Yunwang, Lu Dong, Mo Kahan and the others followed Jiang Chen to save Tyrant. Mount Inkue was covered in a haze that stretched for thousands of kilometers. It was a wasteland covered in yellow sand and filled with broken walls and ruins. There was an evil aura everywhere and even the sky was filled with a terrifying pressure that made it hard for people to breathe. The surrounding mountains were undulating and endless. Tombstones were standing in great numbers. The cawing of crows could be heard. In the quiet Mount Inkue, it looked strange and gloomy. There was no grass or trees. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. Within the radius of 10,000 miles, everything was covered with the color of blood and gray. Everyone had an incomparably solemn expression on their faces. After entering this region they also felt a great pressure. This is Mount Inkue and the Blood Dragon Cave. This is the abode of the Divine Soul Expert. Shuobud shook his head and said. His eyes were solemn. He even showed a trace of fear towards this guy. After all the people who were discussing Dao with him were killed. Only he and Tyrant were left. That tragic scene still gave him goosebumps when he thought about it. Mount Inkue, Blood Dragon Cave? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. So, Tyrant was captured by these people? Who dares to act rashly here? Come out and kowtow to Master Dog. Maybe I will spare your life. Big Yellow was swaying back and forth in front of Jiang Chen, acting like a mighty general showing off his prowess. As soon as De Huang Dog finished his words, the whole mountain shook. The whole Mount Yin Kuei seemed like it was going to collapse. On the ridge of Mount Yin Kuei, there was a huge stone tablet that was tens of thousands of feet high. It rose from the ground. Rocks rolled down, the earth trembled, and ghosts cried and wolves howled. A dog dares to talk nonsense in my Mount Yin Kuei? Looks like you've come to die. I, revered Rinchen, will kill you today to restore the prestige of my Mount Yin Kuei. A cold laugh rang out. The divine soul of a god emperor stood proudly in the void. A bald old monk with a long beard appeared there. He coldly looked at Xianxia and the others with disdain. Master Dog can kill you with a fart. Are you the one who captured the monk? Big Yellow had a fierce look on its face as it grinned. So you came prepared. Oh, no wonder. A fish escaped the net. Stinky monk, you will all die here today. Rinchen squinted his eyes. When he saw Shuobud, his killing intent became stronger. Let's see if you have the ability. Chapter 2189. Little bastard, who do you think you are? How dare you yell in front of this master dog? Eat my fart. De Huang Dog didn't care about that. He turned around and let out a fart. The stench filled the air. Rinchen quickly retreated. His facial expression changed a few times. The stench was so strong that his body was trembling. This fart was something Rinchen didn't expect, because he didn't expect this big yellow dog to be so shameless. Damn dog, I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes today. Rinchen was infuriated. No matter who it was, they would feel nauseous after being smelled by such a stinky and domineering fart. This was an insult to him, a divine emperor. Obviously, Rinchen's pride was unparalleled. He was still living in his own world. Gagaga. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Do you really think that you're a peerless divine emperor? You're just a soul that's about to die and you still dare to show off? De Huang Dog harumphed coldly, looking at Rinchen with disdain. De Huang, why bother talking to this kind of person? Kill him with your fart. Jiangchen said with a faint smile. Yeah. This kind of trash is able to capture the monk. Seems like this guy hasn't made any progress. It's really embarrassing. De Huang Dog said with disdain. After rescuing the monk, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. You guys are too much. I'm going to kill all of you. Rinchen roared in anger and charged towards De Huang Dog. The spear in his hand stirred the void, creating a deafening noise. Jiangchen frowned. A true dragon palm was unleashed. A dragon roar was heard. The terrifying seal hit Rinchen's body. Rinchen was sent flying. His shadow became weaker and weaker. One look and anyone could tell that he was heavily injured. After forcing Rinchen back with a palm strike, the latter's eyes were filled with fear. He never thought that a mere early void god would be able to force him back. Moreover, he was heavily injured. This was simply unimaginable. Jiangchen shook his head. Although this fellow was also a god sovereign, his strength was at most equal to Xinyu Hu. Divine soul powerhouses had varying strengths. This Rinchen could be considered strong, but he couldn't be called a true powerhouse. At least in the tomb of the god of sin, it was impossible to have such strength. Looks like this guy is really too weak. He can't even withstand a single blow. Moling Dongchen smiled and said, That's right. He offended Jiangchen, so he's probably going to die soon. Luo Wenhao also laughed. Just you wait and see. Mount Yin Kuei is not a place you can casually set foot on. Rinchen gritted his teeth and quickly ran away. After he ran away, the blood-red steel on the ridge of Mount Yin Kuei rose up again, piercing through the clouds. The rumbling sound was even more deafening. This time even Jiangchen frowned his eyebrows tightly. A Sanskrit voice that covered the sky reverberated in Mount Yin Kuei. A blood-red hole was revealed from the blood-red steel. It looked hollow and abrupt. An inexplicable pressure shrouded everyone's heart. I'm just a kid. How dare you act wildly in Mount Yin Kuei? Seems like you guys really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I've already killed that little monk. You guys are too late. A gloomy voice was heard. A group of dark clouds that shrouded above their heads floated and converged. Only the voice could be heard, but no one could see the person. Since you've killed that monk, you'll have to pay with your blood. Today I'm going to wash Mount Yin Kuei and Blood Dragon Cave with blood. Jiangchen said faintly while staring at the group of dark clouds above the void. What a big tone. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Here, you guys will die without a burial place. A low and sorrowful voice was heard from the dark clouds. Stop pretending to be mysterious. Come out if you have the ability. I'll kill you with my fart. Before De Huang finished his words, he was shrouded by the dark clouds. Jiang Chen slashed down with his sword. The dark clouds gathered and shrouded the heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Chen wanted to pull out the heavenly dragon sword, but it was to no avail. The dark clouds pressed down on the city. Between heaven and earth, everything seemed to be controlled by the dark clouds. Everyone became hesitant. They wanted to take action but found that there was no way to do it. Get out of here. Jiang Chen roared. The power of the heavenly dragon sword rippled out. One sword light shone on the 14 provinces. The dark clouds were finally forced to retreat. De Huang dog was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it. This time I've kicked an iron plate. De Huang said in a low voice and muttered to himself. I'm afraid this person is a little strange. Could it be? Luo Wenhao said in a deep voice. It's very possible. We were frightened by that kind of pressure just now. We couldn't do anything at all. He's too powerful. He's so powerful that we can't even reach him. Moling Dongchen said. His words were filled with fear and trembling. It's the Emperor's prestige. However, it is an incomplete Emperor's might. Goddess Luo said faintly. However, the heaviness in her words was self-evident. At this moment, De Huang jumped into Goddess Luo's arms. Damn it. This is the first time I feel scared. Luo, you have to protect me. De Huang dog's extremely shameless spirit was vividly displayed at this moment. Luo Wenhao could not wait to eat the dog's meat. However, this dog was too good at picking the right time. Jiang Chen looked at the terrifying dark clouds coldly. The pressure on him was relatively lesser. After all, the power of the heavenly dragon sword was not to be underestimated. The primal origin treasure was truly unstoppable. Even the dark clouds were a little afraid of it. Could it be that he's really the soul of a great emperor? Jiang Chen frowned and said in a deep voice. Why would the soul of a great emperor appear here? The prestige of a great emperor is immortal. No matter if it's the divine tomb or the divine prison, they can't control it. Moreover, it's out of the 3 realms and not within the 5 elements. The prestige of a god emperor is not something that we can imagine. Goddess Luo patted De Huang dog's head as if she was comforting him and said in a low voice. Little girl, you're quite knowledgeable. Unfortunately, it's too late for you to know about it. Since you're here, stay. Then the dark clouds slowly condensed into a human figure. The man's body was sturdy and his eyes were sharp. He was wearing a black robe and his aura covered the sky. It was as if he could destroy the stars, move the mountains and fill the seas. This is the prestige of a great emperor? Jiang Chen thought. The man was surrounded by dark clouds. His long hair was draped over his shoulders. His eyes were shining with black light and extremely cold. Even if you have the prestige of a great emperor, you're just a remnant soul. Emo Qihan sneered and said. But at this moment the black-robed man raised his hand and a dark cloud shrouded Emo Qihan. Emo Qihan was sent flying and blood spurted out from his mouth. He did not even have the strength to fight back. Even if Jiang Chen wanted to take action, he did not have the chance as the man was too fast. In his hand, there was a ball of water formed from condensed water vapor floating in the air. I can feel that your strength should be the strongest. Chapter 2190. Just as expected, water droplets splashed onto Jiang Xinxin, Emo Qihan and Lu Dong. The 3 of them were instantly frozen and became ice sculptures. Their bodies were motionless as they were sealed by the ice. It was terrifying. Jiang Chen frowned as if he was facing a formidable enemy. This fellow was too terrifying. Even Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was being pushed back by the cold air. Jiang Chen had to use the 5 elemental true fire to melt the ice on the heavenly dragon sword. You are the ancestor of darkness, the great demon god emperor Yi Shuihan. Goddess Luo Lungling said. Her pupils shrunk as she took 2 steps back. Her chest was heaving up and down. Apparently she was shocked by the black-robed man. The prestige of a great emperor was extraordinary. Even though he had died for millions of years and only a remnant soul was left, he was still not someone that ordinary people could compete with. I can't believe that someone still remembers my name. Ishuehan murmured. He couldn't help but look at Goddess Luo again. God Luo clan seems to have good foresight. However, no one can leave here alive today. The legendary ancestor of darkness, The great demon god emperor Yi Shuihan. It seems like we can't escape today. Moling Dongchen smiled bitterly and shook his head. His face was full of shock and he was even a little disheartened. The great demon god emperor is unparalleled in the world. How could he fall? However, a god emperor has not appeared for nearly 70 million years. Some even said that the god emperors had gone into seclusion. Some said that all the god emperors had fallen after a shocking battle. Luo Wenhao said in a low voice as he looked at Yi Shuihan. He was also shocked. Jiang Chen looked at Yi Shuihan. His feeling was not that strong. After all, he had not entered the divine world. He would not understand how high the position of a god emperor was in the divine world. Moreover, the prestige of a god emperor was as high as the heavens. No one dared to go against it. The great demon god emperor, the #1 evil emperor in the divine world. He had fought against 3 people at the same time and was not at a disadvantage. The other 3 were also god emperors. Who would not be afraid of such prestige? Didn't you say that there were no god emperors in the tomb of the god of sin? Luo Wenhao's expression changed. His clan's elder once said that the divine tomb could not trap the divine soul of a god emperor, because the divine soul of a god emperor had already transcended beyond the 3 realms. Although the divine tomb was strange, a god emperor was the supreme ruler of the myriad of worlds. No one could change their will. There are exceptions to everything. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. When he saw the divine soul of the god emperor, the pressure on him was as great as ever. However, no one knew how terrifying the god emperor was. Because, at the level of the god emperor, all methods were useless. The god emperor represented omnipotence. That little monk is an old friend of mine. That's why I must kill him. Since you're here to save him, you can die with him. Yi Shuihan said with a faint smile. Jiang Chen and the others were just ants in his eyes. A dignified god emperor doesn't even have the slightest bit of magnanimity. He's actually the same as those despicable and shameless godly souls. He only wants to kill us cultivators who have yet to enter the god realm. Jiang Chen said with a cold smile. Are you trying to goad me into action? It doesn't seem to work. I naturally have my reasons for wanting to kill that monk. As for you, you're just funerary objects. Not worth mentioning. Yi Shuihan was cold and arrogant. Even if I'm a god emperor, so what if I kill you? In my eyes, if anyone dares to stand in my way, I will definitely not let them go. The prestige of a god emperor is not something you can casually criticize. You're just a bunch of lowly ants. Killing you is like killing a dog. What's the difference? You're really conceited. However, it might be difficult for you to get what you want. Because you've met me. Jiang Chen's eyes were burning. He looked at Yi Shuihan fearlessly. Even if you're a god emperor, so what? If you really have the potential of a god emperor, so what if I'm afraid of you? But now you're just a soul. Why should I be respectful to you? Even so, Jiang Chen would not let him go. Because he captured his brother, Tyrant. If he did not take revenge, they would not live under the same sky. Surrender now and you might be able to leave your corpses intact. Yi Shuihan said. Do you really think we're sick cats? Subduing the enemy without a fight. Aren't you looking down on us? Jiang Chen sneered. Before the battle even started, Jiang Chen could not do such a thing. Even if he were to die, he wanted to die standing. He wanted to die with dignity. Well done. You dare to fight against a god emperor. You're indeed worthy of admiration. However, you still have to die. Because I won't leave anyone alive. Before you came, you should have been prepared to die. Yi Shuihan said coldly. He really did not want to fight. However, this guy was determined to fight with him. Obviously, he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Everyone follow me and fight. I want to see how terrifying the prestige of a god emperor is. Jiang Chen wanted to compete with Heaven Duke. He was not afraid of the prestige of a god emperor at all. I'm going to die either way. Master Dog will fight with you. Da Huang Dog stood beside Jiang Chen fearlessly. That's right. Anyway, this guy has already decided to kill us. Life and death are boundless. We won't forget it even if we don't think about it. So what if we die? Moling Dongchen waved his folding fan and stood on the left of Jiang Chen. Yi Shuihan said arrogantly. It's a worthy death to be able to fight against the divine soul of a peerless god emperor. Luo Wenhao was not timid and stood out bravely. Although I haven't entered the divine world, I've seen the prestige of a god emperor. My life is not in vain. Let's fight till the end. Yesheng Yunwang's eyes were filled with fighting intent. He also planned to follow Zhou Xian and fight against the divine soul of a god emperor. A bunch of ants. How dare you compete with the brilliance of the moon? How arrogant. I will let you see that the prestige of a god emperor is not something you can resist. Yishui Han sneered. A dark cloud of lightning pressed down and broke through the sky. The rolling dark cloud and the peerless thunder rumbled. In just one move, everyone was pushed back. Even Zhou Xian was not an exception. However, he was in a better condition. Although he was pushed back, his situation was not too bad. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Zhou Qian's smile became brighter. Because the divine soul of a god emperor made him feel that the prestige of a god emperor was not inviolable. I want the girl of God Luo clan. Follow me. I'll give you a lifetime of glory. Yishui Han looked at Goddess Luo with burning eyes. Don't even think about it. You dead man. Master Dog will not allow it. De Huang Dog stood in front of Goddess Luo proudly. A dog. Overestimating yourself. De Huang gritted his teeth and stared at Yishui Han. Yishui Han struck with his palm. The palm wind was like lightning. De Huang Dog roared in anger and rushed up. His tough dog head was hit and De Huang Dog was sent flying. He looked extremely miserable. Even his body was broken into pieces. De Huang. Chapter 2191. Motherfucker, how dare you touch my brother? Today I will fight you to the death. Even if it's the divine soul of an emperor god, I will make you pay for your actions. Zhou Xian held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and pointed it at Yishui Han. You do have some ability. Unfortunately, you are still too weak. If not for the fact that you are only a spiritual body, I would only need a single thought to kill you. That would be enough. Yishui Han curled his lips and completely disdained Zhou Xian. However, in the end you are only a spirit. If I'm afraid of even a spirit, then I might have already failed before even entering the god world. Zhou Qian's murderous aura was like a dragon. He must fight with all his strength against Yishui Han. Very well, even if you are a soul, killing you is still as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Yishui Han stepped through the void and directly attacked. He attacked crazily and crushed Zhou Qian's shadow with a sharp palm wind. 9 phantom wolves. Zhou Qian's speed suddenly increased. 9 shadows appeared in the void and attacked Yishui Han together. But in an instant, Zhou Qian's real body was discovered by Yishui Han. A simple but hard-to-avoid punch directly made Zhou Qian unable to hide. With the power of a great emperor, Zhou Qian quickly retreated. The slaughter dragon seal carried the power of resentment of all living beings. The aura of death filled the entire Mount Inkue. The seal linked and was extremely terrifying. But in the eyes of Yishui Han, it was not a threat at all. Yishui Han's figure moved and disappeared. His shadow turned into a cloud. The slaughter dragon seal hit on Yishui Han's shadow, but it was like hitting a sponge. There was no force at all and Yishui Han easily dodged it. Zhou Qian's heavenly dragon sword stirred up waves again. The sword edge was sharp and it changed the universe. The power of a primal origin treasure was so sharp that even Yishui Han did not dare to take it head-on. After all, he was just a divine soul. But Yishui Han was not to be outdone. After all, he was an emperor god. That kind of power was something that Zhou Qian could not compare with. 1,000 miles of ice. Yishui Han covered the sky with one hand. Thousands of miles of ice and snow drifted in the air. Everywhere was filled with ice, directly freezing the void. Everywhere was covered in ice and snow. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, the chill was so cold that it suppressed everyone's strength to the lowest possible level. 3,000 flames dragon seal. Zhou Qian gathered the 5 elemental true fire, and with a twist of his hand seal, the 3,000 flames dragon seal instantly blotted out the sky and covered the earth, directly blasting towards Yishui Han. The 1,000-li ice seal at this moment turned into water mist, filling the space between heaven and earth. It was like the first clear sky after a heavy rain and the dust had settled. The frigid coldness of the 3,000 flames dragon seal was completely expelled. Moreover, the fusion of ice and fire of the 3,000 flames dragon seal perfectly countered the water-changing's icebound 1,000 miles. How could this be? Yishui Han quickly retreated after his attack. He had dissolved the 3,000 flames dragon seal, but he was still shocked. With your strength, you are at most a peak void god. Do you think you can block my 1,000 miles of ice? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Yishuehan did not believe that Jiang Chen had such strength. Suddenly he felt that his Mount Yin Kuei seemed to be covered by a layer of barrier. Old fart, I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to harm me? Yishuehan pointed at the sky and scolded. At this moment even Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. Who is this fella scolding? I know it must be you. Even if I suppress my strength to a peak void god, no one here will be able to leave this place alive. I am a god emperor. My power is unstoppable. Yishuehan pointed at the sky and scolded. Jiang Chen frowned. Is this fella crazy? If it wasn't for someone setting up a barrier around Mount Yin Kuei, you would have died just now. Now I can only unleash the strength of a peak void god. But it should be enough to kill you all. Yishuehan's eyes became colder. Your strength is only at the peak void god level? Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. A peak void god was already so powerful. An ordinary peak void god might not be able to fight against him, but he was still so confident. One could see how terrifying a god emperor was. Moreover, Jiang Chen understood that someone had set up a barrier around this place. That's why Yishuehan's strength was restricted. In other words, he still had a chance, a great chance. We're both void gods. Even if you're a god emperor, I don't need to be afraid of you. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Seems like you still don't understand the current situation. Even if we're both void gods, killing you will be as easy as taking something out of my pocket. After all, you don't know how powerful a god emperor is. Yishuehan was full of confidence. Jiang Chen was indeed powerful. But he was still a god emperor's divine soul. Even if his strength was restricted by a barrier, he should not be underestimated. Jiang Chen looked at the void. He couldn't feel the existence of the barrier, but he could see that Yishuehan was really nervous. This feeling couldn't be faked because his strength was restricted, he could only unleash the strength of a peak void god. Jiang Chen looked at the void. Jiang Chen will wait and see. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen took a step forward. Azure Dragon's 5 steps, each step shocking the heavens. Insignificant tricks. It's just a void technique, yet you want to kill me? Ah, what a fool's dream. Yishuehan's footwork was exquisite. Every step he took was calculated. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps could not break through the void around Yishuehan. Moreover, it could not affect him at all. This was the first time Jiang Chen failed. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps was exquisite and could change the void. However, Yishuehan was able to see through it with a single glance. The prestige of a god emperor is too powerful. Jiang Chen thought. Although he was unwilling to admit it, the truth was the truth. It could not be changed. It's lonely at the top. Yishuehan said faintly. As he moved, the void was frozen. Cold air filled the air. Ice flowers could be seen everywhere. It was beautiful, but it was full of killing intent. The ice flowers were dazzling like ice blades. They were extremely sharp. At this moment, all of them flew towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The sword moved like a dragon and a phoenix danced, slashing the ice flowers in all directions. Even so, his body was pierced by dozens of ice flowers. He staggered and retreated with a pale face. Just so. Yishuehan shook his head and snorted at Jiang Chen. You're too weak. You don't deserve to have this primal origin treasure. Aren't you talking too much? In fact, you're a bit noisy. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His body shook and he transformed into a dragon. After the dragon transformation, even Yishuehan's expression turned grave. A terrifying aura spread out from Jiang Chen's body. 10 times his combat strength. Now Jiang Chen's combat strength had reached the level of a late void god. Yishuehan couldn't help but become serious. Are you a human or a dragon? I have never seen a dragon like you. Dead people don't deserve to know. I will destroy your divine soul. Jiang Chen grinned and roared. His voice could be heard from 1,000 miles away. Chapter 2192. Yishuehan shuttled through the void, holding a huge mace shaped like a wolf's fang. Yin Qi filled the air as it swept across. The void buzzed as if it was about to shatter. Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless. Although it was just a divine soul, a remnant soul of a great emperor, even a remnant soul of a great emperor whose strength was suppressed, it still had the prestige of a great emperor. Its strength was unpredictable, so Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless. After transforming into a dragon, Jiang Chen became incomparably violent. His aura was ferocious everywhere. Even Yi Shuihan did not dare to be careless. Jiang Chen's physical strength had also become incomparably powerful. Yi Shuihan's attacks were ruthless and ruthless. Both of them were constantly intertwining with each other. The violent aura was not any weaker than Tian Feng Shuihan's. You're really strong. It's a pity that you don't have a great emperor-level soul. You can't stop my prestige of a great emperor. Yi Shuihan sneered. Both of them were evenly matched. No one could gain the upper hand. Moreover, Jiang Chen's great divination art had discovered Yi Shuihan's movement and was pressing on. Even so, he did not gain any advantage over Yi Shuihan. It was still unrealistic for Jiang Chen to suppress Tian Feng Shuihan at this moment. You've already lost in terms of soul strength. Yi Shuihan's eyes were cold. The huge mace swept across and collided with the heavenly dragon sword. Yi Shuihan closed his eyes and finally began his powerful attack. Soul collision. Soul extinguishment. 3 feet of ice seal. Yi Shuihan's voice was ethereal. A Sanskrit sound swept across. Jiang Chen, who was above the void, frowned. An invisible soul pressure pressed down on him. Jiang Chen quickly retreated, but there was still no effect. His soul felt like it was going to freeze. That kind of pain was self-evident. Such a terrifying soul attack. Jiang Chen was shocked. Freeze. My soul will help you transcend. Yi Shuihan abruptly opened his eyes, and the spiritual pressure that filled the heavens and earth caused everyone to feel as though they were about to be frozen. Once their spiritual souls were frozen, they would completely lose their consciousness, which was no different from death. Pagoda suppressing divine soul. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, and the Zulong Tower appeared, enveloping everyone. As soon as Jiang Chen's Zulong Tower appeared, Yi Shuihan's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with horror, as if the fear in his heart had been ignited. What a terrifying pagoda. What a familiar feeling. Why does my soul feel so uncomfortable? Yi Shuihan didn't expect his plan to backfire. His soul was suppressed by the golden pagoda, and he completely lost the initiative to attack. Instead, he retreated step by step, and his expression was extremely ugly. A dragon's roar shook Yi Shuihan indescribably. I thought I'm going to die. Luo Wenhao's expression was terrible. Being enveloped by Jiang Chen in the Zulong Tower, he let out a sigh of relief. He felt like he had just survived a disaster. Jiang Chen's pagoda is really magical, and it has saved us more than once. Moling Dongchen murmured. You're right. Do you think this is the inheritance of the craftsman god that he has obtained? Luo Wenhao said doubtfully. Why? Do you still want to fight against Jiang Chen? Moling Dongchen laughed. How can I be so inhumane? I thought he was dead and tried my best to dissuade Long Shisan. My Luo clan is not that crazy. Luo Wenhao snorted. It was the truth, and he was just curious. Craftsman god's inheritance. If we can return to the divine world, Jiang Chen will definitely set off a storm in the divine world. I believe he will not be mediocre. Moling Dongchen let out a sigh. The inheritance of the craftsman god will definitely make the peaceful divine world bustling again. As for him being the center of the storm, he won't have a good time either. Luo Wenhao said worriedly. This is not something you guys need to worry about. If we can't get out of here, everything will be nonsense. Goddess Luo said faintly. Looking at De Huang, who was severely injured, she could not bear to see him like this. Her originally calm state of mind had also become emotional. At this moment, a 5-elemental true fire was shot out. Jiang Xinxin and the others who were frozen instantly melted. They were so cold that their faces turned purple. They were shivering as if their souls were going to be taken away. This was not an ordinary freezing. It was the freezing of the soul of a god emperor. If it lasted for a long time, they might even be frozen to death. Jiang Chen looked at Yi Shuihan with disdain and said coldly. What else do you have now? If you want to kill us, these are not enough. It's too early for you to be happy. The soul of a god emperor is not something that you people can imagine. Yi Shuihan was still extremely confident. Even though he was forced back by Jiang Chen's Zulong Tower, he still had the means to punish Jiang Chen. 9 turns 30,000 miles, I shall freeze the heavens. Yi Shuihan roared in rage. A bone-chilling cold intent struck again. The mountains danced like silver snakes, the plains were like wax elephants, and the void was frozen. It was a spectacular scene. Everything was frozen at this moment. 30,000 miles of ice was frozen. The cold intent was shocking and not even a blade of grass could grow. Thunder destruction, I am the only one. Thunder origin pouring 1,000 miles. Jiang Qin covered the sky with his hand and soared up. The thunder origin in his body instantly burst out. It was majestic and overbearing. The dawn sky golden lightning tore through the air and descended. It completely shattered Xianxia's world of ice, causing it to crumble inch by inch. There was no sign of it being sealed in ice anymore. You have the thunder origin? Xianxia was shocked once again. It was impossible for him to control the origin of lightning, let alone a void god like Jiang Qin. However, he did it. Jiang Qin was a void god, but he did it. His 30,000 miles of ice was broken by Jiang Qin's thunder origin. Thunder and fire were one family. The power of the thunder origin was comparable to the descent of true fire. It was unstoppable. A god emperor is just Isu. Jiang Qin refuted Xianxia. Because Jiang Qin knew that even if it was a complete god emperor's divine soul, he wouldn't be a match for Xianxia. Because Xianxia was just a remnant soul, he dared to be so arrogant. Good, beating up a god emperor. Little Qinzi, I will respect you from now on. Although De Huang was heavily injured, he was extremely excited at this moment. Jiang Qin's every step was filled with killing intent. Xianxia was at his wits' end. He believed that Jiang Qin would definitely be able to turn the situation around. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson now. Xianxia's expression became more and more solemn. Do you really think that a god emperor is so easy to defeat? A god emperor will never lose. Just a remnant soul. How can you be so brave? Jiang Qin stood proudly in the sky. No matter what you do, I will not move. Shattering the void. Great darkness sky. Chapter 2193. Not good. Legend has it that this is Xianxia's ultimate killing move, shattering the void and turning the void into ruins. Goddess Luo murmured. Her expression suddenly changed. At this moment, if this place turned into ruins, it would probably be sucked into the black hole of the universe and turned into ashes. God knows how many powerhouses had been buried under this move. Great darkness heaven. Are we really done for? Moling Dongqin smiled bitterly. At this moment, it seemed like even Jiang Qin would not be able to save the situation. After all, Xianxia was the 9 heavens celestial emperor of the divine world. A centipede dies but never falls down. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Xianxia was still a celestial emperor after all. Once we are defeated, I never thought that we would be trapped in this divine tomb. Unfortunately, if it wasn't for the celestial emperor, Jiang Qin would not be defeated. Luo Wenhao gritted his teeth and said. He felt unsatisfied for Jiang Qin and himself. The emperor's prestige is indelible and invincible. Moling Dongqin closed his eyes slowly. Although they were in Jiang Qin's Zulong Tower, countless black holes appeared in front of them. Once they were sucked into the black holes, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Apart from the celestial emperors, who else could have such means? Although there were people in the immortal world who could tear the void apart, the divine tomb was not the same as the immortal world. The stability of the space in the immortal world and the divine tomb was totally different. But even so, the void was still collapsing. Terrifying black holes kept sucking Jiang Qin into them. Once he was sucked into the black holes, he would be devoured by the black holes and turned into nothingness. This was the most mysterious black hole energy in the entire universe. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Now, let's see what other means you have to contend against me. Xianxia laughed coldly. This time even the heavens could not save him. You're really strong. Jiang Qin said solemnly. Unfortunately, I'm stronger than you. The appearance of a celestial emperor is just SOSO. Great void technique. Jiang Qin stepped on the void and freely shuttled back and forth like a leisurely void walker. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Only De Huang Dog was calmly lying in Goddess Luo's embrace. This, is that true? I can't believe my eyes. Jiang Qin actually dodged countless black holes and traveled through the void. Jiang Qin is omnipotent. I've already told you that my human pet is invincible. But why don't you believe me? You look so worried, but I, Lord Dog, have already seen through everything. De Huang Dog's serious attitude made everyone not know whether to laugh or cry. This De Huang Dog at such a crucial moment actually dared to make them look bad. No. This is impossible. Xianxia was incomparably shocked and his face was ashen. shattering the void, and the black holes couldn't do anything to Zhou Xian. He had already used up all his means, but Zhou Xian was able to withstand all of them. How could Xian accept this? One should know that he still regarded himself as a peerless celestial emperor. Failure was more painful than death to him. At this moment, Zhou Xian was holding the divine burying flag and stirring the void. All of the black holes were moving towards Xian at the same time. I'm not willing, not willing, not willing. Xian's angry roar resounded through the void. His figure was also sucked into the black holes. At this moment the world returned to nothingness. The black holes devour everything. You've shot yourself in the foot. You reap what you sow, you reap what you sow. Ha! Big Yellow had a profound look on his face as if he was lecturing someone. In the end he laid in Goddess Luo's embrace and laughed out loud. Everything returned to tranquility. The entire Mount Inkue also became quiet. Come out. Your master is already dead. Do you think you can still escape from my grasp? Zhou Qian's voice reverberated through the entire Mount Inkue. Ren Chen's expression changed drastically. He never thought that even the remnant soul of a celestial emperor would be defeated by such a young guy. It was too shocking. Lord Tyrant is here. I dare not be negligent. Ren Chen sent Monk Tyrant out with a smile on his face. He had a flattering expression on his face. When Tyrant saw Zhou Qian and a Huang dog, his eyes lit up and he ran towards them. Fuck. Little Qinzi, I thought I would never see you again. Tyrant said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with excitement. Unlike the immortal world, this time they were reunited after surviving a calamity. It's good that you're fine. Speaking of which, how did you enter the divine tomb? You've reached the early void god realm. Zhou Qian said with a smile. To be exact, I'm at the peak of early void god realm. I'm just one step away from breaking through. Sai, what's the use of that? I was still captured by that old bastard Xian. But you little Qinzi, you're too fierce. That's the soul of a celestial emperor. I still can't believe that you've killed a celestial emperor's soul. Tyrant couldn't calm down as he thought of this. It's just a remnant soul of a celestial emperor. It's not worth mentioning. Hee hee. Zhou Qian nodded and chuckled. Kid, you're still the most terrifying one. Although you're only an early void god, even a late void god would have to take a detour in front of you. I feel that there is a mysterious power that seems to be summoning me from within the tomb of the gods. Tyrant said solemnly. Then did you find it? Zhou Qian said. Oh, I just sensed it. I was captured by that bastard Xian. There's a mysterious force calling out to you. Looks like you're going to have a great opportunity. Then why did Xian capture you? He said that I'm his enemy, so he must kill me. But before that, he demanded that I hand over the Virokana spell. How the fuck would I know what the Virokana spell is? But it sounds like a Buddhist scripture. Tyrant said as he rubbed his nose. That should be the case. Looks like your identity is really intriguing. Could it be that you're the reincarnation of a celestial emperor? Zhou Qian said with a laugh. However, what he said might be the truth. Forget it. That guy almost killed me. I don't want to be a celestial emperor. I'm devout and the Buddha's light shines. That son of a bitch, he's always in trouble. How can there be such a miserable celestial emperor? Tyrant complained to Zhou Qian with tears and snot running down his face. Amitabha. Female benefactor is a beauty that can topple countries. How can she be tarnished by that evil dog? Chapter 2194. Stinky monk, if it wasn't for my brilliance, do you think you would have the chance to meet such a beautiful lady? You're just a traitor. You don't know how to appreciate me at all. Appreciate your ass. I was saved by little Qin. You arrogant bastard, you're still so cocky. I was almost killed and you're still in the mood to flirt with girls? Are you still my brother? Damn dog. Tyrant changed his serious expression and started cursing. Everyone was shocked. Even Master Shuo Wuda was a little dumbfounded. The tyrant in the past was not like this. Isn't this Lord Dog seriously injured? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. You don't know how to repay my kindness. When I recover, I will bite you to death, you heartless monk. Amitabha. Motherfucker. You're cursing again. After saying that, Tyrant bowed lightly towards Master Shuo Butte. This time it's all thanks to senior brother Shuo Butte. Tyrant is grateful to your 8th ancestor. No. It's a slip of the tongue. Thanks senior brother Shuo Butte for saving my life. Don't mention it. Junior brother Tyrant, it turns out that you're such a genuine person. Shuabud said awkwardly. However, he knew that Tyrant was a genuine person. Such a genuine person. Moling Dongchen found it hard to speak and murmured in a low voice. By the way, what's your next plan? Jiangchen asked. I want to go to that place. I know there's something I want there. Tyrant said. Alright, I'll go with you. Jiangchen nodded. Master Dog, I'll go too. Da Huang Dog jumped down and looked back at Goddess Luo. My goddess, I'm going to the same place with that stinky monk. Don't miss me. Okay. Goddess Luo opened her red lips and only said one word. It was not easy for someone like her who did not eat the food of the mortal world. Moling Dongchen and the others wanted to help Jiangchen, but they were stopped by Jiangchen. You can go to the Yuhua realm and wait for me. I will definitely go. Jiangchen rejected everyone because he had a feeling that this trip absolutely couldn't be underestimated, and it was very likely that he would be surrounded by dangers. At least you have some loyalty, you damned dog. Tyrant looked at Da Huang Dog with a mellow smile. Two people and a dog embarked on their journey together. In the east, in a dark graveyard, Tyrant relied on the summons and senses in the depths of his heart to come here. Not far away, there were layers of towering palaces that pierced through the clouds. Although it was unknown how many years had passed, the palaces still hadn't collapsed. Outside the palace, there were broken walls and rubble everywhere. Stone statues stood in great numbers, all of them Buddhist living beings, hundreds and thousands of disciples. On the palace, there was a huge bell that was embedded into the glazed tiles of the palace, emitting a Buddhist aura. It's here. Tyrant glanced at Jiangchen and said. Is this the place that summoned you? Yes, it's here. This seems to be a temple, but I don't know how many years have passed. Tyrant took a step forward, and the surrounding space seemed to give rise to a series of ripples. Minor Thunder Temple. Tyrant silently stared at the four large words above the Buddhist hall. It was as if he was extremely moved in the depths of his heart. Minor Thunder Temple, is this the Minor Thunder Temple of the Divine World? Why do I feel that this place is so desolate and sorrowful? Tyrant murmured. However, Jiangchen couldn't enter. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't take a step in. It was the same for Da Huang Dog. Damn it, does this stupid temple recognize people? This Lord Dog is so handsome, there's no reason why I can't enter. Since we can't enter, forget it. Let's take a walk over there. Jiangchen said. Go ahead. This Lord Dog's injuries haven't healed yet, I'm too lazy to move. Da Huang Dog mumbled and went back to sleep. You should really be reincarnated as a pig in your next life. Snore. As soon as Jiangchen finished speaking, the damn dog actually started snoring. In the Minor Thunder Temple, Tyrant saw a statue of Vairocana in the Hall of Great Strength. The statue was solemn and the praying mat under its feet was covered in dust. Tyrant slowly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times in front of Vairocana Buddha. In an instant, an ancient scripture and a purple gold alms bowl appeared in front of him. Endless golden alms bowl, Vairocana mantra? Tyrant's face changed and he became extremely solemn. The Vairocana mantra, which even god emperors were afraid of, actually appeared in front of him after he kowtowed 3 times. It was really unimaginable. This was too mystical. Jiangchen shook his head, turned around and walked to a nearby graveyard. Although it was more than 10 miles away, this place was completely different from other places. It was full of auspiciousness and it didn't seem like a burial ground, but a place to enjoy one's old age. In this cemetery there weren't many graves and the tombstones weren't all over the place. Although there was only a piece of wood with inscriptions, it was also simple and neat, as if someone had specially repaired it. There were hundreds of tombstones and Jiangchen looked at them one by one, but he couldn't see many of them clearly. Only the first one was clearly written on it. Headless War God Xingtian's grave. As for the rest of the tombstones, he tried his best to rub his eyes, but he couldn't see what was written on them. Xingtian, the ancient war god? I think I've heard of this name before. Jiangchen murmured. Xingtian Wuganqi ferocious will always be there. He was the simplest and most terrifying god. An old voice appeared behind Jiangchen. Jiangchen was shocked as he actually didn't notice the other party. I'm the gravekeeper here. The old man said with a smile. He seemed to be very happy to see Jiangchen and he didn't put up his guard against him. Gravekeeper. Jiangchen murmured. Why? I can't see the words on the tombstones clearly. I can't see them clearly either. The gravekeeper shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Jiang Chen looked at the gravekeeper deeply. The gravekeeper was only a peak void god, but his appearance made Jiang Chen feel a little strange. Since you're willing to guard the tomb here, why don't you go to the divine world? Jiang Chen asked. He knew that the gravekeeper was a living person with flesh and blood and not a divine soul. Life is short, grass and trees are short. Go back to where you came from. If you die, you still have to return to the divine tomb. When you're alive, you chase after fame and fortune. When you're dead, you still fight for fame and fortune. Is the divine world a good place to go? Hee hee. The gravekeeper laughed. You're quite open-minded. Indeed, it's not about life and death. When you're alive, you chase after fame and fortune. When you're dead, it's still the same. Moreover, it's in this world, the divine tomb. Jiang Chen nodded faintly. So, why should I let myself go through this torment? The gravekeeper asked. Then how many years have you been guarding here? Jiang Chen asked. The gravekeeper shook his head. Chapter 2195. Is it hard for you to break through to the void god realm? In the divine tomb, no one can break through to the void god realm. This is the rule of the divine tomb. You've even forgotten about the passage of time. It's been hard on you. Jiang Chen said with a smile. One day perhaps you'll come back here. The tomb keeper's words made Jiang Chen frown. Who would curse someone to die? I'll come here too. Will I die too? Jiang Chen asked himself. Will I die too? Will I? He didn't know and he couldn't understand. He had never been to the divine world. He must go there to have the right to speak. Compared to this tomb keeper who had no ambition, he had to work harder. Do you only guard this tomb? Yes, I only guard this place. The tomb keeper said with a smile. Gods have died, but they still have to come back here. What do you think they're doing this for? Jiang Chen was confused. This tomb keeper, what kind of people are they guarding? Gods have died, demons have perished. The heavens and earth have fallen once again. Some people live, but they're dead forever. Some people die, but they live forever. I'm just a tomb keeper. What I'm guarding are the souls of those who have died. I hope that they'll never be disturbed. The tomb keeper stroked the yellow flag in his hand and said softly. Not simple. It's not easy. Jiang Chen nodded silently. All of a sudden, the ancestral dragon pagoda in his body shone brightly. The entire graveyard started to tremble. Whether it was the inscriptions on the stone or the wooden inscriptions, they were all trembling at this moment and sank down slowly. Jiang Chen was shocked. What's going on? Step back. The tomb keeper let out a low roar and waved the yellow flag in his hand. The flag was tattered, but it seemed to contain an incomparably terrifying might. Waves of evil wind blew in from all directions, and the entire tomb seemed to be sinking. The 100 generations tribulation. I have the Xianhuang seal. The tomb keeper's expression was solemn as he waved the banners. The gravekeeper's voice shook the heavens and earth. It was so deafening that even Jiang Chen felt an immense pressure. Old man, do you need help? Jiang Chen said. Take out your pagoda. It might be able to suppress it for a while. Jiang Chen took out the Zulong tower and released a golden light. Waves of dragon cries sounded, wailing continuously. How sorrowful, how great was this? It was as if this was a promise that would never change throughout the ages. As the tomb guard waved his flag in the wind, the entire tomb shook for half a minute before it finally quieted down. Jiang Chen put away the Zulong tower, but his whole body trembled. How did he know that there was a Zulong tower in his body? Old man, who exactly are you? Jiang Chen looked at the gravekeeper doubtfully. He couldn't help but raise his guard. I'm a gravekeeper. However, these restless fellows are always trying to defy the heavens and change their fates. That's why I'm here to suppress them. Guarding the tomb is my duty. The gravekeeper smiled. He was calm and unruffled. Facing Jiang Chen's question, he wasn't worried at all. Little Chenzi. Jiang Chen, where are you? Little Chenzi? Don't tell me you've been seduced by a beauty? I've been entrusted by your two tigresses to keep an eye on you. The voices of De Huang Dog and Tyrant echoed in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen turned around and saw the two of them rushing toward him. Kid, why are you hiding here? We've been looking for you everywhere. Tyrant looked at Jiang Chen and said with a frown. I just came out for a while and you're already out of the little Laying temple? Is there nothing inside? Jiang Chen asked. Big brother, I've been inside for 7 days and 7 nights. When I came out, De Huang was already sleeping. Tyrant looked at Jiang Chen with a strange expression. He seemed to be in disbelief. Yeah, you can't be thinking of building a harem of 3,000 beauties, right? I think this idea can be put into practice. I'll help you find a harem of beauties. The Huang dog grinned and beamed with joy. Didn't I just come out for a while? It's already been 7 days and 7 nights? Jiang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. I've only spoken a few words with this gravekeeper and 7 days have passed? Jiang Chen was very surprised. Who else is here other than you? Tyrant looked at Jiang Chen with a confused expression. Jiang Chen turned his head abruptly. The tomb keeper had already disappeared without a trace. Even the peaceful tomb had completely vanished. He could not find it at all. I clearly spoke to him just now. How could this be? Jiang Chen murmured. He was extremely shocked, but he was very sure that this gravekeeper definitely existed. However, why did he suddenly disappear? Even the tomb had disappeared with him. This was not something Jiang Chen knew. This place is really too strange. Jiang Chen said quietly. Did you really see the gravekeeper? The Huang dog's expression became solemn. They believed that Jiang Chen would not lie. I really saw the tomb keeper and I even used the ancestral dragon pagoda to help him suppress those evil and crooked cultivators. Jiang Chen looked confident. However, the fact was that the gravekeeper had disappeared. The graveyard and the tombstones had also disappeared without a trace. Forget it. Let's leave this place as soon as possible. Hurry to Yuhua boundary and enter the divine world. That's the most important thing now. Jiang Chen said and shook his head. Since it was a dreamlike adventure, there was no need to keep it in mind. In that case, let's not delay any further. Let's leave this place quickly. Tyrant said in a deep voice. Alright, let's go quickly. I'm starting to miss my little Luo Luo. Speaking of which, is this damn dog really in heat? Tyrant looked at Jiang Chen. Seems so. Jiang Chen and the other two left together and headed to Yuhua boundary. Yuhua boundary was the barrier between the divine tomb and the divine world. It would open once every 1,000 years. Every time it opened, there would be a guide. In front of Yuhua boundary, there were hundreds of thousands of 9th-grade immortal sovereigns who broke through the divine tomb and entered the divine world. Almost everyone knew that the person who saved them was Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they might not even have the chance to enter the divine world. Why is Jiang Chen not here yet? Don't tell me he can't come? Luo Wenhao murmured. Shut your crow's mouth, he said. There's no way he won't come. Moling Dongchen stared at Luo Wenhao. The one who was most worried was Jiang Xinxin. At this moment, the people of the Sword God Alliance were waiting for Jiang Chen's appearance. Yexing Yunwang, Mo Kahan, Lu Dong, even the Jiangzhen brothers. Everyone in the Sword God Alliance hoped to see Jiang Chen's appearance. After all, they would go their separate ways after entering the divine world. No one knew if they would have the chance to meet again after entering the divine world. Boss Jiang Chen's righteousness reaches the clouds. I've missed him dearly. I really want to see him again. Yeah. Boss Jiang Chen is unparalleled. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Shut up, all of you. Brother Jiang Chen is a lucky man, he will definitely show up. Maybe he has something important to do. Everyone was waiting and hoping that Jiang Chen would appear. Yuhua boundary is about to open. Chapter 2196. Divine light shone brightly and the sky was filled with colorful clouds. The void was boundless and all the realms were united. Is that the divine world? So beautiful. There were those who were intoxicated by the process. After millions of years of cultivation, they had finally managed to step into the immortal world and become a true mortal transcendent. It's so beautiful. The divine world is indeed a place that people from all realms want to come to. I feel like I'm going to fall in it. Such a scene should only exist in the heavens. How can it be seen in the mortal world? I'm finally coming to the divine world. Entering the divine world is like stepping into the sky, transforming from a mortal into a god and looking down on a heavenly lord. It's within reach. The divine world that I've been dreaming of is finally in front of me. More and more people started to become excited and their expressions became incomparably solemn. After experiencing countless hardships and obstacles, they finally completed the final transformation and were about to step into the divine world. Who wouldn't be excited? Their faces were filled with excitement. As long as they entered the divine world, they would change completely. From then on, they would no longer be humans but gods. Yuhua Boundary's 1,000-mile rainbow bridge shone brightly. The only barrier in the void was Yuhua Boundary. It was the only passage connecting the divine world and the divine tomb. This is the divine world. After passing through Yuhua Boundary, we'll be in the divine world. However, we might be teleported to different places. The divine world is incomparably vast. We might not be able to visit every corner of the divine world in our lifetime. We can only travel through the void by using the teleportation formation. Luo Wenhao said with a smile and explained to the people behind him. That's right. The size of the divine world is definitely beyond your imagination. There are 9 states and 18 counties. Each county has its own heaven, not to mention the 9 prefectures which are of a higher level. Moling Dongchen said. However, he was worried about Jiang Chen's safety. Could it be that Jiang Chen really couldn't make it here? Once Yuhua Boundary closes, he would never be able to come out. Even his ancestors could only wait for them outside Yuhua Boundary. The divine world is so big. How can I not be here? Jiang Chen's hearty laughter echoed thousands of miles away. Countless people cheered because Jiang Chen was their savior. No one was unhappy with Jiang Chen's appearance. The will of the people was more precious than anything else. Jiang Xinxin, Yexing Yunwang and the others were also extremely excited. Boss Jiang Chen was finally back. Although they might not have the chance to see him again in the future, they would never forget the time they spent in the tomb of the god of sin. Without Jiang Chen, there would be no future for them. It's good that you're back. The Yuhua Boundary has already been opened. If you didn't come back, you probably wouldn't be able to enter the divine realm. If you want to enter again, I'm afraid it would take 1,000 years. Moling Dongchen patted on Jiang Chen's shoulder and said, Godworld, here I come. Jiang Chen stared at the other side of Yuhua Boundary with burning eyes. Over there was the place that connected to the divine realm. The Huang dog was not courteous at all. He immediately turned into a little yellow dog and jumped into Goddess Luo's embrace. This damn dog is too shameless. I really want to stew him. Amit Ba. Tyrant said with a solemn expression. Many people's mouth twitched. This monk was really a man of wine and meat, but Buddha remained in his heart. Pa, you're the shameless one. You flirtatious monk. The Huang dog did not want to be at a disadvantage. He scolded and quickly hid in Goddess Luo's embrace, pretending to be a kitten. Goddess Luo tapped on the Huang dog's head and gently stroked it with her jade-like hand. The Huang dog felt extremely comfortable and he looked intoxicated. What kind of place is this Yuhua Boundary? I feel much more comfortable here than in the tomb of the god of sin. Besides, the dim tomb of the god of sin really makes people uncomfortable. Jiang Chen said with a frown. This Yuhua Boundary connects the divine tomb and the divine world. It's a special place. It's said that several god emperors worked together to maintain the order of the divine world. This is the divine light of the divine world. It's emitted from the golden crow's body. Legend has it that there were 9 golden crows that wreaked havoc in the sky in ancient times. Later on, they were shot down by a peerless god emperor. The 9 golden crows were suppressed on the divine land of the central region and sealed by the god emperor. However, the golden crows could emit divine light and illuminate the earth. It's called the divine light. Once you enter the divine world, this divine light will be more obvious and helpful for cultivation. Everyone in the divine world will be eternally grateful for the great emperor's grace. Moling Dongchen explained to Jiang Chen patiently. Shooting down the golden crows is really a peerless skill. Jiang Chen could not help but praise. Yuhua Boundary is just a transition. Once we step into the divine world, we will be transported to different places. The divine world has a total of 9 states and 18 counties. It's vast and boundless. It's comparable to the Milky Way. Luo Wenhao looked at Jiang Chen and said solemnly, 9 states and 18 counties? Seems like it's quite big. Just what I want. Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a bright smile. Once you step into the God world, things won't be as peaceful as they seem on the surface. The God world is constantly at war. It's not as good as you think it is. The God world is no different from the immortal world. Only the strong can survive. Moreover, the cruelty of the divine world is far more difficult than what you know. Moling Dongchen said. The divine origin stone is the simplest hard currency. Because the divine origin stone is helpful for cultivation. I know that Brother Jiang Chen is not worried about this, but I have a presumptuous request. Just say it. Jiang Chen looked at Moling Dongchen. My Mo family is considered as a prestigious family in the divine world. Our elders will come to pick me up later. If you're willing, you can follow me to the Mo family to cultivate. It's not a bad choice. Moling Dongchen, are you thinking about Brother Jiangchen's inheritance of the craftsman god? Luo Wenhao looked at Moling Dongchen with a faint smile. The latter's expression changed and snorted. Luo Wenhao, don't slander me. You're measuring the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. Do you think that our Mo family will do such a despicable thing? I think this is what you're thinking. Humph. Moling Dongchen and Luo Wenhao looked at each other coldly. Both of them were against each other. I've only seen through your thoughts. Why do you have to be angry out of humiliation? I think Brother Jiangchen should come to our Luo family to cultivate. We won't treat you badly. Moreover, your De Huang dog seems to get along well with Goddess Luo. After all, if you enter the divine world directly, you won't know where you'll be teleported to. Once you fall into a barren land or a terrifying place in the chaotic divine land, your life will be in danger. Luo Wenhao said in a sincere tone. Chapter 2197. In the end, both of you are doing this for my own good. However, I am a stubborn person. I like to travel alone. You don't have to worry about me. Good people don't live long while scourges live for thousands of years. I am the scourge of the divine world. I prefer to be alone and be free. I will live a depressing life if I have something to hold me back. Jiangchen shrugged and rejected their good intentions. One must always be on guard against others. Although these two seemed to be nice in the divine tomb, people's hearts were sinister. Who knew if they were really doing this for his own good or not? Even if they had the intention to help him once they entered their families, how could these young disciples change the will of their families if the people in their families harbored evil intentions? Jiangchen was not a 3-year-old kid. He must be responsible for himself and his master. Craftsman God had passed all the inheritance to him. How could he put himself in danger? Jiangchen still had this kind of awareness. People's hearts were unpredictable. For so many years, Jiangchen had always adhered to this principle. If that's the case, then forget it. However, you must be careful. In the divine world there are 9 regions and 18 counties. The land is vast and incomparably vast. No one knows where they will be teleported to. Now that we part ways, I don't know when we'll have the chance to meet again. Moling Dongchen sighed and said, revealing his true feelings. Boss Jiangchen, if it wasn't for your help, we would have been annihilated in the divine tomb. I will never forget your kindness. I will never disobey you. Mo Qihan looked at Jiangchen with a solemn expression and gave a deep bow. Boss Jiangchen, one day I will surpass you. I hope that we can meet again on that day. Yexing Yunwang looked at Jiangchen deeply. The persistence and passion in his eyes made Jiangchen feel the madness in his heart. Yexing Yunwang was definitely a martial arts fanatic who was even more persistent than him. Such a person's temperament was definitely not bad. I am looking forward to that day. Jiangchen laughed and said, Young Master Jiangchen, I really want to be by your side. Jiang Xinxin bit her red lips. Her beautiful face revealed an unconcealable sadness. How could Jiangchen not understand Jiang Xinxin's thoughts? But he owed women too much. Yanqinyu Wuningzhu Yanqingcheng. His heart could no longer contain another woman. Jiang Xinxin's love was so deep that he really couldn't reject it, but he also couldn't accept it. You're a good girl. I believe you can find a better home. Jiangchen held Jiang Xinxin in his arms and gently patted her shoulder. I've never dared to ask for anything. Even if I can only pour tea for young Master Jiangchen, I'm willing. As long as I can stay by your side, it's fine. Jiang Xinxin whispered. Xinxin, there are many things a person can pursue in life. Once you step into the immortal world, you'll realize that I'm nothing. I'm not the hero that you wanted to marry since young. I'm not a prince or a powerful expert. Why do you have to treat me like this? It's not worth it. It's really not worth it. Jiangchen sighed. All right. Young Master Jiangchen, Xinxin will never fall in love with another man in this life. I will only dare to break up with you when the mountains are gone and the heaven and earth are united. Jiang Xinxin smiled sweetly. However, the determination and heart-wrenching deep in her eyes made Jiangchen unable to look at her. The sky of the immortal world is bigger. You will change. I believe that there will be someone to share your world with. After Jiangchen finished his words, Jiang Xinxin nodded silently and turned to leave. Jiang Chen could still feel the lingering warmth from Jiang Xinxin's body. He smiled bitterly. He was really helpless. If he loved her, he must give her the best. But what could he give her? The most unforgettable ancient poems, the most disdainful is lovesickness, and the most difficult to accept a beauty's kindness. Moling Dongchen looked at Jiang Chen's back and murmured, "Little Chenzi, you can't rely on women. You still have me." Tyrant hugged Jiang Chen's shoulder and said passionately, "Damn it. I'm not interested in men. You stinky monk." Ah. Jiang Chen scolded with a smile. Tyrant's eyes were burning with anger. "I pity you. You're so heartless, little Chenzi." At this moment, a dazzling light shone in the sky. 3 figures broke through the void and arrived. Their imposing manner was extremely strong and oppressed the void. Such a powerful aura. Yeah. I feel like I'm suffocating. I'm afraid that this person's strength has reached the stage where the gods and ghosts will weep. Let's talk less in case we anger the great god. I don't think we can bear it. Many people discussed in a low voice. They did not even dare to raise their heads to look at the 3 figures in the void. "Dongchen, let's go home," the middle-aged man in the middle said faintly. Jiang Chen looked at the middle-aged man. His gaze seemed to be able to kill a void god expert. "You're not afraid of me?" The middle-aged man Lung Lung stared at Jiang Chen. "Why should I be afraid of you?" Jiang Chen said. "You're not afraid that I'll kill you? I have no enmity with you. Just because I looked at you, you want to kill me?" Jiang Chen said faintly. He even snorted disdainfully. "The Mo family's dignity is inviolable. Anyone who disobeys will be killed." The middle-aged man raised his hand and a terrifying astral wind whistled towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression changed as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He struck out the slaughter dragon seal and cut off the astral wind. However, he was also pushed back. His face turned pale and he spurted out blood. "Seventh uncle, don't," Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. "You're just an ant. It doesn't matter if you die. What's there to be afraid of?" The middle-aged man's voice was extremely cold. It was as if Jiang Chen's life was in his hands. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. This man gave him a feeling that he was invincible. He was very strong. However, he also gave him a feeling of jealousy and disgust. The feeling of being superior made Jiang Chen hate it. "He saved me in the divine tomb," Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. "Our Mo family can't return kindness with enmity. Since that's the case, let him live and let him fend for himself. There's only 1 in 10,000 people who can enter the divine world. Those who can grow up are even rarer. A guy like you, even if I don't take action, you won't be able to live for long." Mo Tianhan said coldly. "One day I'll be above you." Jiang Chen's eyes were burning. Mo Tianhan was proud. "You're courting death." Mo Tianhan still wanted to take action but was stopped by Moling Dongchen. "Seventh uncle, don't forget what you've promised me. If it wasn't for you, he would have died 10,000 times." Mo Tianhan sneered. "Seventh uncle is already a half-step divine king. He can kill you with just a thought. Don't talk back to him." Chapter 2198. Today the Mo family is recruiting 100 outer disciples. Those who want to join the Mo family will be welcomed by the Mo family anytime. The divine world is divided into 9 regions and 18 counties. The Mo family is the lord of the Mo county. This is your chance. Otherwise, once you enter the god world, you will be in a life and death situation. The man beside Mo Tianhan said in a deep voice and glanced at everyone coldly. Those who enter the god world from the world of immortals are all blessed with great fortune, great talent and great perseverance. Even in the god world, they're considered the best seedlings and they're on par with the most talented people in the god world. However, the number of people who enter the divine world every 1,000 years is too little. They are scattered in every corner of the divine world. It's hard to find them. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Moling Dongchen looked at Jiang Chen and said, "I see." Jiang Chen nodded his head. I'll go. Me too. Count me in. We don't know if we'll live or die in the divine world. It's better to join the Mo family." Most of them were fighting to be the first to enter the Mo family. However, it was not that easy to enter the Mo family. In the end, the Mo family chose 100 void god experts and brought them away. Those who were not chosen by the Mo family were dejected and disappointed. "You should go too, tyrant." "Fuck off." Look at that arrogant guy. He's not a good person. Me going to his place. I don't respect the heavens and earth. I can't go and serve them tea. Amit ba. Monk Tyrant put his palms together and said with a solemn expression. In the end, Mo Kehan and Jiang Xinxin also joined the Mo family. Lu Dong and Yeshing Yunwang chose to stay silent. Even though they were chosen, they still insisted on their own path. Even though it would be extremely dangerous in the divine world, they still wanted to give it a try even if they might die. I'm leaving. I don't know when we'll meet again. If there's a chance, you can come to Mo County to look for us. Moling Dongchen said reluctantly. If there's a chance, I'll visit you. Jiangchen said. I hope you can live until that day, kid. Mo Tianhan said with a faint smile. Since he had promised Moling Dongchen, it was not appropriate for him to take action. Moreover, in his eyes, Jiangchen was already a dead man. It was extremely difficult for him to survive in the divine world with his own strength. It wouldn't be long before his corpse would be exposed in the wilderness of the god realm. The river flows east for 30 years and then west for 30 years. Don't bully the young for being poor. I will go to the Mo family one day. Jiangchen stared at Mo Tianhan. Mo Tianhan sneered, and a terrifying pressure enveloped Jiangchen, completely sealing him within. Even Tyrant, who was beside Jiangchen, staggered a few steps back, his face ashen, not to mention Jiangchen, who was in the center. Jiangchen gritted his teeth and looked at Mo Tianhan coldly. His whole body was suppressed to the point that he could hardly move. However, Jiangchen's will was unparalleled. No one could crush him. Even Mo Tianhan was shocked. Under the pressure of his soul, Jiangchen could remain so calm and did not fall down. Many people in the surroundings couldn't help but worship Jiangchen. However, Jiangchen did not move at all. He gritted his teeth and looked at Mo Tianhan. After a while, Mo Tianhan's pressure receded like a tide. Jiangchen was still calm and looked at Mo Tianhan coldly. Interesting. I hope you can appear in the Mo family one day. However, I might not be able to wait for that long. Hehe. After saying that, Mo Tianhan brought Moling Dongchen, Jiang Xinxin and the others into the void. Jiang Xinxin smiled. That kind of persistence made Jiangchen feel a little inferior. He hoped that she could walk out of the haze of love that should not have appeared. As soon as the people of the Mo family left, another 3 figures appeared in the void. They were the people of the Luo family. Go with Goddess Luo. Even if you enter the divine world with me, we can't appear in the same place. Don't make me worry. De Huang. De Huang remained silent for a long time. Even Goddess Luo could feel De Huang's sadness. Don't worry. Master Dog will not forget you no matter where I go. Little Chenzi, you must wait for me to find you. De Huang said while gritting his teeth. I wonder how Monkey is doing. De Huang murmured. Don't worry. He's more cunning than you. He'll be fine. Jiangchen smiled. Monk, don't be so embarrassed the next time I see you. Otherwise, I'll look down on you. Stupid dog. You'll see my heroic side the next time you see me. At that time, maybe you'll fall in love with me. Ba. Amit ba. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. What a cheap mouth. Tyrant said with a smile. His eyes were filled with reluctance and worry. Please, Goddess Luo. Jiangchen clasped his fists. Goddess Luo nodded. Brother Jiangchen will meet again if fate allows it. Luo Wenhao laughed out loud. The people of the Luo family also picked 100 talented cultivators and brought them to the divine world. The inheritance of the craftsman god. What a pity. In the void, the elder of the Luo family sighed and shook his head helplessly. Jiangchen obtained the inheritance of the craftsman god. It's a great opportunity. Unfortunately, we don't have such fortune. Luo Wenhao smiled bitterly. The elder's eyes turned cold as he looked at Luo Wenhao. You said someone obtained the inheritance of the craftsman god? Yes. Unfortunately, it's not us. This disciple is useless. Elder, please punish me. Luo Wenhao said shamefully. Innocent, innocent. But on the contrary, you've made a great contribution. In the divine tomb, the people of the Mo family were also involved. You can't be blamed. But now our chance has come. The elder looked at the 2 disciples of the Luo family and signaled with his eyes. The latter immediately understood and left. At this moment, Goddess Luo was completely unaware. Yuhua boundary. The remaining people were all ready to enter the divine world. They didn't have the chance to join the Mo family or the Luo family, but they had to enter the divine world. That was the place they dreamed of. Jiang Chen looked at the hundreds of thousands of cultivators stepping into the gate of the divine world. His heart was filled with mixed feelings and he felt uneasy. "Where's Jiang Chen?" A loud shout was heard. More than half of the people in the Yuhua boundary had left. Many people were rushing to enter the divine world. Hence not many people noticed this scene. "Luo family? What do you mean?" Jiang Chen said coldly. Still pretending. "If you really don't know your place, hand over the inheritance of the craftsman god. I can disturb your life. Otherwise I'll kill you." Chapter 2199. Jiang Chen slowly squinted his eyes and stared at the two people from the divine world. They were both from the Luo clan. No matter how stupid he was, he knew their intentions. "Looks like you guys want something from me," Jiang Chen said faintly. "You're right, smart ant. Hand over the craftsman god's inheritance. Maybe if we're in a good mood we'll give it to him. If we're in a good mood we might spare your life," Luo Ningtian said with a smile. However, there was a hint of mockery and disdain in the depth of his eyes. Jiang Chen was someone who had climbed up from the lower realm step by step. He felt that Jiang Chen was a lowly person from the bottom of his heart. As a native of the divine world he was filled with pride. Therefore when Luo Ningtian looked at Jiang Chen he had a condescending and arrogant attitude. This was an innate arrogance. From the moment they were born, they had already reached a height that many people could never reach in their entire lives. Why bother talking to this kind of person? Just kill him. Noisy. Luo Chintian sneered. He did not put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. "Haha, you're right. I just wanted to play with him on a whim," Luo Ningtian said. "We've delayed third elder's matter. Both of us can't afford it." Luo Chintian's words shocked Luo Ningtian and he looked at Jiang Chen. "Looks like you guys are determined to take away my inheritance of the craftsman god. I'm just curious who told you guys about it," Jiang Chen said coldly. "You don't deserve to know. A dead man has no right to know. Moreover, what can you do even if you know? In front of us you're just an ant. That's all." Luo Chintian did not even look at Jiang Chen with disdain. All that was left was silence. To him Jiang Chen's death was an ordinary matter. It did not even cause any fluctuation in his emotions. Jiang Chen knew that these two people were quite strong. In today's battle they might really have to fight to the death. Their strength gave them an unfathomable feeling. This was a feeling that Jiang Chen had never felt before. They wanted his craftsman god's inheritance, and it was destined that they wouldn't rest until one of them died. "Let me do it, Chingo." "There's no need for you to do anything," Luo Ningtian said. His eyes were cold and the battle was about to begin. "Be careful," Luo Chintian said. "I am a man of God. If I can't even deal with a void god brat, what qualifications do I have to go back and see the third elder?" "Ah," Luo Ningtian scoffed. Luo Chintian remained silent. Luo Ningtian snorted coldly and walked towards Jiang Chen. "Little Chenzi, these two people are quite strong," Tyrant said with a solemn expression. "So what? Do you think I'm afraid of him?" Jiang Chen asked. "Ha, good. I'll fight with you. I want to see what kind of tricks a god has up his sleeve. It's not easy to meet such an opponent." Tyrant's face was filled with battle intent and he was eager to fight. "Two reckless fools. Even if there are 100 of you, this god will not care." Luo Ningtian sneered. "No matter how much trash there is, it's still trash." "Tyrant, someone is looking down on us. What should we do?" Jiang Chen smiled. "Of course we will fight back. I won't fight those who don't fight me. But if someone fights me, I will fight back 10 times or 100 times more. Until he dies." Tyrant's expression was cold. At this moment he didn't look like a devout Buddhist disciple. "There's no point in talking. Let's fight. Since you guys have chosen to die, there's nothing I can do. The heavens have the virtue of cherishing life, but I have the heart to kill. If a demon obstructs me, I will kill the demon. If a god obstructs me, I will slaughter the god." Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Luo Ningtian. "You can't wait to die. I will fulfill your wish. Slaughter the god? Such arrogance. Aren't you afraid of hurting your tongue? Prepare to die. Lowly ants." Luo Ningtian's expression was gloomy as he sneered. These two ants that he thought could not even fight back could be so arrogant and look down on the people of the divine world. This was the first time he met someone like this. Experts naturally have their own pride. Those who are weak should be low-key. However, in Luo Ningtian's eyes, these two arrogant fellas did not learn how to be low-key. Then he will teach them a lesson. Green Peak sword like a green peak, only slaying arrogant people. Luo Ningtian held his sword and pointed it at Jiang Chen. His sword came from the east, his aura was monstrous, sweeping across thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Jiang Chen did not expect a true god's strength to be so crazy. A peak void god and a true god were two completely different realms. If a ninth-grade immortal sovereign breaking through to the void god realm was a shocking change, then the difference between a void god realm and a true god realm was like heaven and earth, a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. Stepping into the true god realm was the true divine transformation realm, the divine realm. One sword shatters the sky. Luo Ningtian waved his sword, creating a gust of wind. The instant the sword fell down, it carried a terrifying force, shattering the void and pressing towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression turned solemn. He held onto his sword and soared into the sky, facing the incoming attack. I don't believe that you can suppress me. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. The heavenly dragon sword was unleashed, clashing with the green peak sword. Jiang Chen was pushed back 800 meters. Jiang Chen was not prepared for such a terrifying pressure. He did not expect this fella to be so powerful. A true god realm is indeed not something a void god could compare with. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. However, Luo Ningtian had already arrived, bringing along the 9 heavens sword qi. In the void, the sword qi was sharp and deadly, pressing towards Jiang Chen, leaving him no chance to fight back. Jiang Chen quickly retreated as if he was facing a great enemy. However, Luo Ningtian's terror was completely out of his expectation. If it wasn't for the heavenly dragon sword, he might have been completely crushed by Luo Ningtian. What a great heavenly divine tool. This is not something that you can possess. The inheritance of the craftsman god is indeed worthy of its name. Luo Chintian murmured. Looking at the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand, his eyes became more and more excited. This time, if they could obtain the inheritance of the craftsman god, the two of them would have made a great contribution. Bullying my brother, I will not allow it. Tyrant harumphed coldly and quickly attacked. The purple gold alms bowl in his hand smashed down furiously on the green peak sword. The purple gold alms bowl was struck down by the sword, but it was not damaged at all. On the contrary, the Buddha light that was emitted from the purple gold alms bowl made Luo Ningtian slightly stunned. Such a powerful Buddha tool. It's not any weaker than the sword in Jiang Chen's hand. You're really full of treasures. Leave all of them here today. Luo Ningtian advanced instead of retreating. From his point of view, the two of them were like a cat chasing a mouse. As long as he wanted to kill the two of them, it would be as easy as flipping his palm. Well done, tyrant. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The two of them joined hands to deal with Luo Ningtian. Luo Ningtian obviously underestimated his opponent. He never expected that Jiang Chen and Tyrant would be able to withstand his attack. This made Luo Ningtian feel very embarrassed. After all, his brother was still watching. Chapter 2200. Luo Ningtian's sword danced like a phoenix, breaking through the heavens and earth. Every sword seemed to contain the power of the heavens and earth, completely different from a void god's attack. Jiang Chen's expression became incomparably solemn, not daring to be careless. The two of them did not have the capability to fight against Luo Ningtian. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Do you really think that you can cover the sky with one hand? No matter how powerful you are in the void god realm, it's still difficult to defeat a true expert. Now you should know that the gap between us is not just a little bit, right? Luo Ningtian once again waved his azure peak sword, unstoppable. Sword traversing the heavens and earth. Luo Ningtian's sword struck towards the west. Jiang Chen and Tyrant were both pushed back by this sword. Tyrant's expression changed. He never knew how terrifying a true god realm expert was. All the rainbow bridges vanished at this moment. Countless ninth-grade immortal sovereigns that had yet to leave the Yuhua boundary gasped, staring at this scene with their mouths agape. Because the next sword strike was too terrifying. It was as if it was cutting down the mortal world, ignoring the heavens and earth, annihilating all living beings and sweeping across all directions. Jiang Chen's sword slashed down, but he was still not Luo Ningtian's match. He kept on retreating with an ugly expression. The blood in his body was boiling. Such a domineering sword qi. Jiang Qin said in a dignified manner. On the other side, Tyrant wasn't any better. He was pushed back 100 miles. Luo Ningtian's technique was truly ferocious. The difference between Luo Ningtian, a divine transformation realm expert, and Jiang Qin and the others was like heaven and earth. Now if you obediently do as I say, maybe I can let you live. Against me, no, against the Luo family you won't have an easy time. Do you really think you can escape from the palms of us brothers? Don't dream, fool. Being able to wreak havoc in the void god realm doesn't mean that you can do the same in the true god realm. In my eyes you are undoubtedly an ant. Luo Ningtian was quite domineering. Moreover, he did not even spare a glance at Jiang Qin. He was very confident and did not put anyone in his eyes. The true god realm was the true divine transformation. The void god realm was just the process of turning a mortal into an immortal. The true transformation was still the true god realm. Jiang Qin said calmly, "There's only one way to obtain the craftsman god's inheritance." "What is it?" "Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times and I'll consider it." Jiang Qin laughed, making Luo Ningtian so angry that his face turned ferocious and his killing intent surged. "You really don't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth. Once I kill you, everything will be over. You really disappoint me." Luo Ningtian was obviously enraged by Jiang Qin. A true god realm expert was so terrifying. How could Jiang Qin not be careful? However, if those 2 fellows were to attack together, perhaps his chances of survival would be extremely slim. "Take another move from me, slaying ghost weep." Luo Ningtian's attack was as fast as lightning, sweeping across the sky like a ferocious tiger. Jiang Qin faced it head-on. He was not the kind of person who was willing to admit defeat. He would rather fight till the end than to have any regrets. Slaughter Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin flipped his palm and formed a seal. As soon as the seal was unleashed, the heavens and earth shattered. However, it still didn't have any advantage against Luo Ningtian's terrifying sword aura. The sword's wind whistled through the 9 heavens, looking unparalleled. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin used all his skills and struck out seals continuously. However, Luo Ningtian was still walking leisurely. Jiang Qin felt a pressure that he had never felt before. Buddha's Radiance. Tyrant returned once again. He put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. He looked like an old monk in meditation. Golden light shone and Buddha's radiance shone on the earth. Luo Ningtian's expression turned solemn. He did not expect this monk to have some ability. The Buddha's radiance was extremely ferocious. It was a Buddhist sect's absolute art. Moreover, the power of the Buddha's radiance seemed to be even stronger. However, Tyrant could not unleash its full potential. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin did not want to be outdone. At this moment, the 2 of them joined hands. Luo Ningtian became serious. It was obvious that it would not be easy to get rid of both Jiang Qin and Tyrant. A centipede dies but never falls down. Even at this moment you still want to fight with me. What a joke. An arm can never win against a thigh. Luo Ningtian's figure flashed in the sky. His figure overlapped with his sword. It was as if the entire place was filled with Luo Ningtian's figure. Myriad swords strike. Luo Ningtian shouted. He turned into thousands of sword shadows and charged towards Jiang Qin and Tyrant. His aura was extremely ferocious. This time Jiang Qin could feel Luo Ningtian's anger. Luo Ningtian had used all of his strength and charged towards Jiang Qin and Tyrant. This was a confidence that came from the bottom of his heart. As a true god expert, if Luo Ningtian did not have the courage to kill a void god expert, then he would be considered as a coward. Luo Ningtian was slightly shocked by Jiang Qin's terrifying aura. Both Tyrant and Jiang Qin's strength could not be measured with common sense. Even with their early void god strength, they would not be at a disadvantage against a late void god. Jiang Qin's aura was extremely terrifying. However, they were facing Luo Ningtian, a true god expert. This was the first time Luo Ningtian received such a huge challenge after becoming a divine transformation realm expert. In the Luo family they could not be considered as a true core disciple. Even Luo Wenhao could not be considered as a core disciple. However, Luo Wenhao's background was better than theirs. His bloodline was purer than theirs. That's why he would be able to surpass them step by step. As an outer disciple of the Luo family, their strength was already considered to be quite strong. How could they endure such humiliation from Jiang Qin? If they wanted to become a core disciple of the Luo family step by step, They could only have a chance through continuous cultivation or meritorious deeds. The opportunity placed in front of them was extremely rare. Could even be said that it was an easy task. This was a chance given to them by the heavens. If they could obtain the inheritance of the craftsman god, their status in the Luo family would definitely rise because of it. Kill, kill, kill. Luo Ningtian's killing intent surged. For the sake of obtaining the inheritance of the craftsman god, he would not frown even if the Emperor of Heaven was standing in front of him. 10,000 swords shot out simultaneously towards Zhou Xian and Tyrant. Zhou Xian was unmoved. He roared furiously, and the fusion of dragon and sword turned into a ray of light, breaking through the formation of 10,000 swords. However, Tyrant was not so lucky. He was slashed 13 times in a row. His injuries were extremely serious. Blood was dripping from his wounds. There was not a single part of his body that was left unscathed. Zhou Xian was enraged. This fella is too much. Does he really think that I'm afraid of him? Tyrant. Chapter 2201. Little Chinzi, I'm useless. Hee hee. Tyrant said with a chuckle. Leave the rest to me. Monk, you enter the divine world first, I'll be right behind you. Zhou Xian said faintly, but his eyes had already turned bloodless. No, if I leave, what about you? We're brothers, there's no distinction between us. Tyrant shook his head, determined not to leave. You'll only cause trouble for me if you stay here. Don't worry, I said I have a way, so I definitely have a way. When have I ever lied to you guys? I'll definitely go to the divine world, but now that you're here, I'm afraid and can't fight with my full strength. Zhou Xian said in a deep voice. Really? Tyrant was a little doubtful, but Zhou Xian had never lied to him before. If he said he had a way, then he definitely had a way. He would never lie to him. All right, divine world, I'll wait for you. If you don't come, Tyrant, will definitely turn the entire divine world upside down. Tyrant stared at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian smiled faintly and nodded his head. Let's meet in the divine world. After saying that, Tyrant turned around and entered the divine world. Luo Ningtian wanted to stop him, but he was stopped by Zhou Xian. Your opponent is me. The inheritance of the craftsman god is in my hands. Zhou Xian looked at Luo Ningtian indifferently. Tyrant's injuries were on the verge of exhaustion. He could not bear to see Tyrant suffer another heavy injury because of him. Entering the divine world was his only chance, and Zhou Xian could not let Tyrant be in danger again. You're quite responsible, but even so you still have to die. How many more attacks can you block from me? Hee hee, if it wasn't for this kid's Buddha radiance, I would have killed you already. Luo Ningtian snorted and said disdainfully. At this moment, even the 9 heavens deity king wouldn't be able to save him. Is that so? Then I'd like to see who will be the one laughing in the end. The corner of Zhou Qian's mouth revealed a faint smile, which made Luo Ningtian feel weird. The tyrant monk looked back at the void. He didn't know what other tricks Zhou Qian had up his sleeves. If he said he could do it, then he definitely could. God world, I'll see you there. Tyrant resolutely turned around and stepped into the divine world. Many people had an indifferent attitude as they quickly entered the divine world. Because the emergence boundary would close soon, they had no choice but to enter the divine world as soon as possible. Although there were some people that Zhou Qian had saved before, at this time no one could save them. Zhou Qian could only face it alone. He didn't lament about the fickleness of the world because there were some things that one couldn't be too attached to. If that was the case, living would be even more tiring. It was hard work without asking for anything in return. If he had asked for anything in return, Zhou Qian wouldn't have saved them in the first place. You're still so stubborn even now. How pitiful. Hand over the inheritance of the craftsman god and I might have left your corpse intact. But it seems like you don't need it anymore. You're a bastard that cries for your parents. You've really impressed me. Luo Ningtian said coldly. You're the one who forced me to do this. You're the first one who dared to insult my parents. Zhou Qian's expression became gloomy. His body trembled as he completed the dragon transformation. At this moment, Zhou Qian's strength suddenly rose, reaching the peak middle void god realm. The might of his dragon transformation would certainly be more ferocious. Tenfold of his combat strength brought about a terrifying strength. This time Zhou Qian used his full strength. An ant will always be an ant. Forcefully increasing your strength? Hee hee. You're still a void god trash. Luo Ningtian said in disdain. However, when Jiang Chen charged towards him, he realized that Jiang Chen was carrying a domineering aura. Even he was stunned. How could a void god have such an aura? While Luo Ningtian was still in a daze, Jiang Chen had already arrived with his sword. With the heavenly dragon sword and tenfold of his combat strength, Jiang Chen's strength could completely suppress any peak void god under the dragon transformation. However, he dared not underestimate Luo Ningtian. After all, Luo Ningtian was a true god. Those below the spirit-severing realm would not dare to go against him. Good lad. To think that you have such abilities. If I don't kill you, you'll be a disaster in the divine world in the future. An early void god is able to defeat everyone under the true god realm. Such combat strength is truly heaven-defying. Jiang Chen said. Luo Ningtian murmured. Don't waste any more time. We still need to report back. Luo Chintian said coldly. All right. This sentence was not said by Luo Ningtian but by Jiang Chen. Similarly, he did not have much time to waste as the Yuhua boundary was going to close soon. If that happened, he might be trapped in the divine tomb for 1,000 years. So he must fight with all his might. Whoever survived would be able to leave the Yuhua boundary. Jiang Chen didn't have any confidence in himself, because once he failed, Tyrant would die here as well. That's why he chased Tyrant out. This way he wouldn't have to worry about anything and he would be able to focus on the battle wholeheartedly. 12 Fire God Guards. Here. Jiang Chen shouted furiously. At this moment even Luo Ningtian was slightly startled. 12 peak void god fire god guards appeared in front of him, completely surrounding him. Moreover, each of the fire god guards was quite terrifying. Because of the flames on their bodies, even Luo Ningtian felt a little fearful. Such terrifying flame puppets. Luo Ningtian could not help but think. But before he could regain his senses, the 12 fire god guards had already arrived and surrounded him. Jiang Chen did not show any mercy. As the backbone of the 12 fire god guards, he controlled the 12 fire god guards. How terrifying was that? The 12 fire god guards attacked in an instant. The fierceness of the flames caught Luo Ningtian off guard. He knew that he must not touch the flames. Otherwise his body would be burnt to ashes. This book is a very magical flame? Luo Chintian was shocked. He had to pay attention to the strength of the 12 fire god guards. These guys were not something that Luo Ningtian could deal with alone. Be careful. Second brother. Luo Ningtian shouted. However, it was already too late. The 12 fire god guards had forced Luo Ningtian to retreat. Not even Luo Ningtian could fight back against the 12 peak void god fire god guards. In addition to Jiang Chen's unpredictable movements, Luo Ningtian was almost defeated in an instant. 6 fire god guards were enough to crush Luo Ningtian. 12 fire god guards might not be in a disadvantageous position even if they were to face Luo Chintian. Chapter 2202. If it was an ordinary true god, 3 or 4 of them would be enough to deal with the fire god guards. Moreover, they were indestructible under the divine king realm. They could be defeated but they could not be killed. Moreover, the flame of the fire god guards was the origin fire of Red Lotus. Ordinary people would want to avoid this kind of flame. Jiang Chen finally understood how terrifying the fire god guards were. Such a terrifying flaming puppet. Luo Ningtian was extremely shocked. Especially when he was fighting with the fire god guards, he was completely in a passive position. He even had to be extremely careful to avoid being burned by the flame. Luo Ningtian could only defend passively. Moreover, he had been hit by the fire god guards 3 times in a row. If he did not defend with all his strength, he would have been seriously injured just now. Even so, he was in an extremely embarrassing situation. He did not have the feeling of being superior just now. After all, the 12 fire god guards had threatened his life and he should not be underestimated. Luo Ningtian was extremely depressed. These 12 fire god guards should be a part of the craftsman god's inheritance. Otherwise, how could this brat have these 12 flaming puppets? Even one puppet would be hard to find in the heavens and earth. Its value was immeasurable. However, this brat actually had 12 of them. Even Luo Ningtian was a little envious. This day next year will be your death anniversary. Jiang Chen did not hold back. He joined hands with the 12 fire god guards and forced Luo Ningtian into a dead end. This time, Jiang Chen's unification of dragon and sword was completely different from before. The terrifying heavenly dragon sword slashed through the void and Luo Ningtian had nowhere to hide. The 12 fire god guards made him move cautiously and cautiously. However, it was still difficult for him to fight back. The heavenly dragon sword slashed through the void. The nine heavens' divine power was unparalleled. The entire Yuhua boundary seemed to have become dim. The radiance of the sword lit up the void. Luo Ningtian could only retreat quickly and stagger to escape. Bang! The heavenly dragon sword directly fell on Luo Ningtian's green peak sword. Behind Luo Ningtian, Luo Qintian accumulated strength in his palm and struck out with the help of Luo Ningtian's body. An earth-shattering roar pierced through the sky. The heavenly dragon sword stood proudly with its sharpness as before. As for Luo Ningtian's green peak sword, it had already cracked inch by inch and became a broken sword. My divine weapon, Luo Ningtian said with great heartache. This was a divine artifact that had accompanied him for more than 800 years. It was given to him by his father before he died. It was the only treasure that Luo Ningtian had. Ordinary deities might not even be able to obtain a divine artifact. Because of this divine artifact, countless people in his clan envied him. However, at this moment it was destroyed so easily by Zhang Chen. It's just trash. It's time for us to settle this debt. I've said it before, the one who laughs last is the one who laughs best. Zhang Chen said proudly. Don't think that you can escape from us with just a few puppets. Killing you is as easy as pie. Luo Qintian said coldly. Then let's see if you can kill me and obtain the inheritance, or if I can kill you despicable people to prove my great Dao. Those flaming puppets are too strong. Let's attack together. Luo Qintian said in a low voice. Although Luo Ningtian was still grieving, he knew that once they killed Jiang Chen and obtained the inheritance of the craftsman god, their reward would definitely not be as simple as a divine artifact. You destroyed my divine artifact. Today I will not rest until one of us dies. Little bastard, die. Luo Ningtian roared. The two early true god experts attacked at the same time. This place was no longer the boundary of the divine tomb, but the Yuhua boundary. Therefore, the suppression of a peak void god did not exist anymore. The two true god experts displayed their abilities. Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless. The 12 fire god guards surrounded the two of them. This battle would not end until one of them died. There was no way to turn back. Moreover, Jiang Chen would never let go of those who wanted to kill him. Don't hold back. Give it your all. Luo Qintian roared. If they had taken action from the beginning, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. However, this guy was obviously not someone who was easy to deal with. The two brothers could be said to have kicked an iron plate. They did not expect this at all. Most importantly, this guy had obtained the inheritance of the craftsman god. Otherwise, killing him would be as easy as killing a fool. Collapsing mountain palm. Luo Qintian's palm was earth-shattering. It was like the giant palm of the Buddha, covering the sun and the sky. The clouds and mist in the void were dispersed by his palm. Jiang Chen's slaughter dragon seal collided with Luo Qintian's. It was undeniable that with Jiang Chen's current strength, even if he used the dragon transformation, he was still not a match for a true god expert. Jiang Chen flew backwards. Luo Qintian looked at Jiang Chen with a serious expression. This was his strongest attack. An ordinary early true god expert might not dare to take it head-on. However, this guy was not afraid at all and was not injured at all. It was really strange. Sword shadow descends into the yellow spring, goes straight to the 9 heavens. Luo Ningtian also exerted all his strength. He did not plan to give Jiang Chen any chance. However, Jiang Chen blocked his attack with his sword. This time, Luo Ningtian's Qingfeng sword lost its last piece of broken sword. Jiang Chen quickly retreated. The 12 fire god guards immediately came forward and surrounded Luo Qintian and Luo Qintian. The flames of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus continued to rise. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus that was emitted by the fire god guards was many times stronger than before. Even a true god expert could only retreat and not dare to take it head-on. However, Luo Qintian's strength was a notch higher. He had even reached the peak of the early true god realm. The two of them were evenly matched against the 12 fire god guards. The god Luo clan had the god Luo art, which was a god-tier cultivation technique. Therefore, they were much stronger than ordinary experts. The strength of the disciples from the prestigious clans was naturally quite strong. There was no doubt about this. Even though he did not manage to kill Jiang Chen, Luo Qintian was not disappointed. Because the 12 fire god guards were destined to be controlled by Jiang Chen. As long as the battle continued, Jiang Chen might not be able to gain any advantage. It seems like it's time to catch a turtle in a jar. Jiang Chen and Lung Ling smiled. The two of them were completely controlled by the 12 fire god guards. They were entangled with each other and there was no way for them to escape. Even if the battle continued, Luo Chintian was extremely depressed. The 12 fire god guards were entangled with them. They could not escape at all, not to mention killing Jiang Chen and snatching the inheritance. Moreover, the most important thing was that they could not get rid of the flaming puppets at all. It would be a joke if they wanted to suppress the puppets. Now it's finally my turn. Jiang Chen's figure flashed and instantly disappeared. At that moment, both Luo Chintian and Luo Ningtian felt a chill down their spine. Why did this guy suddenly disappear? Chapter 2203. Jiang Chen suddenly appeared in front of Luo Ningtian. Luo Ningtian's attack was predicted by Jiang Chen. The Great Divination Art and the Great Void Technique were a perfect match in this situation. Because they did not have many means to deal with Jiang Chen. The 12 fire god guards had already made them extremely busy. When Luo Ningtian waved his hand, Jiang Chen was already prepared and kicked out. Both Luo Ningtian and Jiang Chen took a step back. Jiang Chen's figure suddenly appeared behind Luo Ningtian at this moment. The Great Void Technique was everywhere under the void. Luo Ningtian had broken through the true god realm after all, so his senses were quite sharp. However, the moment he turned his head, Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword had already chopped on his shoulder. His arm flew off and Luo Ningtian grimaced in pain. Second brother. Luo Chintian's face turned serious and he shouted. Luo Ningtian staggered and the two fire god guards behind him instantly found the opportunity to inflict heavy injuries on him. Luo Chintian forced the 3 fire god guards to retreat. In the next second he pulled Luo Ningtian and Jiang Chen's attack fell on him once again. When they turned around, both of them were almost standing face to face. Luo Chintian exclaimed and subconsciously retreated. Jiang Chen appeared at his side again and stabbed his sword into Luo Chintian's ribs. Puff. Luo Chintian spurted out a mouthful of blood. Both of them were once again forced into a desperate situation by the 12 fire god guards. Jiang Chen attacked again and each of his moves was ruthless. Both Luo Chintian and Luo Ningtian paid a heavy price every time. In the end, even though Luo Chintian was besieged by the 12 fire god guards, he was still in a disadvantageous position. As for Luo Ningtian, he was unable to recover from the setback. He was completely suppressed and had no power to fight back. Both of you should not have provoked me, Jiang Chen said faintly. His figure flashed and the heavenly dragon sword was stabbed into Luo Ningtian's chest. No. Luo Ningtian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At this moment he could feel that his life force was constantly draining away. His chest was pierced by Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Chen did not look sideways. He swept his sword across and slashed Luo Ningtian's body from the side. Luo Ningtian knelt on the ground and fell to the ground. Blood kept flowing out from his mouth. The divine light in his eyes became weaker and weaker. Jiang Chen, I will not live under the same sky as you. Luo Chintian's angry roar broke through the sky. With a turn of his hand he went straight to Jiang Chen. Even though the fire god guards had slashed him twice, he didn't care about it at all. There was only one person in his eyes and that was Jiang Chen. Only by killing him could he get the reward for his brother. Back then, before his father died, he told him to take good care of his younger brother. Even if it was a godly weapon, he would never fight for it and leave the best for his younger brother. At this moment, when he saw Luo Ningtian being pierced by Jiang Chen's sword, his heart turned into ashes. I'm going to kill you. Luo Chintian ran towards Jiang Chen crazily. However, the 12 fire god guards were not weak. They blocked his way and he had no chance to resist at all. Don't worry. The next one is you. Go and accompany your younger brother. On the way to hell, be a pair of brothers in hardship. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent expression. The Great Void Technique appeared and disappeared mysteriously. He appeared next to Luo Chintian again and again. 3 sword strikes landed on 3 vital points of Luo Chintian's life. A drop of blood flowed out from Luo Chintian's eyes, but there was nothing he could do. His brother was killed and he could not escape from the misfortune. This time Luo Chintian failed miserably. He had never thought that he would die in the hands of an early void god. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. I can't accept this, Luo Chintian murmured as he slowly fell down. Even if they were extremely unwilling, the two of them had to return to the earth after all. They died in the Yuhua boundary and were buried in the divine tomb forever. This is the dignity of the strong and the lowly of the weak. The weak are prey to the strong, the survival of the fittest. Jiang Chen looked at the Luo brothers without a trace of pity in his eyes. He pitied the people of the world, but when did the world pity him? If it wasn't for his pair of iron fists, he would have died many times already. Kindness was the epitaph of a kind person. If he bowed his head, would the Luo brothers let him go? Life and death are boundless. If you don't think about it, you will never forget it. If you have bitterness in your heart, you will not be able to express it. This world was the world of the strong. Strength was a part of dignity. Jiang Chen searched the bodies of Luo Chintian and Luo Ningtian. He found 130,000 low-grade divine origin stones and more than 200 middle-grade divine origin stones. These were the hard currency of the divine world. Jiang Chen would definitely not let them go. The divine origin stones emitted pure and dense divine power. Low-grade divine origin stones were enough for those below the true God realm. Above the true God realm, they would need middle-grade divine origin stones. When one reached the heavenly God realm, he would need high-grade divine origin stones for his own use. Once he broke through to the divine king realm, he would need the supreme grade divine origin stones. What is this? Jiang Chen found an ancient sheepskin scroll in Luo Chintian's interspatial ring. It seemed to be a part of an incomplete map. The words on the map were quite ancient and hard to understand. There were many markings on the ancient sheepskin scroll. It seemed to be a divine treasury, but it also seemed to be a cultivation method. This made Jiang Chen a little uncertain. Rush thunder diagram? Jiang Chen frowned. He couldn't understand this kind of thing now, so he could only keep it for now. Currently, he was seriously injured and his strength was greatly reduced. Everyone had stepped into the divine world and Yuhua boundary was gradually dimming. It wouldn't be long before Yuhua boundary was completely sealed. After all the hardships, I'm finally going to get out of this divine tomb. Jiang Chen looked back and there was an afterimage in the void. The afterimage seemed to be smiling at him. That afterimage was the appearance of the tomb keeper, but it disappeared in a flash. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. When he blinked his eyes again, the afterimage had already disappeared without a trace. This is weird. The tomb of the god of sin is really not simple. No wonder even the supreme experts of the divine world couldn't enter it. The rules set by the god emperor are really extraordinary. Jiang Chen murmured. The divine world was now in front of him. Jiang Chen had a myriad of thoughts in his mind. Even Tyrant was forcefully sucked into the divine tomb. What about Yan Qingyu, Wunizhu, Yan Qingqing? And his father, he didn't know when he would be able to enter the divine tomb. Most importantly, the divine tomb was full of danger. Even Jiang Chen felt a kind of fear. Would they be able to take the last step if they entered it in the future? Looking at Yuhua boundary, Jiang Chen clenched his fists. A very great pressure was pressing on his shoulders. One day I want the sky to be unable to cover my eyes. I want this land to bow down to me. Wait for me, I will never let any harm come to you. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He pointed his sword to the void. It seemed that someone was peeping at him from the 9 heavens. Divine world, here I come. Chapter 2204. The moment Jiang Chen stepped into the gate of the divine realm, he seemed to have entered a mysterious state. It was as if he was empty and his mind was wandering outside. At this moment, the Yuhua boundary completely disappeared from the border between the divine realm and the tomb of the god of sin. When Jiang Chen stepped into the divine realm, an incomparably long and broad road appeared in front of him, floating above the clouds. In front of him there were countless pavilions, which were tall and magnificent as if he was in a dream. At this moment, a black sky rock flew over from afar. Its feathers were incomparably bright, and its momentum soared to the sky. It spread its wings and soared for 90,000 miles. Jiang Chen stared at the incomparably terrifying sky rock. The sky rock glanced at Jiang Chen thoughtfully and then swept into the void. It soared straight up with an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers, and everything changed. What a terrifying sky rock. Seems that one look can decide my life and death. Jiang Chen was slightly shocked. He had never encountered such a strong force. The sky rock looked at him as if it was reuniting with him after a long time, but it was full of fighting intent. Boom! All of a sudden a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. The sound of thunder rolled and the aura engulfed 10,000 miles was like a tiger. The lightning struck at Zhou Xian almost in an instant. Zhou Xian sucked in a breath of cold air and his face changed dramatically. The lightning gave him a feeling that it was completely impossible to resist. If the lightning fell, he would definitely die. Buzz. The lightning kept enlarging in Zhou Xian's eyes and finally fell on the Zulong Tower. Above the Zulong Tower, the golden light shone brightly, and it firmly protected Zhou Xian in the Zulong Tower. Under the golden light, the Zulong Tower seemed to have suffered a great shock. The deafening sound caused Zhou Xian to cover his ears, and his expression changed drastically. The luster of the Zulong Tower also dimmed a lot at this time, and it even became the initial blood-red color. Within the blood-red light there was a dim golden light. Zhou Xian was directly knocked out by the shocking thunder from the ninth heaven. Even with the protection of the Zulong Tower, he still received a great impact. The heavens don't want me and the earth doesn't want me. I will fight the heavens and earth. Soaring to the top. No one can trap me, not even the heavens. Cough, 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 cough. In the ancestral dragon pagoda, an old voice reverberated through the 9 heavens. Amidst the rain and mist, the heavens and earth changed. Thunder rumbled and 9 golden lightnings struck the ancestral dragon pagoda, shaking 1,000 li. Immortal world. Northern cold divine region. Lone Dragon County, Linha boundary at the foot of Deer Morn Mountain. Grandpa, look, did that person roll down from the top of the mountain? A crisp and trembling voice said in a low voice. A pair of big round eyes, full of spirit and black hair tied together. A 13 or 14-year-old girl was filled with curiosity and shock. The girl carried a bamboo basket on her back, stepped through the forest and followed her grandpa into the Deer Morn Mountain to collect herbs. This was the first time she met a person and she didn't know if he was dead or alive. Where? An old man with white hair and a tobacco pipe in his mouth said. He was wearing a leather coat that had been mended and sewn over and over again. His eyes slightly squinted and he fiercely took 2 puffs, puffing out clouds of smoke. This is a person with a bitter life. It is unknown whether he is dead or alive, but he fell here. Can be said that he is fated with us. The old man inserted the tobacco pipe on his back, squatted down, and gently patted the young man whose clothes were already tattered. He is still alive, but he seems to have suffered a great injury and has already fainted. The old man said, turned around and walked towards the foot of the Deer Morn Mountain with the injured young man. Grandpa, didn't you tell me not to meddle in other people's business? Wait for me. The girl curled her lips and quickly followed. The old man walked as if he was flying and did not look like a candle in the wind at all. When Zhou Xian suddenly woke up at that moment, everything in front of him had changed into another scene. The 9 palaces, pavilions had disappeared, and the soaring sky ping had also disappeared. Where am I? Zhou Xian rubbed his head, frowning. He only felt that the world was spinning, and then the Zulong Tower desperately protected him and he fainted. You're awake, big brother? The girl carried a bowl of steaming hot medicine and walked in. Zhou Xian looked around. This was an ordinary thatched hut with simple furnishings. It was not a mansion of a rich family. Where am I? Zhou Xian asked again, looking at the young girl in front of him. She had an innocent and cute appearance, spotless like a lotus blooming in the water. Deer Morn Mountain, Qilian Residence, Zhou Village. The girl said crisply and glanced at Zhou Xian as if she was a little afraid. You saved me, little sister? Zhou Xian asked, smiling. He felt that his bones were about to fall apart and he was quite uncomfortable. However, everything around him was so unfamiliar and Zhou Xian really did not know where he was. The girl nodded and then shook her head. It was Grandpa who saved you. No matter what, thank you. Drink this bowl of medicine first. Grandpa said it is good for your body's recovery. The girl smiled and said a few words to Zhou Xian, and did not seem to be as cautious and afraid as before. Is this the divine realm? Yes, I only know that we are in Deer Morn Mountain, Qilian Residence, Zhou Village. As for the rest, I do not know. The girl pouted and looked very cute, but she did not seem to know much. It's good that this is the divine realm, Zhou Xian thought. But it seems like the divine realm is much bigger than the divine realm, and it is not as simple as he thought. This is the northern cold divine region, Lone Dragon County. The divine realm is divided into 9 states and 18 counties, namely Dongxing Divine Region, West Pole Divine Region, Southern South Divine Region, Northern Cold Divine Region, Forbidden Land Divine Region, Ancient Divine Region, Savage Land Divine Region, Great Land Divine Region, and the last Divine Region is the Central Region Divine Land. As for the 18 counties, some belong to the Divine Continent, while some exist independently. Our Chilean prefecture, which has a radius of 1,000,000 miles, is only a remote place in Deer Mountain. Deer Morn Mountain is even further away, the Lone Dragon County is far away, and the Northern Cold Divine Region is even more unreachable. Even a god would need tens of thousands of years to travel across the divine realm. The old man held the tobacco pipe in his mouth, squinted his eyes and took 2 puffs as if he was enjoying it, and his face was intoxicated. "Thank you for saving my life, Senior," Jiang Qin said in a dignified tone. "A drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring." Jiang Qin had always been a person who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. "This is your own fortune, it has nothing to do with me." "Hehe. You are an immortal cultivator who cultivated in the divine realm, right?" "How did you know?" Jiang Qin looked at the old man in surprise as if he could not believe it. "You have a good physique and talent. Even if I did not save you, you would have woken up in a few days. In the divine realm, a young and talented person like you who has yet to reach the true god realm is a bit shabby."